아무것도 들리지 않아. 반겨주던 네 소리들만 어제처럼 난 길 걷다 보면 모든 게 날 부르는 소리 같아. 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 없나요? 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 돌아와 줄까 아니다. 내 생각할까 you want. 함께했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
Let me get out of here. Sick of dumplings, Dion driving, yeah. 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 가라 엎어치. 일상 공공망치 draw, looking for nails to disappear. Boys, 우리 목소리 키워줘. Waited long enough, 최근 시간 15년. 빛이 보여, fill the mind with life up the bus. 우리가 좀 무관심자들이 이제 모두 컷세. 척하던 놈들 이제 거기서 다음이 스케줄 미정은 right. 맑으면 대답도 못해 영어로 완전 척하다 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 당장이야. We don't play game, we just 날아가지 game. Rivals 그것 혼자 해, we be the reds, you be wrecked. Quit acting like you came up from the slums. 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb. 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV. 넌 랩 못해, 넌 못 비벼. 지가 못하는 줄 아나 봐. 집 가서 턱시나 닦아라. 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇. 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매. 너가 백날 침기 기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩. 어서가 벤치나 대워. 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여. 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해. 패션이 테러범여. 이제는 이해가 돼. 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼. Ambulance 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me. 이게 나 때 혼자라도 못 비비지. 뒤져 듣던 벼 너는 무슨 내 벼. 그냥 맞드는 내 포. 그냥 늘려놔 너 진 그게 딱 너한테 어울려. 쉬운 애니 것좀 빌리자 라프 내 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보. 있음 제대로 너 차일로 혼나고 나서 네 형한테 일러. 니건 오래 타장 내가 AK 니건 fresh 타장 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge. 무슨 테이저 건마 주죠. 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게. 씨앗 사랑은 씨앗 에이스는 너 사랑해요. 없어 너무 그리울까. 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘. 부담 쑤신 겁은 말해줘. 전화 걸지 말아줘. 없어 너무 그리울까. 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘. 무엇보다 쑤신 겁은 너네들. 전화 걸지 말아줘.
In the
Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low 의사님 어딜 아파 내가 이젠 음악이 내 약이야 모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 떠지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 들려 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 난 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low Drop it low
Yeah. 맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내리던 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰 있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들을 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어 이제 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식 밖에 나가 밤이 때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 갈거로 장애물은 다미오 깨지 않길 바랬던 내 꿈 이제 눈을 떠야겠어 여전히 난 내 삶들을 뱉어
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라 Our vitamin energy Hey, stop and from like 쿵쿵이야 흘러드는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 my day
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 않아 내게 보인 믿음과 지켜야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤에 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까 한이 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져 언젠가는 내밀어준 손을 다시 잡아 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 한치 앞 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶 눈에 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라 Our vitamin energy Hey, stop and from like 쿵쿵이야 흘러드는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 맑게 걸어
Stupid ass, 빨빼 감히 눈가 눈독 들여 우리
우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누군가 move
move get out the way 다음 생활 눈이 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 백맨 작당 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨
내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵매 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시 내내 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body
내 말이 듣다 지려도 몰라니 가랑이 혓바닥에 붙어 뜨뜻 끄덕이 전에 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling mop 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해간
사이코 형 죽일까 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방칠게 우리 CP는 힘들게 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistling, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 없을 I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 deep working my studio 한 지춘에 지린 the funniest Just gotta beat Millie 고트대 샤프는 뱀빛 heavy 나쁜 습관이지 돈을 쓰는 건또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 잘해 사람 나니 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 man 나는 like 난 벌써 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속
뱉다 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지금 게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두 번 세 번 더해져 mission Hoping 나도 level So check my EP cycle with no peace 손대에 두껍지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜줄 줄 없이 봐봐 헤이로 with the tat 부트 다음 소리 칸부로 따라 하다 캣캣 목공강을 버린 수두로 빽빽하지 마치 폐업제고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수력 초수와 텐트 기체 한 길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려 나 own
Whistle it 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 whistling. Whistling, 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 yeah.
You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 story 올려 되게 성공공 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴나간 내상놀이 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 뻗쳐가지고 worldwide room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide
swipe, double tap this site.
일삼공공 받지 라이키 원하지 나 협찬 나이키 오르지 우리는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 날아오리 물에 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 일삼공공 받지 라이키 락스타 일삼공공
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아웃기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 워 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 세스고 On a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 Bounce we got the juice No time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk Bounce we got the juice No time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
Inside your tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워 Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워 Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워 Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워 이제 난 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 shot 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 너 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 목은 텁텁 카리형 다 주워서 소스를 뽀뽀 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 우린 핫 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상 빈공내도 안해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜어 Then we burn it up 버섯처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤네 난참 지났어도 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를 거절했어 갑이 아닌 구린 딜은
겁이었나 봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀 우린 직진하지 why they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 1300 이제 돼버려 나 가수 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 번호 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송 지구온난 나의 범위는 일삼 no doubt 뒤따라와 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 No more time left to pack it up On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go like
come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the narrow slump of living through. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paint this. and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like head of stay. I'm like head of stay. Muy caliente, like I'm on fire. Don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sense, eh? Breakneck, eh? Cut checks, eh? They upset, eh? Them boys mad. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. You only see smoke until it's lit, and we lit. Dance with me with two left feet, and you go trip, 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 trip. We got it all, we got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all.
I don't know how to feel it. All my senses tired and lost. Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Tango and dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away. I don't know how to feel it. All my senses tired and lost. Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Tango and dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away.
No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I have a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god, here I am. Stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughtering the sheep, the blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the leg. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'ma cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice.
phenomenal, awakening, beyond the wall, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. All this power. Power. All this power. Power.
Welcome everyone to the second semi-final of Worlds 2023, live from the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium in Busan, South Korea. Today we are poised for what might be one of the most exciting series in World's history, as hometown heroes T1 are defending the honor of the LCK against the LPL superstars on the Golden Road, JDG. As we see our gladiators entering the arena today, first JDG, followed by T1, led by, of course, Faker. Who else? Into this historical, monumental day at the World Championship, where one of these roads will end today and one will go on to play in the World Final next week. My name is Shax, and I'm joined here by Emily, Dagda, and Azael. And can I just tell you, we've been so giddy the whole day because of this matchup.
How can you not be excited about this matchup? It's so insane. The fact that we get this in the semifinals is just cheating. This is such a crazy matchup.
It's crazy.
And it's everything from narrative to actual like analytical gameplay, right? Like this has it at every single level.
It has everything. Who's waiting in the final, you ask? Well, it's Weibo. Azael, yesterday, they set aside BLG in 5 games.
Yeah, able to take down BLG. No one expected them to get nearly this far. Everyone was calling them frauds, thinking that they made the easiest run ever to semis. They're going to get crushed by BLG, but Weibo waiting in the finals. Guaranteed a top 2 spot at Worlds.
Yes, and if you've missed any of the action in the Worlds knockout stage so far, you can go ahead and head over to youtube.com/gaming to check everything out, the VODs and the highlights if you've missed it, because it was a long one yesterday, but I hope you're prepped and primed for today. And to set us up for this epic LPL versus LCK clash, Azael once again has prepared something for us.
I've prepared a little bit of a quiz.
Okay.
And so we're just going to kick it off. We're going to start off. It's going to be LPL versus LCK
The last
themed.
time you quizzed me, it was bad because it was
I'm pretty sure you win every quiz, Emily.
Reliving all of the KG
Stop the
roles.
self-hate. You're great at this. All right, question number 1.
All right, your flag.
Out of all these players, who has the most combined wins in World's history? So you're adding up all of the players in each of these answers to get who has the most combined wins in World's history.
Oh my God.
Raise your flag when you want to answer. Shocks.
Faker?
You are correct! Wow. Faker has more than any of these other combinations. 90 wins at Worlds. Actually insane, has more than entire teams.
That's crazy.
Have achieved in their
That was
careers.
such a freebie, but I was like, it can't be that easy.
Hey, some of them are going to be hard. It's not going to be easy here.
The only one I hesitated
Better
on
watch
was the
yourself,
ruler,
Shots.
the ruler 369.
Yeah.
It's surprising. All right, question number 2. At the World's 2017 group stage, T1 overcame a 10,000 gold deficit versus EDG in one of the biggest Wombo combo teamfights in league history. Name the 5 T1 players and their champions in that game. This is
And their
Faker's
champions?
Shockwave. We'll claim them all. I'll give you 1 point. I'll give you 1 point
that.
if you get the players, and an extra point if you get
Oh, no.
Dagda.
I was just going to say 1 player, Faker. I thought I'd get a point.
Yeah, Oriana.
I mean, yeah, Faker, Oriana.
Wait, I can't even remember who the top lane was in that game. This is so hard.
It's hard.
To be
It's
fair,
hard.
I don't remember anything that happened
T1's
last
roster
year.
also changes all the time.
Marin?
No,
Was it? No.
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 Wait, that was
Marin
2015,
Rumble
right?
Was. Yeah, that was 2015.
That's
I now realized,
2015.
yeah.
Nope.
Ju-
Okay.
Who needs
Why are we
2017?
choking
Who
so
needs-
hard?
who
This
needs
is
Rumble?
insane.
We're choking insanely
No,
hard.
Okay, here. How about this? I'll give you the players, and then you
Okay.
can try to guess the
Wait,
champions.
wait.
Okay.
Wait,
Oh.
Wolf.
Yeah,
Shots. That is 1, yes.
it's
Wolf,
Emily, last chance. And then we're going to
it
go to the
was-
SRT.
So Peanut, Faker, Wolf, Bang,
That's the problem.
Rooney.
Yes!
Oh,
Okay, we're going to give you a
Rooney!
point. And now we have a clip of it. We're going to roll, and you guys can see this. So you can see what champions it was. One of the most iconic plays we've ever
This
seen.
is so crazy.
I remember
Yeah.
the Oriana.
That's it.
Yeah. And the Rakan. I remember
Oh my
Wolf's
God,
Rakan.
yes.
And that was it.
Yeah. I totally did forget that Hooney was playing Cho'Gath.
I
It's
had
so
Rumble.
crazy.
Rumble was on the other team. That's
Yeah.
why I had Rumble.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have such a hard time with, and I think this is a good talking point for today in terms of SKT
This is what you
T1
get for saying
rosters.
too easy
Yeah.
for question number 1.
I
Shots,
know.
that'll teach
If,
you.
if it's
All right,
memory,
isn't
I'm
working for me.
done.
Question number 3.
I'm
Settle down.
changing my
Settle down.
flag.
Question number 3. When was the last LCK versus LPL World Finals, and what was the final score? Shocks.
EDG versus Damwon, 2021.
Yes, yes.
And the final score was 3-2 to EDG.
Oh, let's
She
go!
smoked us. Shocks is smoked. I need to
I
get
was the
something.
only person of the broadcast team there.
She's the GOAT. Okay. Next question.
I knew it, but did not get my flag up in time.
Well, that's half the battle. It's mechanics
true.
and brain, just like League of Legends.
I don't have hands.
Okay, question number 4. Okay, that was too easy. Now, when was the last time that T1 faced an LPL team in the World Finals, and what was the score?
Oh,
RNG SKT 2013 3-2.
You got everything except the score.
Shit.
Wait. Yeah. Well,
20. Yeah.
no, RNG, SKT, but it's 3-1.
It was 3-1. No.
No.
It was 3-0.
Oh, fuck.
It was 3-0. Okay, Emily.
I kept thinking.
This is they were called Royal Club, but I'll give you
I
RNG.
get 1 point just for.
No.
I need a point.
Emily
I need
gets
one.
it. We're gonna keep moving on.
This is so
I
insane.
know.
Next question. Out of all the players in tonight's series, who has the best win rate in LCK versus LPL matchups at Worlds? Emily.
Of these, I'm actually going to say Owner.
Wrong. I think Shocks.
Faker.
Wrong.
Oh.
Sam. Okay.
Oh.
Zeus.
Yes, you're correct.
I got a point.
Zeus is 13-1 in LCK versus LPL matchups, a 92.9% win rate. Owner and Guma both played a game with Kana where they lost against EDG, so that was the difference. So Dagda, you're on the board, my man.
Nailed it.
All right, next question. We're gonna use the whiteboard for this one, so you guys can write down your answer. There's only 2 possible choices. So, which of the 2 regions has won more LCK versus LPL knockout stage BO5s in World's history? So the answer, obviously, LCK or LPL. Write down your answer. We'll all reveal at the same time as soon as you guys are ready.
I feel like it.
Get to writing. Get to writing. The clock's ticking here. Keep it moving, people. Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 1, 2, 3, reveal. LPL, LCK. Okay, Dagda, you are unfortunately incorrect.
Damn it!
It is 11-7 for the
Yeah.
LCK, and T1 has won 6 of those 11. So if T1 wins today, they will have won as many as the entire LPL has against the LCK, because that would be lucky number 7
We have
for them.
put that full screen up a million times already during the show.
And Emily,
I know.
there you go.
I just got to be LPL today,
All right.
right?
Yeah.
Number 7, of the mid laners left in the tournament, who has the most LeBlanc games in World's history? Bonus points if you know how many. Is it Faker, Xiaohu, Knight, or Yagao?
This is one of those things where it's like, are you trolling me? Because there's a very obvious
Shocks.
answer.
Faker.
Okay.
Xiaohu.
Yes. Yes. Xiaohu has 2 games of LeBlanc
Wait, he
at
was
Worlds.
supposed to guess. How many?
You raised his flag.
Well,
No,
that's
no.
okay.
Yeah. We need to keep this
We're going to
moving.
give you a point. We're going to keep it moving. Congratulations.
we're all running
Faker
it
has
down.
1, Xiaohu has 2. Everyone else has 0, surprisingly enough. On screen, we're going to see a famous moment in League history. But we've got a bunch of tiles on it, okay? As we slowly remove the tiles, when is this moment and what is happening? Raise your flag as soon as you think you can answer. This is a famous moment. You will all know this moment. I guarantee it. All the fans at home, if you've been watching for a while, you're going to know it.
You're talking to the people that forgot the T1 lineup.
You are going to know this moment. It's not as difficult as that. Let's start revealing.
All right.
Reveal. We'll keep going. We can roll along, and as soon as you're ready, you guys can shoot that flag up.
I'm going to guess something.
Shocks.
I'm going to guess that it was Worlds 2017, and it was the misfortune.
No.
Fuck.
Keep revealing. Let's go.
Oh, my
Moving
God.
forward.
Oh!
Oh!
It's when Faker gets caught by Ruler with the flash forward on Barrett.
Yes, this iconic moment is, of course,
Another flag.
It is.
That's why I
Itching
swapped.
myself.
Ruler on Varus.
ergonomic,
We can
you know,
roll it
yeah.
clip. This is a famous clip. Game 3 of the finals. Ruler flashes forward, catches Faker, and this, of course, leads to the end and Ruler's World Championship back in 2017. One of the most iconic moments.
Such good storytelling.
You're
this
gonna remember
quiz.
that one. We have one more question here now. So final question. We've just reminded you how Ruler won Worlds 2017, but when did he actually win his first domestic title? Emily.
2022.
2022 what?
Summer.
Yes! He won with Genji 3-0 against T1 there.
Oh my God.
So that's a tiebreaker. Emily wins.
Nice.
So I think
congratulations.
We can show the whiteboard here. I can't remember if I put down the last question or not. I forget, to be honest with you.
I think,
but this is what we're going with.
I also have to apologize.
Dag had three.
Between Rob and I, this is the first time we've ever swore on.
You guys did really well. This was a close and competitive game.
Never happened.
I'm very proud of all of you.
I might have whispered an F-bomb in there too.
You can also tell, not competitive at all. That's why they were swearing.
It's just insane because we've been part of so many of these important matchups, and sometimes it's hard to get all the historical ones like your ducks in a row.
I would have gotten almost all these wrong. They are hard questions.
And you know what? I think we're going to get a lot more quiz questions as a consequence of the matchup we have today, because the primer was all fun and games, but let's get into it. JDG versus T1, the last hope of the LCK, versus the team on the golden road for a spot in the World's Finals. And let's start with JDG. How impressive they have been all year long on that golden road. And let's remind ourselves that at MSI, they had T1's number.
Yeah, I think for JDG, this is a team that has been built to succeed, and they've been doing just that. The fact that you had a meta at MSI that allowed them to play heavily around Ruler, play into those team fights, have things like the Lulu and that Enchantress support meta to prop up this insane AD carry has lent them that strength to become the best team fighting team in the world. But as we see the meta start to change, I think this is where JDG have to try and show their stuff.
Yeah, I can't stress enough what a meta shift this was that happened at MSI, because we came in with T1 heavily favored due to the pushing bot lane 2v2 meta. It was Keria who was kind of dictating the global support meta before this. And like you said, being able to play these massive 5v5 team fighting comps around Ruler on a hyper carry was what propelled JDG to this title.
And I think the fact that we've seen JDG grow as a unit together has been absolutely incredible. When you look back at 369, who is never a big engage and team fighting player, playing to that strength. Kanavi having to change his style from carry to support. It has been a transition that has been incredible to see, and now it's producing world-class results.
And Azale, when you are on that golden road, you know, we've talked about it already, has JDG had to adapt to too much? MSI reminded us to, yes, in fact. But now again, we're in a situation that perhaps they find themselves in a completely different meta best of 5.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. T1 has also been the LPL killers at Worlds, and this is going to be another massive hurdle for them, because T1 historically has done great against the LPL, and JDG, they are the big dogs. They are the team on the golden road that everyone is thinking about, how can we take them long? And one of the criticisms of their run has been that the meta hasn't changed. It's not that impressive. You played the same way all year long. Well, guess what? The meta is changing here. The meta is changing now, and I think the meta favors T1. So JDG have a titan to overcome today.
I think it's going to be a very, very tough road for JDG, but I think it's kind of underestimating the strength of how good JDG has been for so long. And I think if you can control that bot lane and control the 2v2, I think that's going to be the success where you can then lean into those team fights later.
Well, let's lean into kind of how we see this matchup a little bit, because I feel like everyone was convinced and has been convinced the entire year. I think you tweeted it also, that JDG should be head and shoulders above anyone else. But what is it that happened in that T1 versus LNG series that makes us look at everything so differently?
I mean, I think it started with Weibo and with Chris being the priority on these Enchanter bot lanes, and it started this arms race where people say, all right, well, if you're going to be blinding Renato to win bot lane, well, what if I play Ashe support? What if I play Kalista plus a Caitlyn? What if I play something that can beat even that? And Keria is the most flexible support player at this level in the entire world. And that has given T1, I think, such a leg up, because no one can predict what they can do. And they're the one team that has made Red Side look so damn strong, which is a massive advantage in this event.
This is a good primer. We're going to dive deeper into it in a second. But as you mentioned, that bot lane, we need to talk about Ruler as well for JDG, and Faker versus Ruler, arguably the two best players to ever touch the game. And the fact, Emily, that both of these have been on top for so long.
Yeah, and we talked about how, like, Ruler just got his first domestic title, not this summer, but last summer, which was a big hurdle for him to overcome, right? Because Faker has been so consistently good. Like, this is over such a long time for both these players, starting pretty much as soon as they could possibly debut when they were age eligible. Obviously, Faker a little bit younger when he started because we didn't have the 17-year-old, rule at the point. But this is them in their head-to-head. And it's interesting because you would think, because Faker has just been so domestically dominant in all of these events with T1, I was actually really surprised to see how close it is over such a long stretch of time.
And one of the things that impressed me so much, I recently did a ranking of some of the best team fights of all time, and watching back, there was one from 2017 and one from 2023, both with Ruler 1v9, and it really blows your mind, not only how long these players have been around, but how long they have been at the absolute top of the game. It is really something incredible to behold.
I think it is a bit of a different story for both sides, though. For Faker, it felt like he had to adapt to the upcoming challenges. He had to change how he wanted to play as a player to become the big brother for the new T1 roster that we see today versus the old carry performance. Whereas when you look at Ruler,
he just had to be the best AD in the world. It's easy.
And then he just needed the team that could support him, be the best in the world to support him, right? And I mean, you see it there on the screen. The last time we saw these two players face off against each other, it was Ruler who came out on top in that 2017 final to win his first World Championship. And now we're going to get to see them go head to head here again today.
Yeah, at Worlds indeed, and Worlds 2016 and 17, so pivotal in this rivalry, and today is going to be as well. But on the way to his 4th Worlds title, possibly it is Faker, but he has to face none other than the reigning MSI champion Knight in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, hails the clash of two League of Legends icons, Faker, the unkillable Demon King, against Knight, the golden left hand. Faker is on the hunt for his 4th Worlds title, this time seeking to claim it on the very soil that crafted his legend. Coming back from an injury and with an unrivaled record against LPL teams, Faker and T1 are the shining last hope of the LCK. But on the other side stands Knight, the mastermind behind JDG's Golden Road.
Well, Ruler wants to try the Shockwave! Shockwave is massive on the BDD!
Crowned at MSI and now at the peak of his powers, surrounded by a constellation of superstars, he's poised to carve the path to his first World Final. At MSI, we bore witness to their epic 5-game saga.
These twin banks just layering on top of Faker. Knight is gonna go down!
Now, the stage is set for a rematch to seal their fates. Will Faker solidify his legend on home soil, or will Knight etch his name at the pinnacle of Worlds history?
And I can't stress how domestically dominant Knight has been, like pretty much since his debut. Obviously, there's this really weird and, in my opinion, specious choking narrative around Knight at international events, which hopefully has been put to rest. But Knight has been such a phenomenal mid laner since he was on Young Miracles. People were really looking forward to his debut in the LPL. He's called the golden left hand by the Chinese casters because he's left-handed. And I mean, I guess I just can't stress enough, because if you don't watch the LPL, you might not have an idea of just how incredibly good this player is.
I mean, when I look at him, I think he's the most clutch player in the world at the moment. When you look at what he's done domestically, where you can look and go, right, there's the first time he ever won that title, the Syndra play to set him up for success. When you see him going 2v4 with Jackie Look, quirky package into the Baron pit to get a quadra kill and turn that game around. Hold the Nexus 2 versus 5 as Silas to keep his team in the game. This guy steps up time and time again, and we're finally getting to see it at the international stage as well against teams like KT. Knight is a force to be reckoned with, and he's going to be going up against what feels like an immovable object here today in Faker.
I just wish that me choking would equate to winning LPL Spring, winning MSI, winning LPL Summer, and then making Worlds semis. That sounds like a pretty good choke.
I agree. This is, yeah, just from this tournament as well. It's been insane, and it's interesting because I think, you know, when we talk about Faker, we have to take into regard kind of, we know his stature when you look at the historical angle of things, but kind of how things went this year, the injury, right? The fact that he took time to get over that, the fact that his champion pool wasn't as wide, of course, because he had to really focus on getting those Silas and the Azir and the Orianna on point to make sure that he had a base. How much is that going to come into play today?
I mean, I think the big thing for Faker is that he looked, first of all, he looked great against Scout in LNG. And obviously, you can also pin a lot of that on the fact that LNG had a really poor performance. But I thought he looked absolutely great in that series. And then additionally, I think if you can't understate how good Knight is, like mechanically, right, and how domestically dominant he's been, you can't understate not only how domestically dominant Faker has been in his entire career, but also, as you pointed out earlier, Dagda, how flexible he's had to be to stay at the level, and also how lost the team looked without him this summer.
Exactly. I think that gave people such a renewed appreciation for Faker and what he does for this organization, because even if, as an individual, he's not crushing lanes at the elite level in the same way that he used to, he brings so much to the table.
He does, and especially that series versus LNG opened many people's eyes, maybe notably also about the picks in the bot lane. And I want to talk about the support specifically. We have Missing versus Keria in this one, and there's been so much talk about kind of the innovation of the bot lane meta over Worlds, and a lot was credited to T1, but actually started a bit earlier.
Yeah, it did start a little bit earlier, where we actually got to see the things like the Renata coming out for Weibo, where they started to transition into, hey, we want to play these more supportive roles, and you can see that's one of the champions that's in that shared champion pool between these two supports. But I think when we look at Missing, he much more prefers to go towards things that are the engaged, the playmaking champions, and set up for his team. Like, he made his name on Thresh in the LPL. Now he's playing things like the Rakan, where he's 31-3 over the course of this year. He wants to be that big setup for the team and pop off, and I think he's done a fantastic job. Like, this is a guy who missed out on Worlds 2022 because they ended up losing 5 series back-to-back, but even back then, he was an incredible player that nearly got his opportunity, and now we get to see him taking to the world stage with the likes of Ruler to try and play for the 2v2 and bot, bully you out of lane, and then bully you out of team fights as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you can see just how instrumental his engages are on, obviously on the Rakan, but also on other engaged champions, how it lends itself to JDG's team fighting and how they layer their CC and fight together. I also will say, you know, Keria obviously is gonna, he has dictated the support meta this past spring. Missing was actually 100% win rate on Ashe in LPL in spring. So, like, it's not like he cannot play some of these lane-dominant champions as well.
Absolutely, but I do expect coming into today that it's going to be those kind of two polar opposites, right? I think JDG are going to play more standard, and it's going to be, can they play defensive? Can they withhold the storm, you know, survive that early onslaught from what would likely be a lane-dominant 2v2 from T1? And if they can, those types of lanes become very fragile if you're not playing from a lead. You make one misstep, you get blown out in the 5v5, all of a sudden, Ashe support looks like garbage.
Yeah, and that is the big question, right? Because you're going up against Missing and Ruler, and that is not anything like any other bot lane in the world. And let's not be mistaken, they can play through these very difficult lanes. No matter what happens, they will step up to carry in the mid game. So do we think that the difference that T1 can make in that bot lane will be big enough?
It's going to be actually super interesting, right? Because I agree with Azael. I think both teams are going to come and try to play the playstyle that they are more comfortable with JDG going for mid to late game team fights, and T1 going for these incredibly dominant, possibly double ADC pushing bot lanes. I do think there is no better team than T1 at taking these laning leads and spreading the influence around the map, right? Like, when you look at how they play something like a Caitlyn or a Varus Ashe, they know exactly when to get out of lane and rotate to take all of the tier 1 turrets down like you are supposed to. That's where teams kind of mess up a little bit, I think, and not pressuring their influences. But then JDG are incredible at capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes, and also love these mid to late team fights where they can set up for massive 5v5s.
Sorry, we need to go to Emily's Telestrator because we're running out of time. We have too much to talk about. What are you going to show us?
All right, so I'm going to show how T1 kind of plays around their bot lane a little bit and just has a really good understanding of what they want to do. So in this, they've actually already had pinged out Tarzan when he dropped a flag up in Telestrator is not responding to me.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, it's the grind, the glory. Yeah, that's what it's all for. Is it coming back?
Let's see.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
So yeah, basically T1 are like, okay, we want to be able to get this bot lane ahead. And what they're going to do is go for an invade here. They're going to get a ward right on red, and they're going to be able to track Tarzan really, really well across this entire game. They're going to invade on Raptor Camp. They're going to be able to go and get blue, and then this is in their second game. Again, they really want to snowball around this bot lane and play around it. And this honestly ends up being awful for Hung, right? Because as you actually pointed out on cast, Azael, when this happened, he's going to have to start W, which not only is this lane incredibly difficult to deal with, but he's also not starting exactly how he would want. Yeah, and that's massive to try to go up against what is already a difficult lane in the Varus Ashe. And now we're going to see that Faker is actually going to place a ward here. And it's just a lot of really, really smart tracking of Tarzan, where he is, what they can do around the massive, massive push that T1 have in this bottom lane down here with the wave coming in. And also, you can't like underestimate how much this Hawkshock matters as well to try to track. Owner is able to invade on the top side of the map here. He's able to help essentially set this lane, blow Scout's flash again super early in this game. So I think I really do credit, obviously Owner had a really, really rough summer, right? And he has looked so much better in this tournament and has had such a good reaction to T1's tracking of their enemy jungles and being able to play around their pushing bot lane.
Absolutely, and I think the question is, can JDG prepare for that, right? Because they have now seen this series, they have now watched exactly what T1 wants to do, and now it's up to them to be able to deny this aggressive vision, to be able to craft a plan that is going to be able to answer this and shut down T1's win conditions.
And I think the thing is, if Kanavi can't play off of pushing lanes, he starts to fall apart as well. So this bot lane becomes even more crucial in that regard as well.
Oh, it's so interesting how this matchup, who we thought we would see at some point in time at Worlds, has warped so much because of the recent evolution. And still, it's about who is the best team on the day. And if you're not, your road ends here. And specifically for T1 and the current roster that is so poignant in terms of also how they've come out openly to say, this might be the last time you see us in this iteration. So what if not Worlds?
I mean, it would be heartbreaking because they've been so close so many times to that international title. We've seen it at MSI, we've seen it at Worlds. They're clearly capable of winning that title. And for them to have never done it and break up, I think would just be truly heartbreaking for all the T1 fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is, again, we talk about how good this team has been over the time that they've been together, but the thing that has eluded them, and they've entered tournaments as heavy favorites, is that international title. So it does cast like, okay, is this the best team of the past 2 years? Because they still haven't won internationally.
Yes, and that is what is in their eyes when they're stepping up on that stage. And they're up against a JDG who is so successful already and so feared and revered, but the golden road is still going. They still have to win those 2 matches, starting with the one today.
And I think for JDG, a lot of people are kind of underestimating them because they came across KT where they're like, they had the slow early game, but this has always kind of been the way with JDG. They're not a team that's going to suddenly explode onto the Rift and just destroy you. It's a case of, hey, we're going to play it slow, we're going to play to punish mistakes, and we're going to play to take over in those team fights. And that has been the slow and steady win case for them over and over again. And when you look at this team as a whole, like in their history, JDG has been a team that since 2020 has been building to become this monster in League of Legends. You look at them picking up players like Zoom, they want to try and play for these big team fight wins, but slowly but surely they've been adding to that roster, keeping Kanavi as their core, adding the pieces that they needed. Now they've got one of the best, if not the best AD carry in the world, the best, if not one of the best mid laners in the world. This is a team that wants to take over, and they're looking to do it here today.
They are. They even got tattoos just now for the moment. That's crazy. Let's take a look at who our fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions each day. You can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate. And I got a little spoiler. It's kind of crazy.
T1.
T1 with 75.2%.
The most popular team in the world.
True.
By a mile.
Yeah, it makes sense. It tracks in terms of the fandom, right? But as always, maybe it doesn't accurately represent what we are going to see today. So I'd love to know from my analysts, who do you think will win? Who will win and play Weibo next week in the World Final?
Well, I thought that JDG was going to win Spring. They won Spring. I thought that JDG was going to win MSI, and they won MSI. I thought that JDG was going to win Summer. They did that too. And coming into Worlds, I thought it was going to be JDG winning Worlds. But the more that I've watched the meta develop, the more that I've seen T1 play, the more that I think this is the perfect time for their title that they've been searching for all these years to finally come to fruition. So today, it's going to be T1 win. It's going to be T1 making it to the finals.
Saga.
I just can't see it. I think the LPL gets underrated so often coming into these events where they think, oh, well, BLG can't beat Gen G. We see teams, oh, well, they can't beat them at MSI. The LPL has proven this tournament as well that they are the best region here, and JDG are going to prove it again 3-1.
Ooh, wow.
Love it.
Okay.
Emily.
Really quick, I said 3-2 T1.
Okay.
Mainly because to a lot of stuff that Zale already covered, the way that the meta has shifted at MSI shifted in JDG's favor. I think the way the meta is shifting now is shifting heavily into T1's favor. This is what they've been waiting for. They're going to do it.
And there's something that is hard to quantify but easy to notice if you are in the arena like we are right now. And it's the amount of fans that have congregated here in Busan that have filled up all the seats and that are looking for the final hope of the LCK to do it. With Weibo Gaming waiting next Sunday, the stage is set for an epic semifinals today. JDG could become the most successful team in the history of League of Legends by completing the Golden Road. But in their way today is the pride of the LCK, T1. Who will take the final step to Seoul and which story will end here in ice-cold Busan? Casterjun, take it away.
부산에서의 마지막 밤을 함께 해주신 여러분 환영합니다. 자, 오늘 이곳에서 웨이브가 승리를 거두면서 가장 먼저 결승에 진출을 했고, 자, 오늘은 다음 주 고척 스카이돔에서 웨이브와 결승전을 치를 별을팀을 가리게 됩니다. 이 두 팀, 와, 말 그대로 챔피언 그 자체입니다. 국내 리그 우승, 국제전 우승, 그리고 월드 우승 선수 보유까지 이제 딱 3경기만 더 승리를 거두게 되면 소환서컵에 정말 가까이 다가서게 됩니다. 그러면 두 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 LCK뿐만 아니라 국제대회에서 가장 성공한 팀입니다. 큰 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다. From LCK 탑 제우스. 장계 온다. 미드 페이커. 파토 고마요시. 서포 그들의 상대는 리그 오브 레전드 역사상 그 누구도 해내지 못한 업적을 눈앞에 두고 있습니다. 최초의 골든 로드 달성까지 넥서스 딱 6개 남았다. From LPL 탑 3, 7 연결 가나비. 미드 나이트. 바텀 롤러. 서포 미스. 다음 주 웨이브와 함께 고척 스카이돔에서 결승을 치를 팀은 어디가 될 것인지, T1일지 진동일지 가리는 대결을 함께 해주시는 많은 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 바로 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
해와 달, 그리고 5개의 봉우리, 왕의 그림이라고도 불리는 작품입니다. 왕이 어디를 가든 항상 왕의 뒷배경을 차지했던 그림입니다. 이 그림은 아직 미완성입니다. 왕이 비로소 앞에 앉아야만 그 그림이 완성이 된다고 하죠.
Legends never die.
They are the undisputed best team in the world. The SK team continues.
2016년 페이커의 마지막 월드 우승이었습니다. 상대는 다름 아닌 룰러였죠. 2017년 패배를 딛고 다시 일어선 룰러는 끝나지 않을 것 같았던 T1의 황금기에 막을 내립니다.
그때도 약간 SKT라는 팀 자체가 몇 단계 더 위에 있다라고 많이 느꼈었는데, 페이커 선수는 높은 곳에 올라가려면 늘 마주해야 하는 벽 같은 존재였었어요. 그때 페이커 선수를 꺾고 트로피를 들었을 때는 세상에 있는 거 다 가진 기분? 내가 주인공이 됐다라는 생각을 많이 가졌었어요. 안 좋은 영향도 많이 줬었다고 생각을 합니다. 오만함, 자만심도 많이 있었던 것 같고, 무조건 우승해야겠다는 생각 때문에 좀 더 저를 잡아먹었던 것 같아요, 제 자신이.
Ruler no longer in G&G while he has been for so long.
He's transformed JDG into an even more complete team.
룰러 선수가 상혁이 형, 페이커 선수한테 한번 큰 상처를 줬기 때문에 상혁이 형을 도와서 룰러 선수를 이길 수 있다면 좋을 것 같습니다.
在2017年入了终结了 T1 的完场，在今年会终结韩国中单的完场。
다들 룰러 선수를 어떻게 막을 거냐고 물어보시던데, 막는 게 아니고 부셔버리도록 하겠습니다.
Game 4 over JDG.
去年输给 T1 以后，心里面一直想着复仇。今年4强再碰到 T1 的话，我觉得也算是一个命运吧。
징동. 아직 아무도 이루지 못한 골든 로드 달성에 한 발자국 더 가까워졌습니다.
2017년에 그때보다 마인드가 많이 바뀌었다 생각한 게 운명이 이끄는 대로 최선을 다하면 높은 곳까지 올라갈 수 있다고 생각합니다.
그들의 앞엔 아직 넘어서야 할 산이 있습니다.
저희가 갈 길은 이미 정해져 있습니다. 룰러 선수 잊지 말아야 할 겁니다. 모든 길은 결국 저를 통합니다.
T1 在世界赛的舞台上好像没有输给 QUARTERFINALS， 但今年一定会是第一次输。 오랫동안 수많은 팀의 상승과 하락을 지켜봤습니다. 끝에 서있던 사람은 항상 저입니다.
All roads lead to Faker, so it is no surprise to see that JDG's Golden Road has led them here to this semifinals rematch in Busan.
The lines in that teaser, that teaser were fire. Guma Yushi talking about crushing Ruler. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we're right into draft already.
I
need a moment,
If you are a fan of League of Legends in any capacity, you are eating good right now. After that introduction, thank you so much to the team behind it. Of course, we're jumping right into picks advance, however.
Rumble is still up here. Hold on.
And two big things immediately. This is the thing that happened in spring as well. Ashe, T1 not allowed to have it. Both Guma and Carry use it amazingly well. But also, Rakan missing will not be allowed to play.
And what about Ruler Kalista, too? That has been perma-banned versus him. Kalista can get through. Something is getting through. Rumble is getting through. The
Orianna. And this is what happens when you prioritize taking away signature picks or comfort picks of players. Meta powerhouses make it through. Feels like it could be an easy Rumble first pick, but does 369 have something up his sleeve for that? Instead, the Orianna, the other pick worth talking about, and you have to assume JDG take the Rumble here.
Yeah, I feel like you have to take it away just because of how good Zeus has been on it, how dominant of a pick it's been, and an answer has not been found. And I really like the Kalista ban because it would not surprise me if T1 would have just B1 that, one to deny it from Ruler, but also because it is a flex pick for T1. Both Guma and Carrier can use that. Rumble will be picked up here and will not be given over to Zeus. Really strong start there for JDG.
Yeah, I think the thing that most people are looking forward to in this draft is what will the bottom lane reveal be? Because Guma on stage after their victory over LNG said we have plenty more in hiding for the counter picks for that bottom lane. We do get a counter pick here, the Akali into Orianna. We've seen it a bunch already. Will go down early on in CS, give up that push, but will be great for lanes later on, looking for assassination in the side lane. And they slam the Aatrox into the Rumble. We did not see that go well yesterday.
Yeah, from everything I've heard talking to pro top laners, this matchup is miserable. Odoamne was talking about it yesterday on X. This is an unplayable in the early state. The Shy had 2 CS, was forced to back, came back and won this lane matchup anyway as Rumble.
Let's see if it was a Shy diff or a Rumble diff.
And I would have actually loved the Wukong there. Wukong works extremely well together with the Rumble to set up, and it's also a preemptive pick into T1 if they do still gravitate towards a double AD carry bot lane. Now there is the opportunity for JDG to ban away some of the picks that would enable that, and I do think if you have Wukong, Akali, they might be too worried that your mid lane jungle 2v2 is a little bit too weak in the early game.
I love this though for T1 grabbing the Rel flex super early on because it can go down bottom side as well for support or go jungle. And now we're going to see they're still drawing so many support bans. This is what everybody thought it was going to come down to in this series, is saving those bottom lanes till the very end here. Senna already off the table. They sowed the Senna, plus Tom Kench, plus the Neela as well. Let's see about the continued bans here, though. It looks like they're still going for these engaged champs because you know JDG want to build a 5-on-5 team fight.
You do, but of course we have to see how JDG are going to approach this bot lane arms race, what they're going to bring to the table to try to shut down some of these options for T1. T1 dominant on the red side, one of the only teams to do so. JDG have the luxury of that last pick, counter pick for bottom lane. How will they use it? The number one question on
Renata's still up, Milio's still up. The Varus was very good for Gumayushi.
And what I'm wondering about is whether we are going to see the Xayah, because I think particularly into Rumble, Xayah has really dropped in stock. Becomes very hard to play out the late game fights when you have to use your Feather Storm immediately. But for JDG, that doesn't apply. Ruler is an absolute insane Xayah, courtesy of his world skin as well. So no surprise if it is locked in here. And it would also mean that T1 might be going towards a hyper carry themselves.
Have to see how T1 want to round at this, how they want to respond, what they want to blind pick into this bot lane support matchup, because I love what I'm seeing from JDG. So much backline threat with the Rumble ult, the Akali, the Vi going in together, having AD carry who can peel for themselves.
We were talking
Jin Bart!
We were talking about the Jin so much early in the morning, and he actually slams it. Guma loves the Jin. So many people who are not AD carry players, though, do not like this Jin. I will say, calm down a little bit here. There is no tank on the enemy team, and that is the biggest inhibitor to the Jin. So as much as everybody loves memeing on Jin picks, there is no armor stacking tank here, and that's the biggest problem that he has to deal with.
There's a lot of history, obviously, with Jin and T1. None of it good, and it is also a really big pivot away. I think the laning strength is the only similarity, but outside of that, not really going to be the case. The Alistar actually coming back here does mean that missing will be able to provide engage, and I really like this. I feel like you're kind of need to have some extra form of CC here besides the Vi to really get the most out of your Rumble in particular.
Yeah, for sure. They always want to have that structure to their team fights because JG is this team. They do not snowball games super effectively. They just crush you later in the team fights. Let's see if they can actually do it this time around. Of course, this is the first Jin of Worlds 2023 picked up here. Guma slamming it down in the semifinals. And there's so much CC with this bottom lane as well. So much pick potential with a Bard plus Jin. You can try and get that early lead in lane against an Alistar and then get Keria out of lane so you can go gank for the other lanes.
And we saw yesterday how effective a roaming Bard can be, how disruptive it can be to the game plan. A lot of the champions on the opposite side who might want to roam, who might want to look for these plays. You are up against missing on Alistar, this massive playmaker, so need to see if T1 can continue the trend of snowballing their leads in the early game.
And Keria has already proven himself on the Bard at Worlds here. He had a really beautiful Q flash redirection play on it. He's been very good at denying the Rift Herald charges as well on the tower, so expecting big things.
It also means the top lane matchup is much more important. With Jhin comps, you can't really afford to lose damage elsewhere, and we have not seen this matchup work out very well for the Aatrox, so a lot of pressure here on Zeus, who has been doing a really good job so far, but Rumble, that's going to be tough to survive in the early game.
So one thing I was talking about yesterday on the analyst desk with the Aatrox into the Rumble pick was that we did not get the Comet Aatrox, it was Conqueror Aatrox. And if you go Comet Aatrox, it's much more of a poke playstyle. But I also was DMing Odo and talking about it because he was really heavy on the Rumble side, and he was of the opinion that Rumble still can just W most of the Q poke, even with the Comet build here, and still come out ahead. And then you're sacrificing, of course, you don't have Conqueror for later for the Aatrox for your team fights. We'll see how much that does cost him, but Zeus here at least is going for the Comet tech to try and do that more pokey play style.
We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, in the meantime, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. That's how I felt about the Aatrox in the Rumble matchup yesterday. A lot of Braum W. So see if it works out better this time around for Zeus, how the poke adjusts this match, if it can shift these early expectations. And Jhin, I think, is going to remain the #1 question throughout this entire game. How effective can it be? Ruler obviously opting for the cleanse makes sense against so much CC, but what can they do in the early laning phase specifically?
And those early lane phase, what we expect them to be is to be a lot of push mid for Faker against this Akali. Knight Akali, early levels, you're not going to have too many options there. So the Orianna generally going to get some push. JDG with 369 on top side, the Rumble should still get plenty of push versus the Aatrox regardless of the Comet. So I want to see what they do with this because T1, you can see Owner is already taking away Raptors into red camp, started on the top side, doing a bit of split for the jungle, and that is going to be 2 camps stolen already.
And Bard level 1 still looking incredibly oppressive with your passive. You essentially have 2 spells early on, whereas Missing essentially has none as a level 1 Alistar. So no surprise to see T1 take control of the bottom lane for now. See what it looks like once level 2 comes around for now. Keria and Guma doing their best to zone JDG's bot lane off of XP and gold.
Also, do take note, we already have Owner possibly looking for an opportunity to punish 369. He did walk into the jungle, didn't actually see, I think, where Owner started. We'll obviously find it out soon, as soon as Kanavi figures it out, but the timing window might just be there.
It's perfect for the setup.
369.
Now they know!
Total control of the lane, but just now sees Owner. Owner mounting up. On the way in, looking to lock him up and take him out. 369 still standing for now. Will he burn the flash or just accept his fate, trying instead to turn and burn onto Zeus, get a little bit more health damage, just accepts his fate. First blood for the side of T1. Knight and Kanavi not able to find the counterpunch in mid lane.
Level 1s are so big, and the delayed invade there, taking away the Raptors into red. Easy level 3 topside counter gank, or just pure gank there for Owner. Meanwhile, Kanavi getting chased off his attempted counter jungle.
Oh, Faker trying to make sure that Kanavi does not just get the camp for free. Now Owner's on his way, and Keria, he's trying to collapse.
Keria coming through. Magical journey through the wall will just completely zone him off the camp.
Defense complete. And now Kanavi is going to know he's got nothing to go back to in his own jungle. Even gets stunned up here in mid lane by Keria, further delaying him. Everybody knows, T1 know, his only option is to come topside towards a Scuttle Crab or towards some more blue camps here. So it looks like Owner comes up, he covers that top Scuttle Crab, and there is nothing for Kanavi.
Not only that, but Owner already has been able to get it back in, whereas Kanavi still had to be out on the map trying to pivot, and this timing window was so short because you see Kanavi there pinging. They know that Owner is on the top side of the map. 369 just wasn't able to get the wave in time.
And the key is this ward right here that they had to see, the regular gank path is all circumvented by that level 1 that we're talking about. When he starts on Raptors, goes into red, he just 3 camp clears JDG's side of the jungle, comes from behind you with a red buff, and that is going to influence the data on our Aatrox Rumble matchup a little bit further.
And you got to respect T1's foresight to prepare for what is considered a Rumble-favored matchup by leveraging some early jungle priority here to the top side of the map. Zeus getting closer and closer to what we assume is the first item, Hex Drinker. We saw in the Gwen matchup how impactful that item is in the 1v1.
You know what they say? The most important part of a top lane matchup is jungle.
Yeah! No fair fights in the top lane. Also, you know, Zeus went for Doran's Blade, so really opting into the early lane dominance, in addition to the kill that he already got. Doesn't really set him behind, does give him a lot more combat stats to try and stay on parity, because if you can mitigate the Rumble early on, it gets you to the point where the Aatrox can actually skirmish. And as already mentioned, I do expect it to be a Hex Drinker, given that you're playing to double AP topside, and T1 have been very aggressive in securing early Heralds.
It's 5 minutes into the game. T1 already have a 1,000 gold lead. No objectives taken quite yet. Herald, of course, hasn't even spawned. But T1, we expected them to pull ahead in the laning phase, but they are much further than just a little bit ahead at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's so interesting and fun to compare the playstyle of these two juggernaut teams. Absolute masters here at Worlds in very different arenas. T1 masters of snowballing these lane phases into mid-game and into end of the entire Nexus. Meanwhile, JDG, they have not put a lot of effort in a lot of their games into getting huge early leads, but they have been explosive in their mid-game team fights and actually have a quicker average game time because of it.
Oh, and I would really like this from JDG, because you know T1 is going to try and aggressively stack dragons, but they won't have the opportunity. We do see Knight already here. Doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to contest this.
Teu's going for the solo bolo, and he just gets the kill!
What? That is not a Comet diff right there. That's a Zeus diff. God of lightning, god of the top lane. He lays it down, and 369, it is in the dirt again. Whoa!
And for T1, after the chase performance we saw last week, we wondered what level Zeus would be at, what level C69 would be at in this matchup. When he got the Rumble, I thought for sure he'd be favored, but Zeus setting the expectation on its head, and 369 just too far behind, stepping far too far forward.
Yeah.
Q1 confirms the pullback on Infernal Chains, makes it easy.
Yeah, just dash forward, hits the chain. He had the level 6 advantage, gets the solo bolo. And again, it all comes back to the early jungle path for Kanavi, stealing away, or for our Owner, stealing away the camps, getting the gank off.
Because if 369 is 6, you can't go for that play, right? He will be able to easily survive as...
Ruler ignited, 2 fights, one in the bottom lane, one in the mid lane. Faker burning the shockwave just to get away from Knight. Now the curtain call coming out, Ruler Gonna sidestep one, slowed by the second, looking for one more, but missing there just in time to deny the kill. Guma force shot now pushing in. Jin notoriously bad at pushing these towers. Probably not gonna be able to grab a plate there, but Ruler's so low, maybe they can get it done. Is Owner still controlling, total control on the top side from T1. Mid lane matchup getting a bit closer. Guma playing very aggressive with the power of the journey.
See there as well, the confidence from Ruler, knowing that Missing was there, not using his flash, only invested its cleanse, but T1 still going to be happy there towards the bot side of the map. I think the big thing for JDG is to not let the map snowball from here. That early Drake actually makes a really big difference because we know this team is going to play for, say, 1-2 item spikes and the 5v5. So delaying the point where T1 forces you into a must-fight scenario with Drake stacking early on has already been delayed. And then secondly, Knight has been able to do a really good job of mitigating the early presence that Orion is expected to have by just staying on CS parity.
I have to say, especially with the early money and being behind, the early money going into Oblivion Orb and being behind, this Rumble is not going to have the same impact that we have seen Rumble at this tournament. Those team fight ultimates that he is supposed to bring for these objectives are going to be so much weaker than you're used to seeing. I don't know if the threat is even going to really be there for JDG, so T1 are going to feel very confident about this mid game and try and snowball here. Owner up to the top side does see Kanavi as he comes over with that Scryer's plant, but they're calling up everybody here. This is going to be a full 5-on-5. Both bot lanes coming.
No ultimates available for either support. There are ultimates for both Ruler and Guma. We'll see if T1 is able to contest here.
No flash for Keria. Has to be a bit careful about how far forward he steps. Kanavi ready with the ultimate. Zeo's strong.
Getting low.
But opted for lethality. He's still relatively squishy, all things considered. Zeus still stepping forward with the Infernal Chain, looking for the lockup. Tempered Fate now coming in, isolating Knight. Knight right in the back line, and Owner immediately with the follow-up engage. Zeus still standing. Now finally the buy is going in, but it might just be too little too late. Knight, fancy feet to the back of the fight. Zeus ticking, burning, but the shutdown is 369. But now they're just fish caught in the barrel, waiting on the slaughter of the curtain call. T1 stepping in and dominating the Herald fight.
They force all of their flashes over the back of the pit and then still chase down 2 of the kills. That initiation, Keria Bard ultimate into Owner, timing the Rel engage right afterwards is massive.
And the nightmare of the Jin turns into a dream for T1 fans as this Herald fight goes their way. It is the setup here initially, looks a bit clunky, but Owner gets the combo, immediately forces out the ult from Ruler, and this is where, if 369 isn't so far behind, maybe it's enough to turn the fight, but instead, everyone is already low, the equalizer isn't enough, and JDG are fish in a barrel.
And you just saw there, Rumble flashed and still died. Gumayushi killed him. Missing flashes, Missing still gonna die. He gets killed by the Jin again. Keria, Bard tunnels them over, Knight dies as well. Let's see about the next fight, because now there are going to be 0 flashes on the side of JDG. Faker, Kanavi still have theirs.
Zeus, no boots yet, no magic mantle. Working steadily towards what we assume will be a Duskblade here as he backs away. Maybe suspects the play from Kanavi. Charge forward, lock up, ulti used in the previous fight. 369 still burning him down. Zeus running for the hills, the Rumble, and the buy. Get it done on the top side. A bit of hope for JDG.
That's huge. That's very, very big for getting him back on trap. They need to get 369 a turret plate up there as well. Rift Trail dropped in the mid lane. Looks like Knight was actually the one who got to pick it up. Nice, so he's gonna be able to get the full gold on it. Didn't have to split it with Kanavi there. Isolates it a little bit more, but next Dragon coming up pretty soon as well. Only 10 seconds left on that clock. And Keria is already trying to get a little bit deeper vision for the setup.
Really big moment here. These are the types of plays that JDG need to make if they want to make sure that this goalie doesn't grow further, right? Shutting down Zeus, not allowing him to just play the isolated 1v1, because we've seen in the series against LNG where that can lead. Kanavi being very patient there, Zeus walks up and wards, gets taken out even without the ult being available for the Vi.
And reminder that when we talk about JDG, we talk about scaling graciously, being willing to lose something here or there, so when they hit 2 items, they can find the perfect angle for a fight, something they are so incredibly good at doing. That said, T1 taking control for so much of this early game, almost 2K in their favor. They're not willing to give up this Drake for free. Owner into the pit, and he will steal it right out of Kanavi's hands. Curtain call over the wall. There is nowhere there for that buy to go. Guma now on a killing spree, missing, running for his life, locked up into the wall. Equalizer used just to keep the support alive.
T1 make it look effortless there. They just come in, yoink, thank you so much for the dragon. Owner steals it away, and they also get the... Never mind, he gets a freebie back.
Staying a bit too long, stun now coming through. 369, careful not to overheat too quickly. Continuing to walk forward, making sure now he has the flame spitter to try to bring it back. Shockwave there, Carrier not quite able to connect. Maybe they have the damage. Faker's gonna be in trouble, missing now, pushing him back, trying to sacrifice. 369 burns down to the ignite of Carrier, missing, killed as well, and every play that looks like it favors JDG just turns in the favor of T1.
And it looked there like Owner had overstepped, but the rest of the team is there to backing up. Faker can't keep him alive, but can stall for reinforcements to arrive.
And the key factor here, through it all, through all of this exciting fight, is that all these kills keep going to Faker and Gumayusi, and they still have their flashes available. The T1 carries are in a huge position to carry. So 140-something HP it looked like there on the Dragon, on a Kanavi's early attempt. Owner just yoinks it, thank you very much. Then they come in. They did invest Zeus' teleport there to get down, and you see towards the end of it, you had Knight teleport up top side on the Akali to go pick up that minion wave by the top turret, which is probably what Owner was thinking when he was like, okay, fine, I guess it's okay for me to go in here. In the end, on the chase down, they still end up getting the better of it here, because with the Ignite on 369, they still get that kill, and they get the kill on the missing. So even though Owner walks into the jungle and he goes down, it's a 2-for-1 for T1.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about Jhin in general, but 303 Jhin with Swifties and a Stormrazor, I feel pretty damn good about, Kobe.
And it's about when you pick it. You know, like we said in Champ Select, there's no pure big tank on the enemy team.
Temper Fate there.
A bunch of armor.
Should be an easy follow-up. Now Carrier taking his time, waiting for the wall to try to line it up. He doesn't even need to! Zeus' damage is disgusting.
And crucial there, look at the timing on 369 flash. Just a couple of seconds later and he would have been able to flash that, would have been fine, but T1 is targeting this top side so insanely heavy, and it all comes from Carrier's Bard.
And he's not done!
Clean sidestep, nice backstep as well, Shattering Strike. Not gonna connect. Ruler able to hold on to his life, good footwork missing there to cover and clear the way, but T1, sharks in the water, waiting for a single sign of blood from JDG.
So fun to watch them play, because they, after they get the kill on top side, they immediately shift everybody up towards this mid lane. Zeus is able to get the tower by himself as they push them back. And so first tower bonus, look at that, 14.5 minutes. We've already got objective bounties popping up on the side of JDG because of the gold lead that T1 have accrued.
That is insane. And MasterCard Lane Economy Snapshot is gonna remind us just how crazy it is. That's dominance. If you didn't know what dominance looks like in a graph, that's it.
Yeah, what's that 25 then, huh?
I don't know.
What's that called?
It's kind of like a reverse middle finger is kind of what's going on here in this early game. And that said, T1, they're a team that's loved around the world, right? They're heavy favorites in the vote, but coming into this tournament, JDG felt like clear winners. Felt like probably an easy golden road given the meta, but T1, you know, a chance for redemption for a roster that's come close so many times, and they're making good on all that faith from all the fans here in Busan showing up in Game 1.
Kind of player from JDG. They know they can't contest because of the item discrepancy, so try and get maybe a kill towards the bot side of the map, maybe pick up a bounty. I think they should be able to shove in the turret here, but it is going to be the Herald going over this time around to T1, and this dragon stacking is going to become a really big part. I think the first Drake that JDG got is still something they're going to be super happy about because it denies a really early Ocean Soul, because we haven't really talked about it yet, right? But T1 in particular, if they can reach a point where players like Zeus, even with this lethality build, can just sustain for everything, it becomes really hard for JDG, because their Rumble is so far behind, to actually have the damage output until you get to way later in the game to take down T1.
One thing that's so cool about the T1 bottom lane here, and them continuing to innovate on the world's meta, is that with Jhin and Bard, you have so many pick tools for the mid stages of the game. When you get towers down so early like this, it frees up a lot of space to go in. Room for Carrier to make some picks here with the Bard ultimate, as well as Gumayusi with these Ws, trying to root up behind anything that Owner goes for. So when you're in a time window like this, where Zeus does have his teleport ready, you have to be so scared as JDG, because Zeus can just split push and then still teleport into the rest of the team towards this dragon spawn. There he comes.
Now the curtain call comes out, isolating Kanavi. Keria now on the follow, trying to take the jungler out before the dragon comes alive. Ignite already burning down, Kanavi running. Half health. If T1 want to capitalize on this window, they're going to need to fight soon.
And look at that. Zeus was able to push the wave all the way up. He teleports down to the bottom side. Now T1 have the minion wave crashing topside. They can push out mid, and they're threatening JDG on this team fight. Zeus on the flank, down bottom, in the tri-brush.
Herald already utilized. Going to create some pressure, going to break open mid lane at the very least. T1 already pulling ahead in the play. If they can get the Drake as well, it's everything. Owner waiting in the darkness. JDG, this is such a tough angle to fight from. Continuing to stay around, continuing to stick around, willing to give up so many resources. The crash in mid lane already happened from the Herald. The tower slowly but surely crashing. Or rather breaking down now as Dragon still aggroed here. Keria playing on the edge. Ruler going through the portal. Feathers fly, but to little effect as JDG just have to run the pullback over the wall. Now they're just trying to isolate and take out Zeus. Big gold influx for the side of JDG. Can they take the fall fight? Already the equalizer burned. Keria running through the magical journey. Everybody trying to get out, but Owner will be denied. Owner cannot find the escape, but it doesn't matter because T1 are there in time. Missing, trying to fire back. Gumayushi out of ammo, desperately trying to reload, but here comes the kunai. Here comes Knight, the flash away to safety. 3 shots left in the barrel. Manages to lock him down, playing on the edge, missing. Has he stabbed
Faker's coming!
Far. Faker on the flank. No shockwave. A lot of help. Has to play careful here. Knight, no ultimate. Needs to make his way out of this one. The lockup there from Guma from so far away. Owner coming in, the pullback on a missing, trying not to stick around for too long. One taken down already. Knight now going in, trying to turn it back. Guma says not today.
Guma puts it right between his eyes as Knight goes for the kill. But Faker did so much work in this. He's able to get back to the tri-brush. His shockwave buys them the space, and then he chases down the extra kill.
And for a moment, it looks like what I can only imagine must have been a mistake with Ruler taking the gate there. JDG is almost able to take him around by immediately collapsing onto Zeus. Even with him investing his flash, he ends up going down, and that's a lot of gold for T1, gone right from the get-go.
And that is the Akali ultimate, it is the Vi ultimate, and it's a bunch of tower dive damage. So then when Faker is able to teleport down and reposition here by the tri-brush as well, his shockwave splits them, and then look, he just runs down Ruler while Knight and Missing are trying to chase Gumayushi. But Gumayushi, critical flash right there. He dodges the E from Knight. That is lethal. He's able to avoid this, and then Faker's able to chase them down. The W coming through from the Jhin as well to root up Knight. And that's all she wrote. Owner poking around. He knows all he has to worry about is the Akali damage. They kill off the Alistar first. Even with that E landing, Guma takes him down.
4 shot in the dancing grenade to finish the job. Close fight at the end of the day. We saw in the picture-in-picture as well. Ocean Drake does get picked up.
Exactly, and what is that going to do for the game plan for this team? We saw before the Dragon even went down, the mid tower's down. All the goals that T1 wanted with this composition have been accomplished. They're opening up the map. They've taken away the Dragon stacking possibilities from JDG, and they have the gold lead to snowball with. So now without these outer towers in mid and top here, T1 are going to continue to look for picks.
Owner pushed back, contesting a bit of vision here as Guma tries to get mid priority. You can see Faker opting for a defensive build in the Akali. Knows that if he wants to go onto that side lane, he needs something like a Banshees to make sure he does not get picked off. Diligence in the itemization of T1. Locket as well coming out for Keria, just to make sure that it's that much harder to burst through Gumayushi. And with JDG so far behind in so many positions, they might just not have enough damage to finish off these priority targets. Keria going in. Lineup not quite there, but the captive audience now coming through. Missing, trying to back up. Shockwave pulling back just to kill the Alistar, but they get the tier 2 as well.
The range on this composition, baby. Look at those picks for T1. The cow is down, and they're going to get a free bottom tower. Look at the mini-map. Zeus, free to split push to his heart's content. The last outer tower. The defense is here for JDG, crumbling.
Keria, perfect predict on the Shuriken flip means the lockup is there on the Knight. He goes into the Shroud. Kanavi ready to give his life to protect his mid laner. They're now going into the back line straight onto Guma. Locked up with a Temper Flame, doesn't quite connect to the Jhin. Burns to the ground. JDG trying to hold on to hope, but here is Zeus. Here's the top laner right as they need him to crash down. The pull back on the Infernal Chains.
Ruler.
Missing goes in, but he cannot find the edge. Ruler still stands, but he doesn't have the angle to attack. He doesn't have the angle into the fight. The Shroud will take Knight out to safety, and T1 stands strong despite the kill on the Guma.
As long as T1 doesn't get anything, though, you'll take that as JDG. That is a big shutdown going over. Guma actually going down there. means that at the very least some gold will go into the pockets. But you gotta imagine, as soon as the Baron is going to get started by T1, their take isn't amazing, but that has to be the next objective.
Area there, knows Knight's gonna go for the E on his tumble backwards, stuns him up, hits him. But here's a look at the encounter. It is so beautiful. Kanavi locking Guma up, and then they get the root from Ruler. He doesn't even get to move, and Guma Yushi is dead.
Yeah, if Guma gets caught in the Bard Earl there, then he actually survives, right? It is the fact that he just barely, I think, got knocked out of it there at the end. And as a result, ends up going down. T1 tries to get more extra kills, but won't find it. But this is the real test for JDG. Even with the deficit, can they maybe find a big wombo combo on top of a Rumble ultimate when T1 goes for Nash?
And a test for T1 to make sure that they can take this Baron cleanly or continue to push their advantage forward. So many teams, this is where it all gets thrown away around this massive objective. JDG, though, continuing to just fish for picks on the side lane, not eager to force the 5v5. The deficit they're at, it makes a lot of sense. 7K gold advantage for the side of T1.
People usually, as we have Owner getting into some dangerous territory here.
They'll walk away.
Rumble's recalling right now, and Rumble doesn't have teleport. He's Ignite Rumble, so there's no way they actually try and fight it. All right, JDG, they want to defend their vision, but they have to choose their moment. They're so far behind that now if they lose another fight, then that will be Baron, and that will be the end of the game. That will be all that T1 need to end it.
Big thing here, though, is that that ward isn't spotted by the control ward. So there is 100% knowledge for JDG whether or not T1 has actually started up the Baron. Oh, JDG can just sit there, bide their time.
Missing walks forward, immediately forced to break the Unbreakable Will, or to pop the Unbreakable Will.
That was an immediate cost to curse. Sorry for your flash missing.
To be fair, he knew they at least weren't on Baron, even if he wasn't sure of anything else. T1 have started this one. Guma in the area. Again, a slower Baron normally, but they're so far ahead with the Jin that it might not matter. TP from the Akali. Knight in the area now. T1 maybe just going to fish for the pick here. Already got one advantage. Tempered Fate onto Kanavi is big. The lineup is there. Zeus immediately going to look to knock him down. Can they find it? Kanavi now going right back into Zeus. Owner in the area. Getting damage coming in for the Darkened Blade. Missing on the backside, trying to buy some space. With a shockwave, it's clean. And in comes the curtain call. It is Zeus wreaking havoc on all of JDG to finish the fight. T1 looking to break over the base of JDG.
That's a clean ace. That's got to be the game. I think they can push for the end.
Halt construction on the Golden Road immediately. T1 have something to say about it.
From start to finish, they have been in the driver's seat from the creative pathing in the early game of Owner to shut down 3-6-9. T1 have their eyes on the prize, and the prize alone. A spot in the finals, or at least one game closer. T1 showing up massive in this first game. Missing and Kanavi should not be enough. The Nexus lower and lower. T1 drawing first blood in this series.
Well. Blue side, game one, quite the flex here from T1. Pulling out the Jin Bard, snowballing incredibly effectively. And I still have to remember how this game first started, with Owner getting a really good Raptor steal into Red steal into Krugs, level 3, ganking on the Rumble from behind. And that changed the whole story of how this top lane is going to go. Zeus is then able to follow it up with a solo kill, and T1 snowballed victory.
And I have two questions. What is going to happen to Rumble? The pick away didn't work, and what side is JDG going to pick?
Damn good questions. Let's see if the analyst desk has any answers for us as we send it over for the post-game breakdown.
Well, I think they have a lot of grievances about this game if you look at it from JDG. T1 taking just a brick out of that Golden Road for now and saying not so fast JDG, but in terms of kind of the opening game that LCK fans will have wished for, this was phenomenal out of T1.
I mean, this was crazy, and the arena was just erupting every single little play. They kill a ward, they're going crazy. Woo! They get a bar Q, they're going crazy. And when they started rolling, this place was going nuts. I mean, when you were tossing to the game start, the camera was literally shaking on the ground because it was so loud in here.
I mean, it wasn't even close. I mean, the T1 fans had a lot to celebrate over the course of that game. The early game, they snowballed that top lane super effectively. They took over in the team fights. This felt super T1 heavy, and I know we wanted to take a deeper dive into that initial play.
Yeah, so earlier on the analyst desk, when we started off, I talked about how Owner and T1 had a really good understanding of how they wanted to play out their drafts from level 1s, right? Well, guess what? We got another one, so I'm going to go back to the Telestrator. Hope it doesn't troll me this time. And the big thing here you can see is that we talked about, then they brought it up on cast, this Aatrox versus Rumble matchup. So they really, really want to put the Rumble behind, right? So the way they do this is that first they're going to come in, they're going to set up Vision in here, right at red, and then they're going to do almost a little delayed invade onto the Raptors. So Owner is going to come in, he's going to go Raptors to red to Krugs, and then immediately into a topside gank for Zeus. And this sets up what was actually an incredibly rough topside for 369, because Zeus after this then gets a solo kill, I believe, at about like 6 minutes. And this Aatrox was just massive in the rest of the game.
And it was because the XP advantage that he got off of that. He hit 6 first, the Rumble wasn't 6, dies there with no TP. It's so rough. And we talked about how T1, you at the top of the day did your Telestrator of how T1 sets up these level 1s. And I do think JDG coming into game 2 need to take a more defensive approach on their level 1s, do line of scrimmage setup, cross the map, have defensive wards, just try to play a game from equity at level 1.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you had that Rumble then fall behind, and even the decision making, I think Kobe called it out in the cast to go for the early Oblivion Orb, meant that your Rumble didn't have enough, and then when we got to these fights, that they weren't actually able to really do particularly much. And I'm curious as to why JDG honestly decided to contest a lot of these fights, because it really felt like they were already behind. Why not cross map instead of just giving more gold to T1?
I felt like JDG's read was that it doesn't get better for them, because they're always going to lose the side lane when they're down a TP and they have the Rumble behind. So I think their read was, we know we're losing. This may be a 10% chance, but that's better than playing the game slow.
I will say, I can understand where that's coming from, but like when we get to this like third fight at the fight at the third dragon, that was a fight that JDG could have won, right? And I think it's about picking your battles. There's throwing everything in the kitchen sink at what could be a potentially Hail Mary play, but if you can take a 70-30 versus a 90-10, what's the point in not going for the more optimal play, right? And especially when we look at what JDG been so good at doing, it has been finding their moments. This isn't what JDG do.
No, and I see that you're frustrated, right? Because we want this to be both teams playing at the peak of their potential. But we know that T1, when they do get an early lead, you know, it's been their bread and butter. They are so good at transitioning that into a bigger lead, and they were given all the tools by JDG here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is that if we're discussing what JDG did wrong in this game, it's that they really could have, and you see from some of these fights later on where it's like, oh, okay, if the money was a little bit more even, if this game was a little bit more even, JDG can take some of these fights. So in contesting a lot of these early objectives the way that they did, they actually ended up donating enough money to T1 that T1 are like, okay, we can go to every single objective, you have to contest us, and we will win.
Yes, and they did very convincingly in game 1. We won't have the side selection in time, but I do want to talk about it. Yesterday, Blue won all 5 games, but in this, I feel like in watching this first game, you know, we talked so much about T1's meta read and all that, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary that made the advantages happen for T1.
No, it didn't. I mean, it was standard play, but I will say the Bard and the Jhin both worked out really well for them, so still playing that range support bot, but a lot of this game was just straight up Zeus, you know, playing really well with Owner, and Zeus just has been on a different level than most of the other top laners in this tournament. Coming into it, I expected Bin and 369 to be among the top, to be among the best, and they just have not played to their regular level.
They really haven't, and I think that's where I think Zeus has really shown is that we literally saw this matchup yesterday where people were like, oh, why are you picking the Aatrox into Rumble? It doesn't work out. Well, Zeus has just shown what you can do when you get that opportunity.
It does when you get an early gank topside.
Exactly.
And then just
JDG
run away
blue
with it.
side, by the way.
I will say, though, this is where I think T1 really can get an advantage, because I think they are the best red side team remaining in the tournament. You're going to give them over to red side. You have to take blue, but maybe T1 just wins red anyway.
Yeah, let's see if JDG has something else in the tank. I believe so. We're not going to write them off that easily, but it is T1 that strike first here in Busan. We'll be right back.
Doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to contest this.
Taylor's going for the solo ball, and he just gets the kill! Maya's going in, but it might just be too little too late. Night. CV to the back of the fight. Zeus ticking, burning, but the shutdown is 969. But now they're just fish caught in the barrel with his way out of this one. The lock up there from Guma from so far away. Owner coming in, the pullback on a Mystic, trying not to stick around for too long. One taken down already. Knight now going in, trying to turn it back. Guma says not today.
What's your play?
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
somebody for my life. Make love with me, ecstasy. Tango and dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, not to run away. Senses tired and lost. Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Tango and dance for me, dance for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away.
Welcome back to the caster desk for Game 2 between JDG and T1. T1 off to an incredibly dominant start. The things that allowed them to be successful in quarterfinals, those bot lane picks leading to priority, really paying off here in the first game. We'll see if it works out in the second game. The number one question on our minds is how do JDG recover? What do they want to focus on? As the loser, they have the luxury of side selection, and we'll see how they adapt coming into this game 2.
And I'd argue it's also been one of the biggest strengths of this team throughout the year, how well they are able to adapt within a series. This is a team that has so many different playstyles available to them. Although I do think that you're not going to be able to find a way around banning Rumble. I feel like that at this point just has to be done because, as we clearly saw, can't give it to Zeus. 369 picking it also is not a solution. So I imagine that is going to be pivot number 1, and then pivot number 2 is ensure that T1 aren't able to snowball every lane to the degree they did in the last game.
And pay attention to your level 1s and defending your jungle and looking for these invades and tracking Owner here. Really has been a big difference maker. This year for T1, Owner was not a star. Owner was one of the most criticized members of the entire team. And yet, in the last few series,
100%.
He has been so much better for them in the last couple of series here at World.
And a player who continues to surpass our expectations, Chroniclers U, talking about can he play more than Jarvan? And ever since then, he's been pulling out new picks. Yes, it's mostly Rel. We'll see what he wants to go for this time around and how Navi can fire back, because it was a surprisingly quiet game from him. Obviously was shut down in the jungle in the early game, but all of JDG, I think, hoping for a clean refresh after that pretty crushing game 1.
And I'd imagine that they might want to be pivoting and putting him on something like the Wukong. Obviously, the Orianna is a no-brainer, particularly with the Akali ban already there. But on red side, I think the likelihood of T1 trying to go for some insane 2v2 focused bot lane with an AD carry support skyrockets. So picking up a Wukong in your second or third rotation could be a good way to kind of preemptively weaken that, but also allowing Kanavi to get the type of pick that he shines on.
Are they going to go, so Kalista plus Renata is available, and they go for the double poke lane. With the Ashe not being banned, Caitlyn Ashe here, so much poke power, so much pushing power for bottom lane. I want to see if they try and attempt to still pick the short range Kalista Renata into it and try and get some ganks off, try and get some pressure there, or opt to also go with a double poke.
And I want to reiterate, Ruler's Kalista was banned for years in the LCK. It didn't matter whether the champion was meta.
Baby.
He was just not allowed to play it. And he even faced into a counter matchup on the Ashe, which obviously has a really good matchup into this, still going to trust himself, trust his mechanics, trust his lane partner to try and get a lead there.
And I think the sad thing for Ruler is if you look at the previous game, it wasn't really about his proficiency in the 2v2. He had no lane prio, trapped under his tower, couldn't find an angle into a fight. And it's a similar story for Missing on the Alistar. A lot of these aggressive engages just not paying off. So see if this will be a different story with the Kalista, with the comfort pick, with almost a signature pick. Backing him up here. The Vi now coming out as well. Again, safe, pretty standard jungle pick, but T1 opting to mismatch here. Not going to pick a jungler. Will lock in the Azir for Faker. See what they end up getting for Owner as we get later in the draft, and what JDG can secure for Missing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I kind of actually like JDG jumping on the Vi pick here to combine with the Orianna ball for the delivery system back to the double low mobility AD carries to the side of T1. But it does mean you're going to drop your support pick here, and you guys are talking about Missing. He's going to receive several extra bans here. The Nautilus right off the top of it here. They're trying to take away more of that hard engage to protect their backline.
And Gwen here signals maybe a Cassante for 369. He really struggled in the previous game. can also look towards the Ornn, because I do think that that is one of the tools that can really frustrate these low mobility but really high power bot lane carries for Gumusha and Keria. Blitzcrank also taken away shouldn't be a surprise, given that neither of them really have a good way of dealing with it. And you can snowball the lane very early on if you land some key hooks.
What is the blind pick here for T1? Presumably just jungle. Save counter pick for Zeus on the top side of the map. Really taking their time. Again, champion pool was a question for Owner, but he's shown that it goes pretty deep these days.
Yeah, they could do. There's so much up. The Maokai is up. The Sejuani is up.
Oh yeah, just that incredibly high priority champion we've seen the entire tournament. Yeah, it will be the Maokai locked in, combined with the Hawk Shot, combined with the Yordle Snap Traps. It is going to be impossible for JDG.
That means they might do Zeus with an AD top laner there, like Jace or something like that even. It is early into the Cassante though, so Jack's angle available.
Senna.
The Senna plus Kalista lane here to try and deal with the poke Ashe Kate.
And I think a lot of the reason that we've seen Senna be successful in this tournament is because she goes into relatively low-range opponents. Things like the Kai'Sarel. Both Ashe and Caitlyn have good tools to contest Senna's soul stacking in the early lane phase, but have to hope that JDG have something special prepared here.
Aatrox seems to be the no-brainer here. Zeus, I'm sure, is going to go lethality, even facing Cassante. But I think the main thing with Senna and Kalista is that their level 1 is absolutely nuts. And I'd expect this to go back to what we saw in the LCK in spring countless times, where literally it just, you heal level 1, you just fight to the death, fight over control of the wave, because whichever of these two lanes gets ahead is going to have a really easy time to, from then on, keep their opponents on the back foot.
I'm excited for this one. Keria is the master of these double AD bottom lanes, so this is going to be a fist fight down there.
And with T1 one game ahead, now on red side, we know what JDG is likely to pick in the next game as well, pushing T1 back there. You have to hope, if you're a JDG fan, that JDG can show us more, that they can match more, because if T1 find the same advantage that they did against LNG with these incredibly aggressive bottom lanes, as a blind pick this time around, that is a big red flag as we get deeper into the series.
And this JDG comp does need to stack those dragons to be able to get that win con there for them. Make use of the rend to secure it. Oh my goodness, so much pressure here on.
And talk about pressure, 369 needs to have a better game on the Cassante. This is something that obviously we talk so much about, the journey of this player, going from someone that could only play carries to someone that, and we saw this both domestically and at MSI, is the best tank player in the world, right? The way he's able to create...
I love how Zeus is like making you question it now. I mean, like, wait a second, a couple of series here.
I mean, 369, I don't think has had the best tournament thus far, right? So I think it isn't unreasonable. Having a big Cassante game here, though, is going to be pivotal, and I'd expect him to bounce back the way that JDG have done countless times throughout this year.
We'll see if he can do it, but in the meantime, his team's set up their level 1s. Remember that you can log into your Riot account on LoLEsports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons. There it is. Bam, LoLEsports.com. Get those drops, folks.
And let me remind you, this JDG team, even though they got blasted in game number 1, this is the quintessential super team. When they added Knight and Ruler to this squad, two of the best carries in the entire world here, their goal was to complete this golden row from the very beginning. This is constructed, this team is constructed to win the entire thing, and they've done so much work to get to this point. T1 though, Faker said, all roads lead to him trying to stand between them and that huge achievement. Keria on the level 1 is going to lead the way with the Ashe.
Sting taking so much damage, but now continuing to free fire to Keria. Keria has to be careful. Will he be forced to flash over the wall? For now, standing strong. 369 on the backside, has popped the Ghost. 1 Q stack going, but he can't really find an angle in. Has to be careful. Third stack missing incredibly low. Q through the creeps, trying to pick up some souls. Owner getting lower and lower. 369 for Zeus up to the side, but Owner getting burned down. Owner level 2, he flashes in. They get first blood. It's traded back. Knight running for his life now. 2 kills to the side of T1.
And T1 win the World Championship. ARAM! Whoa! The level 1 ARAM goes 2-1 in the face. favor of T1 securing first blood.
We already had the Scrim World Championships. Now we have the Air World Championships
to be
as
fair,
well.
it is a RAR. It is all random, all Raptors, not mid. Kobe, just technically, just to be fair.
And the funniest part is, it is the Raptors that actually solidifies it, because the moment that Owner hits 2, T1 feels the confidence. And I understand that JDG feel confident to take this, because again, I think Kalista and Senna in these level 1 skirmishes are incredible, but T1 is so ready, and the fact that they're able to secure the Raptors ends up being really big.
And look at all these extra autos from Guma and Keria. They're just poking them down. Missing gets
It's the range.
Chunked fully out by the double range bottom lane to double AD carry. And then Owner says, you know what? We're going in for this. He all-ins, goes for the flash W. They get the first blood plus the extra one.
And Missing dying there with his flash up as well is really painful, because that is so much gold going over very early on to Guma's Caitlyn and providing T1 with the early lead that they're looking for in this lane.
Also, Knight blowing his flash here in mid lane for the Orianna might be painful. Faker's gone for the Hail of Blades. This has been a rune choice that actually hasn't won that many games, technically. Faker was actually the guy that did win the game with Hail of Blades. But it does also put out more pressure early on in the lane phase than the Conqueror style. And now with Knight also not having flash, maybe there are some Owner angers here for the Maokai, setting up the saplings around mid lane for Faker to really play aggressively into Knight.
For now, 369 on the top side of the map. Knowing he's relatively safe to do this, as Kanavi is shadowing him in the river. Can just clear out that wave, stay out of the individual 1v1 with Zeus. Owner moving in, laying down a little bit of vision here, going to contest this red. Remember, because he got that level 2, because he got that first camp, he really wasn't hampered at all from that level 1.
Oh, is it going to time out? No, will spot him. And there is double prio here for T1.
Smite.
Walking away, 700 health going in, not quite able to get it!
Owner.
Kanavi.
Early smite, Owner. Early smite there. Kanavi very happy to be able to grab that one back.
That's really big. A lot of time invested there for Owner without any real payoff. And 369 sees the enemy jungler, is like, hey, I can proxy another wave with no problem, ensuring that he is able to maintain this early CS lead he's built up over Zeus.
We got the ARAM championships, we got Farming Simulator on the top side. This game has it all. Now we got a Maokai gank in the bot lane. Ruler has to be careful, just barely gets around the trap, but Owner stepping forward. The cleanse isn't going to be enough. Walking in, one more auto, they can't wait, another flash in! Keria seals the deal! Missing, trying to fire back with Keria! Blinking! Kanavi looking for one.
That's
Bam!
one!
Knocked down! We've seen the scene in Arcane, you know exactly how this goes. Flash in, hits him with the fisticuffs, double kill. Going over to Kanavi.
Really good timing there for Kanavi to go back in. He waits out the barrier from Keria, then flashes in, gets the extra kill. Kanavi pulling this one back for JDG.
And that's the gold lead for T1 now evaporated thanks to that timing from Kanavi.
Is really critical for Kanavi trying to save the game plan here for JDG, because that would have been devastating if Ruler went down, both summoner spells blown by Ruler as well, without any repercussions there. It would have greatly diminished the chances they could actually stack their dragons.
On the flip side though, Gumayushi actually was able to pick up so much more CS and maintained his summoners. Did not have to flash here, as we take another look at that play.
Okay, so Owner trying to chase them, past the trap here, goes in, he gets the cleanse out first, and then Keria waits for his timer, flashes forward to get the extra kill, but Kanavi, we know, coming around the outside, and he picks up the first one on Owner really nicely, then waits patiently, wards in the brush even though there is a control ward there, flashes in as soon as the barrier's over to get number 2.
Missing flashing in the backside there just to be careful. Ultimately, it's just kind of a mess on the bottom side. With some good kills traded back and forth there. Zeus level 6, but at a man disadvantage, we'll make it back. Dark Blade just locking down Kanavi briefly as Zeus will just return to the top side. Already 369 picking up some Thorn Mail. Bramble Vest, Red.
It's like, it feels like the first moment that we've had in this game where there is nothing happening, where we have a little bit of downtime. I don't know how long it's going to last, because Owner is already wrapping around. Does get spotted in a second here by Ruler, but
there's no downtime. There is only fighting. Owner on the bottom side of the rift. Keria will back away. Just fighting to gain control of the lane. They've got no jungler in the area, but Missing just going to do what he can to clear out the saplings and try to protect the control ward. Will get taken away here.
And you can tell, they had no idea where Kanavi was, because that Ashe Hawk shot went to go over their own Raptors and Krugs, to see if Kanavi was counter jungling at the time, but Kanavi was on his way down towards that fight, down towards the bottom side, so Owner has to get out of there. They were very unsure and definitely respecting this 2-kill Vi now.
And after game number 1, where JDG was really put too far behind for them to showcase their team fighting, this game looking a whole lot different, right? Actually staying on even gold here early on in the game, and it's not like that top side isn't gonna be a menace when it comes to team fights.
Kanavi on the way out, Missing getting slowed up. First the Black Mist coming through just to make sure he can get out to safety. I think it's an excellent point. Kanavi especially against a Hawk Shot, against the Maokai Sapling, still able to find those kills on the bottom side. Is a big credit to him because it could be so tricky to remain undetected in the jungle against a composition like this. Level 6 though, taking over for Guma.
Yeah. While there are so many stars on JDG, Kanavi's been the one on the team for the longest with his 4-year tenure here and is going to be a key component this time around, especially those junglers looking for their level 6s.
Oh, 369. Doesn't quite have the angle to get the pull back there. All right, walking up and grabbing the honey fruit. Will be spotted on the vision. But just there for a little bit of extra laning sustain, as 369 is going to do his best to pick up these creeps. Has the biscuit, so no concerns on the mana front. And I think the Kanavi angle is something that people have to appreciate and respect, because this is a guy that after his time in Griffin, it was kind of a question mark as to where his career was going to go. And those initial years on JDG weren't nearly as glamorous as this one has been. So the fact that he is stuck with this team through thick and thin, that the organization is stuck with him to reach this point against T1 is a testament to the tenacity of that player.
There is also just, even when JDG wasn't nearly as successful as they have been throughout this year, already so much talk amongst a lot of LCK junglers as well about the creativity. A lot of early meta developments were spearheaded by this player. And he is the one with the most gold on JDG right now. And we'll see what impact he can have in the skirmishes, because the follow-up CC on JDG is, I think, a really big part of how they want to play out these early skirmishes.
All right, Owner should get level 6 off these Wolves, I think, for the Maokai. And Kanavi's already starting up Rift Herald, so it should be a Dragon trade for the Rift Herald. I don't think T1 want to fight anything up on the top side of the map, and they'll be happy actually to trade these objectives. But that does mean JDG will have the extra pushing power and try and snowball here. Big gold injection from this Rift Herald, and already to a very rich Vi. They're going to have to make a very big Vi ultimate plus shockwave play to make this worthwhile.
Also do note, and this is something in the last game Zeus got away with, because Kawan, he was mega fed as old. The gank
from 369, pushing for a bit more, but nothing going to come from it. Just an ult for ult trade. Vi stepping up, Kanavi ready to go. Just baiting out the Darkened Blade, however, Zeus to clear the wave and should be fine.
But as I was saying earlier, the fact that Zeus is going for this full lethality build, as Owner does get spotted, there is almost teleport available for Knight, so we'll see if a response is available here. Kanavi also making his way over. Just the fact that in the 1v1, Zeus is going to have so much less pressure than he did in the last game. It's going to force T1 to meet JDG in straight-up team fights.
Biggest power spike on the whole map right now, though, is Kanavi finishing Divine Sunder. With his 2 early kills and his Rift Herald gold and Vi ultimate ready, the power is in his hands here to turn the tides for JDG.
Zeus waiting till the last second to cancel the back. Does it now. Unstoppable from Cassandre. Still gets pulled back. Not going to cost 369 much of anything, just delaying the recall. Trying to mess up the timings here. From the side of JDG, good news for T1 is that while it's not as dominant, Guma and Carrier have been able to grab a couple plates on the bottom side, the power of this pushing bottom lane. It will get harder, though, as we get later into the game, missing 38 souls. Every 20 souls, he's been getting 15 AD, 20 range, 10% crit chance. So despite the fact that he has almost no gold income as a support, Senna will become a threat eventually.
Outside of specifically the Ashe, though, and even Ashe obviously has a lot of value, but I do think she falls off as we get toward the late game. Oh,
arrow?
Nice back cancel there. Thank you for that, Carrier. The rest of T1 still is a really big late game menace, but you are meeting JDG in their biggest comfort zone, which is going to be the team fights. We'll see if T1 is actually able to stack up the early Drakes here with Mountain and Hextech already out of the pool. We'll see what ends up being the soul, because if JDG is able to snowball with the use of that Herald, might be tough for T1 to find a similar grasp of control as they did in the last game.
And that recall interrupt is actually really big for T1. It's going to allow Guma to get at least 1 turret plate here with Carrier helping him push. Maybe they go for 2. Maokai on the way as well.
Cleanse up and available for Ruler. Missing has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Faker in the area as well. The flash, potential to make some plays, but the response, Herald being dropped in the mid lane, at least 2 plates for Knight. If they want to commit, instead they're moving down into the river to maybe try to leverage the power of Kanavi here. Again, power spike's pretty limited. Obviously stronger than the Righteous Glory. Flash out from Kanavi. Traded for the ultimate of Faker. Overall, very positive trade for T1 coming to the next fight.
All right, let's see if that does get punished. There's a slight bounty. The only bounty in the game is on Kanavi's head, so no flash. Slightly higher chance here for T1 to collect it. But the mid turret plates kind of making up for the bottom side push there that T1 got. So JDG getting some money happily over there into the hands of Knight. The Orianna Shockwave in their hands this time around. See what they can do with it, because Kanavi's going to help him get another turret plate.
Alting, no one there to body block for Missing. That could be disastrous. Keria behind, Zeus behind as well. Kanavi going to be in trouble. Ruler now trying to run for his life, kiting this one out. Zeus keeping his eyes on the Callistas. Kanavi in the backside will find one. Knight with the Shockwave, at least managing to lock down the trade kill.
This is huge for JDG. They did not teleport 369 in. That is a teleport cooldown for Zeus and a 1-for-1 with both junglers going down. 369 gets to stay topside and get turret plate money.
Not only that, the shutdown went to Keria. You'd really much rather have that on Faker or Gumayushi, but instead, JDG able to trade 1-for-1, killed the shutdown rather, doesn't even go to the ideal target for T1, and they're able to get plates towards the top side for 369 just before they fall off.
Patience from Zeus there on the return to lane. 369 waiting in the darkness, hoping to get more out of that trade. But we can take a look at how this play starts out. The aggressive use of the ultimate from Owner.
Yeah, they use the Maokai ult to lock them up. Zeus with the teleport down, and then they go for it. But look how they're able to focus down Owner on the other side. As a nice dodge there on the Ashe arrow. Goes 1-for-1, and with the extra rend, slow down here, they're able to kite away, keep T1 without getting too much damage dealt to themselves here on the side of JDG, and that means we're going to get some extra power spikes coming in as well. Knight very happily finishing up his Ludens, as is Faker.
Now, the one advantage that T1 was able to get is that summoners are now down on Ruler and Missing. Ruler still has his cleanse, but outside of that, does need to play a lot safer, and I think T1 are going to try and leverage that into getting the second dragon here. We'll see if JDG have a response, because do not forget, if Zeus answers towards top, 369 can TP, but if Zeus doesn't answer, 369 might just be able to get a turret and further build the gold lead for JDG.
You can take a look at the MasterCard lane economy. It's the mid jungle for JDG versus the bot lane of T1 when it comes to relative leads, but T1 control mid prio, which means they control setup on the Drake, and it looks like JDG are going to respect that. Not looking to contest this one whatsoever. Do not have the vision, do not have the members in position. It will be a trade of the top lane tier 1 for the second Drake of the game to T1. Infernal Rift coming through.
Yeah, the top lane bar going to go a little bit further in the favor of 369 after that one, but it's not going to change too much how they want to play their team comp here. JDG actually have a trailing play in the works here with Kanavi coming down to look to pressure Faker off.
Kanavi is so damn strong. The Maokai ult not going to be effective because it's just not soon enough. Flash out from Faker is clean though. Knight takes at least one tower shot. The pushback Faker trying to make it out, and he will survive. JDG walking away empty-handed. No real wave to play around on that bot lane tower for now.
We'll be able to, I think, at least get some damage down on the turret. Do get Faker's flash, but he does get away with his life. We'll see if T1 is able to find a counterpunch or if that is just gonna be it. 369 continuing to shove as well. Should be able to get a lot of damage down towards this turret. And now Herald being started up by T1. This is looking to be their answer, but 369, he is getting more and more gold.
He gets top tower, he gets bottom tower. Clearly after last game, JDG putting more effort into getting resources into the back pocket of 369. Staying even in CS, but getting so many plates, getting so much gold overall. Finishing his mythic item as well. T1 uncontested again. They took Drake. They've now taken the second Herald. It's been a smooth game so far in terms of objective control.
And the big thing here for me is that it's Infernal right? It's Infernal Soul here, and T1 are up on Drakes, but they are falling further and further behind in gold. Faker doesn't have Flash or his ultimate available.
It means there's a huge importance on getting your vision control leading up to the Dragons, and whoever's going to be able to get there first. Because Gumayushi, with the Caitlyn traps here, trying to get to Dragon first and cut off one of those angles, line up the traps, make it so much more difficult for this hard engaged comp of JDG that's much shorter range to actually close that range and get their engage. T1 definitely, a lot of the prep work will really benefit them around the Dragon setup, but JDG, they've got a lot of angles to be able to force with.
Arrow going between the goalposts there. Not going to quite find the angle. Carrier clearing out as much vision as he can with the Umbral Glaive. Umbral Glaive versus Umbral Glaive. Vision denial, very easy for both sides of this game, but T1 just keeping the sieging pressure in their favor.
369's on the way, long flank.
Very long flank. T1 now going to need to start backing up. Owner stepping forward, using the ultimate. Maybe hoping to just generate space for the rest of the team, as Missing's going to pick up more and more souls, but the mid lane tower still standing for JDG. Both sides seemingly gearing up for a fight. Kanavi getting lower and lower. Ace in the hole will connect. Missing, or Kanavi rather, going to need to back soon. Not really a lot to play for in the mid lane, to be fair. Both teams seemingly just grouping up, ready for the potential of a fight. Zeus in the side lane, clearing out here in T1, trying to push their vision line forward. And you highlighted it, Kobe. Both sides want vision control, but T1 get it so much more easily with the Ashe, with the Maokai saplings.
Exactly. That setup does so much. When every brush has a sapling in it, and then every piece of land that's not a brush has a Caitlyn trap on it,
yeah,
it becomes very annoying to navigate.
Something we haven't talked about as much yet, we are starting to kind of see here, is that Owner is Maokai historically just hasn't been that good, sitting on like a 42% win rate over the year, and particularly at the start of the year where the Maokai Sejuani trait was basically every single jungle matchup. Owner Sejuani, great, able to play that very consistently, particularly when he can sync up with his top side, but his Maokai hasn't been super impressive, and I think that is going to be a lot of the team fighting power for T1, as the arrow again doesn't find anyone as Owner.
Gonna dodge the abilities there, uses the phase rush to make it out to safety. Vault Breaker doesn't connect. T1 holding on for now, but JDG just fighting, just poking their heads into the enemy jungle. We'll see the sapling in the brush there as Faker returns to the top side just to clear out and keep pressure in the favor of T1.
Yeah, as far as the Maokai does go, I actually do really like the full tank phase rush style Maokai, since they do have an Azir on their team already. Don't need the extra AP damage from a Demonic. He might have a hard time here working his way through all these JDG members in the brush, though, lying in wait, just trying to catch any T1 member who gets close to this Dragon setup. Because JDG know that is a #1 goal for them, trying to keep T1 out of that setup.
Certainly is. The other big thing to keep your eye on is item spikes. One item and some change for just about everybody on the Rift. See if anyone can hit their second item before we get into this third Drake. Baron on the table in 30 seconds, but I can't imagine either side will rush it. Instead, the Infernal, the center of attention, nearly perfectly synced timers on the major objectives.
And it doesn't look like we're going to see any other major item finishes. Ruler backed, but just a pickaxe and a longsword. Guma also just shy of his second item. And right now, T1 are moving into the river. The vision control still not too bad here for JDG. We'll see 369 also on a possible flank angle.
Ace in the hole used early just to chunk out Knight. And again, this is the struggle of the JDG lineup, is how do you gain control? No vision control, traps blocking one entrance, only one entrance left, meaning Owner has perfect setup for an ulti to kick this fight off. Arrow gonna connect first. Kanavi now locked up, brings it back into the rest of the team. Owner in the midst of everybody, and Zeus now on the way in. Kanavi still standing for now. Ruler pulling back his support, and now JDG looks to turn. Unstoppable is 369. They know that they've gotten what they came for. JDG now backing off. Do not want to overextend in the play.
This is huge. The entire front line from T1 has been deleted. JDG, what a successful turnaround in that fight.
It's Kanavi with the in-the-moment decision to turn around on Owner, and with the cooldowns down, no front line available, T1 isn't going to be able to get themselves to a soul point for this Infernal Soul, and JDG take control.
TP back in means first tower, or tower in the mid lane in favor of JDG, as well as the Infernal Drake. Faker going to be forced to run. And again, JDG, a massive threat. The later you get in the game, the more clean this team feels, and they're proving it again here on the back of the play from Kanavi.
I have to feel like that was a bit of a blunder from T1 frontline, just charging in instead of trying to play off of their extra range, their saplings, their traps, their poke. As soon as they get this Ash Arrow in the Tri-Brush, they've got the pop, and they go for it. Owner all-ins, and then they flash him back deeper into the team, and then Vi ultimate keeps Owner here just long enough, so even as he flashes, they're able to get the kill as Ruler is able to rend him down.
And particularly against the Orianna, you can't try and fight through that, right? Not even 369 joined the fight. At that point, I think it was already mostly over, but just the threat of that Orianna ultimate should be enough to dissuade T1. They try to bite off way more knowing how important this dragon is and end up paying for it dearly.
And you talk about the Sejuani for Owner being the superior choice from over the Maokai, and the big difference between these champions is oftentimes Maokai's engage tools are much better reactively than they are proactively. You saw it there. Yes, you hit so many people with the ultimate, but it's a very short root duration when you're that close, and your entire team completely zoned away by JDG's backline threats, unable to follow up on what initially might have looked like a pretty good engage.
And JDG's comp also is so strong when they can absorb an initial blow and then re-engage. Particularly with the Senna and the Orianna, it makes it really, really hard for T1 if they don't take down a target immediately.
Yeah, T1 definitely want to play it slower than they just played the last one, without rushing in so much. But because they did, and the extra gold that has gone over to JDG now, off of that mid-turret plate, and the dragon here for JDG, they're in such a much better position here to actually pull off this hard engage and chase them down. They've got Kanavi plus Knight combination ready.
And it's time to see what form are JDG in. We know this is their bread and butter, these states of the game where it seems close, where they've got these 2-item spikes and there are big objectives to fight around. T1 showed us what they can do with an early game lead with a massive advantage in their favor. If T1 are ready to fight fire with fire, to take it to these late game team fights, to out-execute a seemingly un-out-executable late game team fighting team.
And really big here as well is that Zeus hasn't actually been able to find the backline yet. And as we can see, 369 can just get prio on every single wave because Zeus doesn't win the 1v1. Didn't even go for Eclipse, right? This is just full-on Duskblade together with Edge of Night. So his ability to chew through a, I don't know how much armor 369 is sitting on, but it's going to be way too much for this Aatrox to deal with. Makes it really hard for T1 to gain control of the side waves.
He's in the hole, not going to lead to much effect there. Command Protect. Goes the body block from Kanavi, keeping Missing healthy. It's not an AP Maokai, as highlighted earlier, so the Sapling's annoying most certainly, but more about the slow and the vision control than any actual damage. As Deus using the Scryer's Gloom just to see if there's anything spotting him. Another aggressive engage here. Carrier locked up, though. Knight finds the Shockwave onto one. The TP now coming in. That's 369 to the backside. Looking to isolate the rest of the team. One kill already going down. Guma off the rips. Carrier running for his life. Kanavi continuing to step forward. Pullback coming in. JDG have brought T1 into the meat grinder. They are tearing through them effortlessly. But Faker now looking to fire back. Carrier bleeding on the back line. Cannot do much more. JDG have taken the exchange.
And Kanavi going down means that JDG, I still see the pings towards Baron. They might have tried because Owner is dead. Doesn't have Smite. And they do have the Rend available.
Exactly. Rend is going to be more damage.
Double TP though. They might just want to force that out and back off.
TP coming.
Here comes Zeus.
Potential for a hero moment from Zeus from Carrier. Can they turn this one back? A lot of blinking health bars, a lot of cooldowns missing. Zeus, no flash. Objective getting lower and lower. The Rend should just be able to finish it. They will grab the Baron, but T1 sticking around in the meantime, hoping to take the fight. Missing getting lower and lower, but he just got too much range, too many souls, doing too much damage. Faker goes in, but he gets absolutely nothing.
And JDG are one of the best teams at using Baron buff to end games. Let's see what they can get done with it. They're going to have a redirect all the way back to the fountain. Missing going to brush that one off, but immediately we saw Orianna, Knight there, went up to the top side to push the wave, and Orianna, Knight right here, gets a shockwave onto Carrier, almost killing him, forcing the flash, forcing Faker to come over and peel, and this is where you get another counter-engage from JDG after T1 tried to chase.
And the big thing there is the moment that Guma is gone, there just isn't going to be enough damage. 369 able to isolate Owner, which even though we do see Kanavi go down, ends up being fine for JDG. They have the confidence to just trust this Kalista and the fact that they still have a front line.
And was so close there too. Zeus almost killed Knight, almost took down the Orianna, evening the kills up there, but he just barely was unable to. Knight was able to escape. Then they forced down the Baron. Missing there with the flash forward. Faker trying to take down Ruler, but then he's in the middle of all of JDG.
You can see the brief moment of joy in the replay there. JDG very much in control of this game. Going to grab their second Infernal Drake. See what they can get done with the Red Bull Baron power play. Already 2.5K in their favor. Expecting to break down some tier 2s here, but again, a lot of great defensive tools from the side of T1 to at least slow this push down.
All right, buying time for the split push here. Even though they're sacrificing turret pushes here to Baron, trying to get something back with those objective bounties popping off.
And if you're T1 at this stage, you're just going to do everything you can to hold on. 1 minute left on the Baron. You already took game 1 in style, just trying to hold on to some hope in this game 2 as JDG, again, this is their comfort zone. Pressing this lead forward, taking these fights, these confident re-engages. Facing the hole again, good damage onto missing, but you can heal up a lot of that.
They just get 2? Nah, okay.
Particularly because it's Lethality Senna, right? So he's going to fire 2 Qs and going to be completely fine, and the damage hasn't actually been that meaningful. And from this point on, JDG, with the Red Bull Baron power play, should be able to, as we've seen already, 3K gold lead. Additionally, should be able to set up with the map control that they have now to get themselves to that Infernal Soul point. And there will be no one on T1 that can stand up to the amount of damage that's going to be output by this JDG comp in the team fights, particularly once Knight finishes his death cap.
That's what I was looking at.
That's lights out.
That's what I was looking at. Double needlessly large rods already for him. Going for a recall now, might even have combined money. All right, they're going to continue to split push here. Sending 369 down to bottom side to catch Faker's attempt to get another objective bounty. You see Faker going for the bottom side turret objective bounty there, while the rest of JDG push top.
Should be pretty easy to tear through that tower at this stage of the game. So 369 there to pick up the CS. Won't be able to stop the tower take. JDG not afraid to walk up. 99 souls on missing, about to have 100 extra range here. Just going to continue to rain down auto attacks, rain down Qs, picking up so many souls as the tower drops there. Faker, though, taking the Scuttle Crab as well, just trying to guarantee a little bit of vision control over the area. 2.5 minutes on the Baron, 3 minutes on the Infernal Drake. Not soul for either side, but arenas for both teams to pick fights.
And now T1 is in a position where your only way of trying to get back in this game is Carrier hitting an arrow, but if you look at the targets, really hard to consistently hit many of the members. 369 doesn't care, can catch any arrow. Kanavi can easily get out of the way. Same for Ruler. Or you need to have Owner go in, but particularly with the build he's gone for and how far he's behind, he's not going to be able to take the brunt of that damage. So really, T1 just hoping that 369 overextend into a play, and there's a moment for our Faker or Gumayushi can take over a team fight.
Meanwhile, with all this money that JDG and Kanavi especially have gotten, is a Guardian Angel completed for the Vi. So he, as a jungler, can go straight headlong into the rest of the team, deliver that shockwave to the back line, and still be able to get up afterwards. Same can be said for Cassante. With the Gargoyle Stone Plate, 369 has been a very rich Cassante split pushing, getting these outer towers down for his team. And it's definitely going to be a problem for T1 as the JDG engage is massive.
Yeah, and for T1, you've kind of tried to pull the trigger twice. Owner throwing the ulti over the wall, Owner going in on the Vi, and both times it's worked against you, and you're kind of out of attempts. If you fumble one more engage, if JDG get the better of you in one more fight, it feels like it's just game over here in game 2 of the series. So has to count against the nerves of T1, knowing that the next one needs to be flawless if you want to mount a comeback.
And that's I'd argue that they've already run out of lives, right? Like the health bars are blinking, and particularly with the amount of summoners that are available for JDG, it's really hard to imagine a scenario where someone like Ruler, for example, gets caught at the start of a fight because he has so much innate safety. Missing can be pulled back by Ruler as well, as Knight does now finish his death cap. Gotta imagine that Baron and Soul Point next on the table for JDG.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi, the Vi has a 3-level lead over the Maokai Owner here. It is definitely going to be a massive difference as far as this front line is concerned. And guess what? Baron and Dragon very close to both spawning here, only 10 seconds away on the Baron. JDG have teleport ready for both their solo laners, so they can pressure the side lane while also then drawing over to the objective.
Farsight Trinket keeping information on the Baron. Faker using the passive there to just try to get mid control. Again, all about this priority. Carrier fishing with the arrow. It will not connect. Casual 226 heal from a Senna Q. That's fun. JDG, again, they have their choice. They have control right now, but T1 playing more up to the Baron, not worried about third Drake for JDG. Clearly much more worried about losing control on the Baron side. Kanavi going in, immediate start of the fight. Faker now locked up. The play does so much damage. Kanavi's early game lead put to good use here. The GA now coming out. T1, can they fight back? Zeus leaping in, will get Kanavi in the end. 1-for-1 thus far. Zeus going back under the Azir tower. The rest of T1 now need to barrel into the fight, but it's eyes on Knight. Can he get more damage down? 369 in the midst of everybody, and he's going all out into the back line. Only the support left standing.
They're gonna push straight down mid.
And with 280 carries, there is no way that the Nexus isn't gonna fall, and JDG come back with a resounding victory here in game number 2.
Game 1 about owners early pathing about the team play, but game 2 has been about Kanavi and the dominance of JDG in fights. But that said, as good as the fight was, as favorable as the fight was, JDG do not think that they have time to close the game out and will set their sights on the objective
A little
instead.
ahead of myself.
Yeah.
They should still be fine.
We've seen them end a lot of games really quickly. Faker's up though. They're gonna respect it. Pull back and grab Baron buff instead. But JDG, such a massive lead after that T1 wipe here with the Baron buff. Baron empowered recalls will allow them to reset too. And you see T1 trying to make a rush towards this dragon. I wonder what Kanavi has to say about it. Knight here is up as well. And they're just going to use the Baron offensively. Pressure immediately, teleport back out. They already have mid inhibitor down. They're not going to let T1 any window to go for a dragon.
Yeah, really good map read here from JDG. They know T1, given that the Baron is being taken by JDG, is naturally going to try and contest that objective. Not going to be the case. 369, I don't think he really cares. And
blocks the arrow.
He, to me, is the pivotal part, right? He had such a rough Rumble game in game number 1. And this Cassante is what we expect to see coming into this series.
Firing back certainly in game 2, got more support, got more time alone to farm up, and you can see why he's considered the best team fighting top laner in the world. Has been such a menace on the backline in these exchanges. Kanavi, no GA available, but still damn tanky. Missing has to be careful though. As much damage as he does, he's still incredibly squishy. Kanavi threatening, JDG threatening, just trying to force these waves forward, maybe get another inhibitor on the top side. The wave's not quite synced, bot wave not there, 369 again. Lives to body block Ace in the hole.
And it's so hard here to kill 369. Guma doesn't have a Lord Dom, so it's only Faker that maybe eventually can chew through.
Arrow onto Kanavi. JDG backing away. They don't want to overstay for the fight. But the Shockwave, a looming threat from Knight. Level 17, Death Cap, Shadow Flame. If he and Kanavi work together, it's a death sentence for T1, no doubt. JDG just backing off. They got what they came for, 2 inhibitors. Now, finally, they will turn their attention to this Drake. The map is theirs. They'll do things when they so please, and 369 doesn't take damage.
I'm pretty sure he was gaining health during that. But it is going to be the secure of all the neutral objectives. The 2 inhibitors down. JDG methodical here.
Missing will take exactly 1 soul from the Drake. Finds it canonically incorrect that it drops 2.
Return to the bottom side. Keep up the Baron empowered pressure. Gumi usually trying his best here to put up these Caitlyn traps, put a stop to the onslaught. But JDG overwhelming.
Ruler off to the side, unafraid. Carrier, arrow back up.
Final inhib.
Again, ball breaker charged every time. Kanavi goes for the angle. T1 forced to back up just a little bit more. But it's just slow, it's methodical, it's controlled. JDG, Knight pushing in the bottom side. Double cannon minions, 1 will be cleared away. 23 seconds left on the Baron. Can they break open this bot lane tower? Traps are there. 369 solo zoning off as meanwhile Kanavi just walks in with the Baron empowered minions just to threaten the Nexus. JDG, their chokehold on T1 and they're starting to squeeze T1. Not a lot of options left, but the arrow going wide, potentially the last glimmer of hope. Now fading in this game too, Missing taking a big chunk of damage here. No wave, T1 still able to clear it. Finally bot wave now coming in. It feels like an inevitability, but it's not over till it's over. T1 ready for 1 potential final fight. Zaya's poking off to the side still. Has a bit more armor pen now. Can start to hurt 369. Ulti coming out from owner. Faker Looking for an angle here, just gonna get a bit more poke down, but again, JDG are too composed, they're too controlled, they will not take the bait, they will walk away, knowing that victory is inevitable as long as they do not make a mistake.
And this is about as secure as you can go, right? You want to ensure that you don't somehow give an opportunity to T1 to get a miraculous team fight, like a multi-man shuffle into Zeus, knocking people up, trying to blow up your backline. Because as you say, as long as you don't do that, as long as you play it out safe, you are going to get Infernal Soul in about 2 minutes. You'll be able to get the Baron as well. You can win this game without ever fighting, which I, as an LCK caster, really appreciate.
And what we've learned, if nothing else, is that the Golden Road has some pretty strict speed limits here in these late game scenarios.
I think with 3 inhibitors down, you can just go into their base, and as long as you respect the engage and the Ash Arrow, you should be able to just use the pressure to wear them down. T1 are going to get very desperate here. They have no territory to work with. With double super minions coming down every single lane, there's a multiplicative effect. They buff each other up. You just have to wait in there and not give an engage opportunity. Have to be a little bit careful about that one.
The good news is,
but Zeus is behind. They're going for it. T1.
Looking for the angle, missing, could be in trouble here. Zeus on the backside looking to lock up, trying to take down a bit more damage. Infernal Chain's not going to be very effective. Knight going golden, has a bit more space. Kanavi now on the way in. In goes Kanavi, and that should just be it. T1 holding on for dear life. Faker uncontested on the backside. Gumichi going golden, but he is going to go down. The flash out will not be enough. GA up just in time to keep Kanavi standing. It's a clean ace in the base of T1 as JDG will move on and close out game 2.
It's a textbook game from JDG. And to me, it's the top side that made the difference. 3-6-9 with a much better game, but Kanavi in particular, the hero of the early game. Him and Knight securing these mid-game team fights, and once JDG has a hold, they don't let go.
Beautiful re-engages there from JDG. When T1 try and make that pick and try rush, they turn it around on them. They get the dragon, they get the extra money back in. They punish these T1 moves.
And 2 strong wins from both sides. Different wins, most certainly, but we're going to have to see what it looks like as we get closer and closer to game 3. For now, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, the analyst desk. Souls, Owner getting lower and lower. 369 for Zeus up to the side, but Owner getting burned down. Owner level 2, he flashes in. They get first blood and traded back. Knight running for his life now. 2 kills to the side of T1. Blinking.
Oh, Kanavi!
Kanavi looking for one.
That's
Bam!
one.
Knocked down. We've seen the scene in Arcane. You know exactly how this goes. Missing getting lower and lower, but he just got too much range. Too many souls doing too much damage. Faker goes in, but he gets absolutely nothing. Can he get more damage down? 369 in the midst of everybody. Oh. And he's going all out into the back line. Only the support left standing. Look at it.
What's your play?
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How do we keep holding on? Lights flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world. Keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crowd when I'm with you. Time is passing, knows no manners. I'm finding comfort and hope.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네끼리 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 story 올려 대게선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM하게 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴나간 내상어리 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 blank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 뻗쳐가지고 worldwide room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 double team 레이블에서 연락 마치 hurricane 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러 이제 우리 노래 어디 가든 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아홉 기억 어서 움직여 넌 어스머 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 택시하지 우리들은 세스고 on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight 누르게 되지 like
Welcome back, everyone, as we get into Game 3 between T1 and JDG, as we see some very focused faces after being dealt a heavy blow, I want to say, in Game 2 specifically, after what was a sovereign Game 1. We're waiting for it to go to Emily so she can show you.
I didn't know which camera
what
it was coming to.
Yeah, I mean, enough said, right? The Kalista is pretty strong.
Yeah, and this is a pick that historically, and I know Chronicler brought it up before Game 1, right? You do not give this to Ruler, even when it's been out of meta. She is not a champion that you put in his hands. And I loved this Kalista Senna lane coming out of JDG. I thought they played it really well.
Yeah, I think they're absolutely incredible. And again, like, there's only been a handful of teams that the Kalistas worked really well with, and even in this opportunity it looked a little bit slow on the get-go, because at the start it was like, okay, we're not really getting the opportunity to push end lane because we're up against the double 80 carries, we're not getting the chance to play for the early dragons, even the Rift Heralds aren't being contested by T1, but they still managed to make it work.
I mean, we can pull up the draft, because we were talking, you know, when the draft was happening in this game, that this is really JDG kind of trying to fight fire with fire and play T1 style that they have been so well known for, and we were all feeling, all right, if JDG lose this one, it's a sweep. Right?
Yeah.
Because if you go right at T1, if you lose on blue side after having picked red side and lost there, then it's like, well, where do you go from here? But they were able to perform to such a high degree. And we are just seeing the continuation of more and more and more bot lane picks. There's just more places that people can go. And I want to continue to see that innovation throughout the series.
And two big things happened after this draft, right? So obviously they set up for 369 to pick the Cassante in this matchup. But then they also had the Kalista Senna lane going into this Kate Ashe lane, right? And while they did get pushed back and Caitlyn and Ashe did get more turrets, we talked about how you want to play this Caitlyn and Ashe out, and you want to rotate them around to take turrets. Well, guess what? JDG actually had all 3 outer turrets down significantly before T1, and it came off of the Cassante pick and feeding 369.
Yeah, in the mid lane, Ori was doing well, Cassante was doing incredibly well, and Azael, you very early on in the game said, well, how are you going to play out this team fight now as T1? Why was that?
Exactly. So we can, I have a little telestrator, we can talk about it in the midst of that. But basically I felt that the Vi and the Ori can put a ton of pressure onto the Azir, and then the Ghost Cassante, who they put all this gold into, is just going to make it a nightmare for this double 80 carry bot lane. 369's job is going to be to pressure these guys out. He's stacking armor. He's not going to worry about the MR. So whenever we are ready for this telestrator, we'll jump on into that. But this is going to be just highlighting how quickly JDG are able to punish on these plays. We can see, to start this off, T1 is going to be looking for a pick. Zeus is moving up, Zeus, excuse me. And so T1 are going to be looking for a pick here. Because 369 is bot lane, he's actually showing there. So I'm going to roll forward. And as we do, we can see T1 are going to step up and are going to be looking for this engage. And as Keria is trying to move into position here to look for an Ashe arrow, we're going to see that Knight is just hiding out in this brush on the side. And as he steps forward, the Ashe arrow lands, but Knight has been lying in wait on the side here and is able to catch a shockwave right in onto Keria. Zeus is moving in, but as soon as this engage kind of flubs, we're going to see the immediate TP coming in from 369. There's the TP right in the back. You can see that Ruler has already used his ulti to actually pull Missing out to safety, has pulled down below that ulti that's coming in from the Maokai, and then they're going to look for the re-engage. And now it's onto Kanavi. Immediate targeting onto Gumayushi. Everyone piles in on top of him. They're going to be able to eliminate him immediately, and then watch the target selection from 369. He knows from here, if you're going to be able to kill off Owner, you take Baron. You can get so much more than this. So the Ghost is popped. He's running straight back. Gets the angle onto Owner here as he's slowed up by Kanavi, all out, pulls him over the wall. They're able to pick him off. Knight is able to flash out and survive. And it's just that killer instinct that they have to punish you when you misstep. When T1 is the one looking for the fight, it's JDG that are so clinical about how they punish.
And that's something that they've been known for this entire year, right? You cannot give them an inch. And now we are going to cover picks and bans in just a little bit on the desk as well. I just want to say that it's T1 that has elected to go over to the blue side. That does allow me to also bring up another talking point, which is Missing on the Senna. Only the second time that he's played it in his career. The first one was all the way back in 2020, but we were very impressed.
I was massively impressed with how Missing played this. He was so good at, one, getting the health in the lane to make sure this is going to be all good. Yeah, I mean, towards the end of the game, he was like 5-1 and 11. This guy was an absolute beast. And I think it was, one, the controls that they had in the bot lane as well, because a lot of the engages that were trying to happen, it would be a slow and a W that's coming in to prevent a lot of the follow-up. Then when we got towards team fights, he was so good at trying to keep Kanavi alive as he's diving into the back line. But even the damage, like the fight at Baron where Faker tries to turn it around, there's a moment where Keria is trying to set up to work with Faker, and Missing goes forward. He pops Keria and then separates Faker from the rest of the team, and they're able to shut down that play. He was so good at understanding his role across the back of this, of how far he needs to play forward versus how much he needs to keep his team alive.
Exactly, and I think they played it out really well, because when you're playing against these Caitlyn lanes, you don't have to beat it, you just have to neutralize it. You just have to slow it down, because if the Caitlyn makes one mistake, dies one time, it can all fall apart.
Yeah, and I think as we see draft coming in, Ori is actually getting banned out by JDG as well as the Rumble. But yeah, Missing, I mean, we talked about how Rakan has been super high prio. We were wondering, because he was allowed to get Rakan in all those games, what he was going to come up with. And I thought his Senna game was great. 100% kill participation too.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the story of this, is that we're not seeing Missing playing towards those regular champs to be expect. It is a case of him going towards things like the Senna and still showing that also JDG have more to show, which is why T1 elected onto blue side. We'll have to see what that first pick is going to be.
Something that we've been talking about a lot is the priority on the Vi versus that of the Wukong. And I think especially when you are playing into these double marksman bot lanes, if you can go towards something like the Wukong, such a strong team fighter, you really can punish. With Kalista up and available, you basically have to take it as a denial to Ruler. So you're throwing down the gauntlet here, and I'm going to be so interested to see if it is going to be a ranged pairing for T1 alongside this, and are JDG going to be matching fire with fire? Is it just going to be Ashe Caitlyn? Is it going to be Ashe Varus? Because it feels like then that demands Keria plays a range support to be able to keep that dominance in bot lane.
I do want to throw out, I don't know if they'll do it, but Keria has played Kalista support before. So this is another thing that you do have to keep in mind when you're looking at this T1 draft.
It's the Varus that comes out. Also something we've seen from the other side, a case of everything you can do, I can do it better, question mark?
Well, I think that's the case. I mean, you heard Emily talk about it earlier. Missing was amazing on this Ashe in the throughout summer, and I think this is where, throughout spring. And I think this is something where you can just go back to that style, look to punish the 2v2. I think the only thing is we'll probably see Keria go towards something like the Caitlyn. We saw this as an answer yesterday. We can go the Caitlyn and the Kalista and do very well against this exact draft that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, and I do want to call out Varus as well as something that we've seen Ruler excel on. He's very, very comfortable with this pick. So I like the Ashe Varus lane coming out of JDG here.
I just really want to see hard engage drafted. If you're not going to play from your support, I want AoE hard engage from the teams to punish these double range bot lanes. I do think Rel fits the bill. I think Wukong fits the bill. I think Orianna obviously is banned out, but there's other things that can pair alongside that can really put pressure, because these lanes are so strong in the 2v2, but when it comes time to 5v5, Azir I really like. Rel to they have the initial engage. These are 2 ADs without dash. You have that start. You have that follow-up there from the Azir, and it's something that can put pressure on them. So as long as they can now draft from blue side a strong 2v2, a support that is going to be really powerful for Keria to keep them relevant in the lane, I think they're going to be set up really well.
Relevant?
There's also an opportunity here to go for a strong mid jungle, right? You can take the Wukong here, but if you don't ban away the Sylas, I think you can go for Sylas here for Knight as well. Knight is a phenomenal Sylas player, and you set up for what could be a case of, hey, we're going to steal away some of these big ultimates, try and use that as the setup, and I think that's where you could try and play through both strengths in mid jungle and bot side.
And I think now JDG have to target the supports. You have to target what you think is going to come out from Keria. They're actually thinking a very aggressive option. I was thinking when the Varus Ashe came through that it was going to be a range support. I think that is going to be coming out. Something like the Renata even, especially when you're playing against Wukong and hard engage, I think Renata can be very, very valuable. It is a great pairing alongside, what we've already seen. So I'm expecting Renata to get banned as the last ban here from JDG, or I would be kind of shocked.
Yeah, and it's interesting that this is the game that JDG are pulling out the Wukong for Kanavi, right? Because we did talk about the Vi in the first 2 games.
I like this way more.
Those were Wukong angles for JDG as well. The 3 of us were talking behind the scenes. So I also like, and it is his signature pick, right? It's a pick, again, if you've been watching the LPL domestically, you do not give Kanavi this Wukong pick, so it's nice to see him back on that. And then Bard banned out for Keria. Another thing that they don't want to play against.
No? Like, because if you're showing Wukong, the one thing you are showing is hard engage, right? So you have to have some sort of a dive buddy alongside it. Wukong doesn't really work as solo dive. So I just feel like it's such a strong Renata angle for T1, and I'm a little bit worried that JDG maybe overlooked that. Yeah, the Bard is strong because it's low mobility ADs, but it's a weaker laner than the Renata, and I think Renata is going to set up Gumayushi for success in the 5v5s.
Especially when, as we were talking about, they already banned the Akali. I think they're probably looking at a Sylas, and if you then go even more heavy into that time. That could be the angle. So maybe this is the pivot going, hey, look, we're going to take the Taliyah. In theory, works well against the Kalista. And then it makes it a little bit easier for us to not fully have to go in towards this. We're just going to be melee range with you.
It's so interesting because the other side of the angle is maybe the JDG think, okay, even if we're not as good in 5v5, we can pound it in lane so they can't go it, right? And so now that's the evaluation that T1 has to make, and they're going to buy themselves a little bit more time to actually choose. It could also just be rel support, and we could be kind of getting baited. But we're going to have to find out what that final pick is, and does T1 think that something like Renata can survive the lane and punish it?
To me, it's just going to be the Renata,
This feels so obvious because it's such a strong pairing with the Kalista. Again, I think you need a dive buddy with the Wukong, so I think JDG have kind of telegraphed what they're doing in the draft a little bit too hard, and I almost don't care what JDG pick on 5. I favor T1.
Yeah, I mean, I also think another thing that we haven't mentioned yet, but obviously this is Zeus's massive like blind pick, right? He's like, Aatrox. That's fine.
Renekton,
I'll take it.
Oh boy.
The red side advantage, oh no.
I saw Dagda wince as soon as the Renekton hover
It's not what you want from your red side draft.
I mean, this is exactly, like 369 has played this matchup already and lost hard to Keen. It just, he couldn't get control over the matchup and they end up falling super far behind. And then as well, Renekton falls off so much harder than Aatrox does. If you can't make this pick work, it just falls off a cliff after like 15 minutes in comparison to Aatrox.
Me, red side, the whole advantage is counter pick. If you told someone that it was Renekton versus Aatrox top, you wouldn't know which one picked blind.
True. Okay, so we have Azael who's heavily favoring T1. He doesn't even care about the top lane.
I don't care.
Emily, do you agree?
Well, I like a lot of the answers that T1 have. I'm also really curious to see what they'll do level 1.
Okay, let's see.
I think a huge portion of this game depends on Knight. If you can try and separate out these team fights, that could be an angle for them to actually try and attack. Otherwise, yeah, I think T1 are in a really good spot.
All right, let's see if blue side continues to reign supreme or if JDG break that trend. Back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Getting into game now, looking at these drafts, of course. You heard it, T1, more conventional. Feels like the safer draft overall, maybe stronger overall as well. But see what JDG can do in this matchup.
I mean, Renata Kalista has been pretty dang good at this tournament, and having the ability to have such a wide-ranging counter-initiation tool here, not only the Renata, but also the Azir. There's so much flexibility on the T1 side. Definitely does seem like they got a good setup. But the Taliyah here, we'll see how much work Knight can do. That rock field can be super annoying with so many champions having dashes here. See if JDG can try and snowball.
And what I want to highlight as well is that we have already seen the blueprint for what a win of both of these two teams like. I think T1 are always going to look for early leads, whereas JDG are looking for the mid-game fight.
And you can look to connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. You might have some time here because T1 seem uninterested in contesting this 5-man level 1. Instead, they will play some counter vision on the top side of the map.
I mean, I always love this, going for the level 1 invades, the priority here. First 2 games, T1 super lopsided for the level 1s. Really, really big openings for them, even though they ended up losing game number 2. But this one, JDG take matters into their own hands.
Oh, they do have vision.
Kill it, okay.
Yeah. And of course, it's really tough to fight level 1, especially against Hail of Blades Varish, Hail of Blades Ashe. Incredibly powerful level 1 overall. Yes, Kalista is strong, but the raw burst damage is big. Of course, Owner has been spotted out. Faker now on the way in. The call has been made. Potential 5v5 in the brush. Owner being chunked down here. The top laners will lane, but everyone else here.
I don't think you can do this really as T1 unless there's massive damage sustained from the red buff, because Taliyah is so good level 1 also. I don't know what. They're just kind of watching here.
T1 here to spectate how JDG take a red buff. They do it well, T1 learn, and are forced to walk away. A bit of a disastrous level 1, all things considered, because now Owner, is he even going to be able to grab level 2 here? No.
Nice, Kanavi takes away a bunch of the small ones here. But yeah, I mean, not only the Ashe Varus, but also the Taliyah over Azir in the level 1, big priority there. And it means that JDG accomplished their goal. They can split the map for this bottom lane that has been crucial.
And we are straight up back to spring. We're just healing level 1 to try and gain control of the wave. And it is Ruler and Missing that are able to get the early lead.
And it's very concerning if you're a T1 fan right now, because there is no cleanse in this bottom lane. Yes, you have the bailout, but when level 6 rolls around with the Ashe, with the Varus, the setup is so easy on the bottom side. Gumayushi has to be very careful.
Level 2 Wukong tower dive. I don't know about the sound of that, but they've got a big wave. T1 are still level 1. Can Guma and Keria try and snipe some minions to get level 2?
Trying as quickly as they can to lock down some of these to level 2 now going in. Kanavi, good damage down onto Guma. Ruler flashing out of safety, ticking and burning, but he will stay standing, missing! Gets taken down! Keria! A godly play to hold on to the bottom side!
At the same time though, Guma, the one that you want the kills, you want the minions on, it's sitting on 1 CS!
JDG trip over their own feet here though in the bottom lane. They try and dive it. The level 2 advantages, but Keria comes up huge on the Renata.
Damn. That is the corporate takeover right there, man. This man not allowing anybody to get through. Out of all the 4 champions in the bottom lane, if you told me Renata got the double kill, it's the least likely one for me to believe you. But that said,
and he's gonna get he got all the minions at the tower afterwards too. So there's gonna be a bunch of extra experience. We're actually gonna see a support higher level than AD carry this game because of the kills, because of the big minion wave that was stacked up there. That's another thing when you're going for these early tower dives. A big part of why you do it is trying to deny those large minion waves, and Kanavi's back again. All right.
Yeah, because this wave state is so doomed for T1. They need to try and fix it, but they don't know where Kanavi is. And I love this because there's nothing for him to gain on top of the map. You know Owner is going to invade that side, but unless Owner makes his way down...
no flash.
They gotta...
Carrying no flash, and this Giant's belt is good, but he's slowly getting chipped away. Kanavi in the area, just shadowing in case the gank does come through. Happy with this lane state for JDG.
And I think the thing here is, I don't know, they don't know where Owner is. And if you do get caught up in a 3v3, can go either way. And bailout in those situations can be really big.
Now, though, after they've been able to push it out, they should be fine here. Retreat back to your Krug skill. The red side jungle camps have respawned. And here's another look at how they started it out onto Guma Yushi. And they do get him, but Keria had immediately gone over for Ruler there. Missing flashes after the second, or the extra tower. Auto was already in the air, so he dies even after flashing, and Keria is able to take down the kill on Varus as well, regardless of cleanse.
Yep. The handshake was a bit too firm there for JDG. we're not a fan of that one.
He's got a firm grip.
Man's got some strong forearms. Put him in there.
Man, look at the CS though. 43 for Ruler to the 16 now of Guma trying to scrape together those minion waves. Keria, of course, got a bunch of the experience from all those minions that was there, but denying them to the Kalista, to that snowballing AD Keria, definitely huge.
It's also Kanavi who picks up the kill, and particularly on his Wukong, this man has been able to carry so many team fights, and him getting an early lead is going to be really big. So even though Keria was able to pick up the kills, I think you're still very happy with that play as JDG. Just means that Keria should be getting to what I assume will be a Radiant Virtue very early on. We'll see if he's able to utilize that in some of these mid-game fights that surely are going to erupt around the possible dragons. Although this first one with the tempo as it is, wouldn't be surprised if Owner is able to pick this on. They have mid lane prio, bot lane prio as well.
Kanavi on the top side as well, so not much of an angle to contest on this one. JDG will know what's happening, but they're not going to burn any resources. Instead, content to give up the Chemtech. See what the soul is going to be this time around. We're going to need to wait for one more dragon at least, however. And right now, in terms of gold, JDG are sitting pretty. T1, obviously, the big boon they got on the bottom side. Lackluster in the grand scheme of things, even if it did look good to see Keria get the double.
Gotta say, though, last time, Kanavi getting some early kills worked out pretty well for JDG. And he is on his signature Wukong. Him and Levi are the 2 junglers worldwide that did not give up on this champion, even after the jungle nerfs to Wukong came in. And at World so far, 7-1, the record for Wukong.
Yeah. And I mean, especially if you're going to get to that Divine Sunderer spike sooner. We talked about what Vi can do with it. Wukong can do like 10 times more, and that is very concerning for the side of T1. They need to be clean in their execution and careful around the potential level 6 plays from this JDG lineup. The Wukong, the Talia, their ability to move around and set up these walls could be incredibly disruptive for anything T1 try to do.
There's also, which we haven't really discussed yet, and I don't think it's as strong as it once was, but Renekton and Talia is such a lethal combination when you get to the mid-game fights. And we do see that 369 in isolation has been doing a really good job of using the early power of the Renekton to keep Zeus on the back foot. And T1 haven't really shown yet that they're able to win a game where they don't get the early lead after the team fighting from JDG in game number 1. And right now, It doesn't look like T1 have found any early angles in this game outside of the Dragon specifically.
Have to see what it looks like as we get closer and closer to fights. Herald spawning in 5 seconds here. For now, topside pressure in favor of JDG. See if they try to level it as Kanavi is currently clearing out the wolves. 369 going all in with the dominance here. It looks like just trying to get some pressure. Threat of the all-in not quite there yet. Forcing out the World Ender from Zeus, and the flash coming out from 369, respecting the potential follow-up there on the Darkened Blade.
Yeah, really good movement there from Zeus, using his ultimate with the burst of speed and the extra space there. Goes back in, forces the flash so low. I mean, Zeus has really had some good advantages so far. Let's see, though. JDG will take the opportunity here to slip on in as we call up Keria, the real powerhouse of the bottom lane.
A level 6 Keria, courtesy of the early play, has the XP advantage, missing, trailing behind, but isn't going to do a lot. Ruler, however, looking for the all-in in the 1v1. Gumiushi, nice flash to get away from the piercing arrow and the 3 stacks. In the meantime, fight on the top side, 369 and Knight comboing together, catching out Faker. Kanavi getting one, and spin goes the monkey. The Cyclone coming through just in time to keep the fight going, but Zeus is not down yet. Zeus looking to fire back. JDG could be in trouble, missing, not firing forward. He's got level 6, but does he have the mana? The Herald does drop in the end. Knight still standing. The flick back is clean. Here's Living missing. He gets the kill. He gets the red buff carrier now running for his life. Flash out from Knight to safety. Still standing, ticking down, backing. Hostile takeover will not connect. Handshake will not connect. It's an absolute mess of a fight on the top side.
But in the end, it is T1 that pick up the Herald. They'll get that, but outside of that, as you're saying, so many summoners being blown. Kanavi, 369, Knight missing. And Zeus as well, Faker as well. All these cooldowns will be down for the upcoming fight.
Oh my god, it was so messy. And Keria was holding his spells for so long just for the ultimate and the handshake at the very end not to even connect there. He did pick up the kill for T1, and he picked up the Eyeball Herald, though, and he's got a bounty on his head now. 300 gold on the back of that support player.
This is lore-accurate Granada that we're seeing here for Keria, bringing in all the gold for himself. But if we look at this fight, it starts off with Faker already getting blown up by that Talia and Renekton combo.
And then you see the focus here onto 369 from T1 side. They do get him. As they're trying to chase him off here, Keria still holding his ultimate. They feel like they've got Kanavi dead to rights. They pop the Herald here. Owner's able to grab that one before he goes down. And then Keria can actually go pick up the eyeball even with the red buff missing in his face. Ooh, Knight actually barely surviving and his flash gone as well.
And it's actually the smite on the Herald that gives Owner the level up, which allows him to then Magnet Storm and stay alive for a little bit longer. Otherwise, that could have gone way worse. But it is still JDG that pick up the lead right now. Zeus doesn't have flash available, and Kanavi going to be looking for a dive here. No reinforcement for T1.
Ulti up and available for the Wukong. Waiting, buying his time. Extra healing coming in, but Zeus is going to get a chance to use it, holding on for now, but immediately 369 finding the kill. JDG, a successful dive on top.
All right, what is going to be the answer on the bottom side of the map? They send Rel down there, but look, JDG have already pulled their bottom lane all the way back from the tower. They had the controller in there in the jungle to see them come for the invade as well. As Dragon is spawning, JDG are getting turret plates on top side.
There's also Knight who already rotated over, knowing that a dive could be in the works. But with Talia shadowing towards that side, can't actually do it. So T1 will get a Drake, but they're paying so heavily for it.
And JDG do have an Ash Arrow angle plus a Varus ultimate, but looks like they don't want to do it without Kanavi having his ultimate available for the Wukong. So they'll give up the objective in exchange for the huge bounty of gold on top side. So many turret plates taken off of that dive.
And the thing we have to keep our eye on now is where is this Herald going to go? In the back pocket of Keria, not ideal. He's not going to be able to move between every lane in the same way that Owner would, but might shift his attention to the top side of the map as he starts to wander up there now. Owner coming in tow right behind him. Might try to break the top lane matchup open. And Zeus, some incredibly dominant performances on this Aatrox in the quarterfinals, continuing to go for the lethality route. His bread and butter, see what he can get done.
It's also, again, Kanavi having such a big impact and utilizing these early kills extremely well. This is a level 10 Renekton. Doesn't have Dominus, but does have Gore Drinker available. And Kanavi's on his way.
I really feel like Wukong has been the most underrated pick at Worlds so far. T1 are going to go for the dive. Kanavi's going to try and answer.
TP now coming in, 369 staying alive, 4 now, no dominance, the Gore Drinker healing now coming in, but Zeus goes in just in time. Hostile takeover will not connect on the real Kanavi, they're still focusing on Zeus. The bailout will not be enough, and they'll say kill Kanavi, not quite! Shattering Strike, a bit more damage going through, but at the end of the day, it's a fizzle. They get the kill on the top side, 1-for-1, top laner for top laner, but it's missing, and Ruler looking to extend their lead on the bottom side. Herald now dropped, trying to give gold to Faker.
And they do spot Kanavi there. Faker should be able to, at the very least, benefit from some of the gold that is going to come through here. But it's still JDG who are able to get this bot side lead and make it even bigger. Look at the gold lead here. We're looking at almost 1K advantage for Ruler.
Well-executed defense on the top side for JDG. A character down, and they still get the 1-for-1 trade, plus allow for the extra money here.
And remember that coming into today, JDG were the only team in the top 4 with an average gold deficit at 15 minutes in the game. They were not a powerhouse landing team, but today the story's starting to change. And we can see T1 going for the play here is missing, throws out the arrow, and we can see how this unfolds.
And it is actually the arrow that ends up being big because Zeus otherwise can just get out there, might be able to survive, and then T1 can take a big win, then use their threat and try and play for a Herald play afterwards, but instead, they're not able to take down Kanavi. They don't get the bailout resets, and it's JDG that gets out ahead.
A really good Kanavi clone there.
Kanavi now going in the arrow just around the corner. The bar assault's going to be there as well. Keep your eyes on Ruler. Where is he going to throw it? Owner trying to bake the play out. Guma keeping his support alive. Does not want to give over the 3-0 shutdown to the side of JDG, but JDG keeping the pressure up, keeping their eyes on the tower. Will focus down that objective.
Yep, the damage is enough for them to take down the tower. Kanavi invested his ult, he invested his flash to escape, not give over the extra kill. Their counter jungling is also successful. They are on a roll here. JDG taking over.
And after how game number 2 went, it's hard to imagine how T1 can stand up to this team fighting power. The early game has been exceptional, but particularly with a composition where you have the Kalista, that is, as we see here in the lane economy snapshot, 900 gold behind. It becomes so hard to play out these mid to late game fights, and the only gold is on Carrier, which, you know, he's going to feel great about, but T1 as a whole, not so much. And we start to feel, again, this game kind of slipping away as we get to the fight at Herald.
And crucial that T1 have been able to grab the first 2 Drakes. They have not gotten nothing in the early game. Getting a third, moving up to Soul Point on a Cloud Soul, feel pretty good. But I don't think JDG are going to give them an angle. They're so far ahead now, they don't have to concede much. Of course, not in a great position. Yeah, I was going to say, not in a great position to contest this Herald. And that's why I didn't say concede nothing. I said concede much, because they will have to give that one up. See if the same is true of the Drake, Mr. Laffy.
Yeah, who's laughing at when JDG come to town? Honestly, I want to see about the monkey on the top side here, because Kanavi's going for a lane gank. Was he just covering a possible play here? Because they did get Rift Herald alert, so they know, and kind of just allowing for the possible play here to counter.
As Ruler snipes that, I think, snipes the scuttle away from Owner, not able to pick that one up. That actually is going to be really big because in 40 seconds, T1 have a basically must-win fight where they set themselves up for Soul Point. It allows you to play towards the top half of the map with much more freedom, allows you to give up maybe a dragon so that Zeus can get an inner and get back in a position where he can actually threaten the backline of JDG. We'll see if T1 is able to get the fight, because if you look at the cooldowns that are available on JDG, it becomes really, really hard to consistently lock someone down, even with the power that Rel has.
I want to see, since T1 have been able to get early access into the river here, Renata can shine. If you get an ultimate, you can cover either one of these entrances into the river, and JDG right now are funneling on through. They're going to be forced into one of these kind of confined areas.
Ruler zoned away from this choke point here, has a bit of vision just to spot out the T1 lineup. T1 now trying to take control of the mid lane. JDG have pushed in through the bottom lane. Zeus clearing that wave out, but the poke from Ruler are going to start to hurt if they take too long. Need to pick their moment aggressively. JDG now, again, moving in, fighting slowly, diligently. Eyes on Carrier, eyes on the hostile takeover to maybe be the difference maker in this fight. Zeus on the flank, Faker over the wall. Objective getting lower and lower. The Weaver's wall coming out, isolating Owner. Might go for the 50-50, but it's absolutely Psycho flashes over the arrow. Faker goes in! It's incredibly clean. JDG with the counter punch. Can they get anything back? Ruler untouched on the backside. Dragon still standing, but Owner will take that away too. My God!
engage happen, and he secures the Dragon. T1. Whoa! My favorite story about Owner too is that his name is actually Wonder, because he has so much pride in being on T1. Owner, Zeus, and Gumayushi, they came up, all of them, through the T1 system. Rookies and Academy, all the way to the main roster, and look at this, all the way to the world stage, over the Ash Arrow. Him and Faker get the double initiation and wipe those JDG members off the map.
And we see the value of the Renata come through yet again. There is no counterpunch for JDG. Not able to actually re-engage there. Can't assist Kanavi as he tries to get on the back line. And now, gold almost equalized here.
You can see Busan come alive. No surprise to say that T1 are the local favorites here, the gold within touching distance. And now T1 have set themselves up on Soul Point, a crucial fight. Just getting the Dragon would have been good enough, but they take the whole thing, they even up the gold, and suddenly got quite the game on our hands.
This series is so fun. These team fights are so good from both sides. Last game, JDG pulling out some miraculous moves, some clean movement from Ruler. This one though, man, that engage over the top. Faker and Owner from different angles.
And I think big for Owner. After kind of a lackluster game two, in a game where Kanavi is pulling further and further ahead. Individually though, he's still quite weak. 369 slices, he'll get no dice. And they'll be forced to walk out of this one. Good patience from Owner.
The juke, the sense they know the danger is there. He jukes him back.
Can STP. Lock up there. Carry taking a big chunk of damage. Red buff taken away this time by Owner. See who else on T1 wants to go for this one. T1 regaining their composure after a pretty difficult early game. Knight will take a tower on the top side of the map. JDG holding on to a gold lead, but T1 feeling a lot more confident coming into the next Dragon fight, 2.5 minutes away. Baron spawning in 4 seconds. Both sides take it pretty quick, although the lethality Varus actually puts a pretty big damper on any hopes JDG has for bursting it down.
And, oh, Zeus?
Going in on a Ruler. Ruler caught shopping! Oh no! And he gets the dust blade, it's too damn clean! Kanavi trying to get something back, but it might be too little, too late. The flick back coming in. T1 see their window of opportunity. Berserk, both 80s just hitting each other. Knight now running. T1 taking the exchange. They can turn right towards Baron.
Kanavi has no health. That's the Ruler spot. That man has been caught there so many times. And now T1 trying to start up the Baron. We'll see if they can take it. Kanavi, he's healing up, trying his best.
You try to clone over the wall. The Weaver's wall through the midst of everything.
Yeah, vision.
T1 focused on the objective. They have the Ren Smite combo. There is no reason they should give this up, but Kanavi might just be able to take it. They're now trying to burst it down. The push over the wall doesn't connect, but it does not matter. T1 get the objective. Kanavi into the pin, and he will get taken down. 369 forced to run for the hills, and T1 have turned the game on its head.
369 running for his life, but Zeus is here.
Look for the slice. Trying to double dash through one. Not able to get the second, the Q3, the Darkened Blade cutting down. But now Ruler, maybe he can get more in the fight. Ruler now running down Zeus. Owner now running. Ruler trying to make up for the previous mistake. JDG looking to take the fight. Owner overstaying, over commitment. Faker hit by the arrow. The fight doesn't stop. T1 hold on to the Baron, but JDG fire back.
And it is 369. The Crocodile stays alive throughout so much there. It's a negative Red Bull Baron power play. And more importantly, it might inhibit T1 to actually set up for the Soul, whereas normally that should happen 100% of the time. Look at Knight, the amount of damage he does, the double knockback, and then T1, they win the subsequent fight, but they go too far.
Yeah, look at Guma and Karya's health so low here, trailing on the backside, while the rest of the T1 members trying to play off pressure, trying to chase down the Crocodile. Knight and Missing come in, Karya gets deleted from the outside, and then Ruler here peeling for 369, keeping him safe. 369 baiting him in, Q healing on the outside, then the stun onto Faker almost was enough to chain into the seismic shove, but not quite enough. They just get his flash.
And there was a big miscommunication because Faker was backing while the rest of the team was like, oh, it's fine. We got 369, and they most certainly did not. But T1 still have the Baron buff available and should be able to set up for the Soul Point.
Flash available on Knight. Potential for playmaking is big. Kanavi caught out. Zeus trying to run him down. T1 taking control of the area. Eyes on the Soul, their #1 prize, but both carries are flashless on the side of T1. They have to play flawlessly. If they miss position even once, it could cost them. Missing's ult up and available. The Ashe can find an angle, it can all fall apart. Zeus got out a bit here, forced to retreat. Dragon, objective, getting lower. Weaver's Wall, bringing Knight into the fight. The entire team split. Arrow going wide. That's massive. 369 going to the pit, trying to isolate and take out the jungler. T1 now need to turn. It's the hostile takeover connecting. Who can get the objective? And the steal coming through in time for Kanavi, but the fight is not done. Missing on the backside. Vulnerable on his lonesome, but JDG pulling back slowly. Surely they have no jungler, but they have the objective. T1 desperate to get more. They know they need to get something here. Pushing in. 369 over the wall. Knight continuing to poke. It's diligent. It is controlled. 369 now going in, forcing out the ultimate. Missing has been caught out. Missing will go down. The Flash buying a bit more time, buying a bit more space, but he will get killed. It is only a matter of time. Zeus finishing up the fight. At the end of the day, JDG get the Drake, even if T1 get the consolation prize.
Successful heist for JDG, because not only do they deny the Soul, and are they able to get themselves towards more dragons, but additionally, and the most important part, the Baron buff is now gone. T1 actually weren't able, because of the topside play, and then this fight, to utilize their buff to get more objectives.
All right, keep your eyes on Kanavi. He sacrifices his life to go in here and steal the dragon and deny the Soul. They're trying to focus on Owner. 369 goes for him. They stun him, they seismic shove him, they keep him out. He smites early, down to the 300-something HP there, and then Kanavi's able to get it, but Kanavi just pops in the middle of T1. The sacrifice. And then they kind of get kited here and chased down, and you know, in the end, T1, they all turn their sights towards Missing on the back. Kind of respect it from JDG, though. They're trying to kite them out and poke them down, even with 4 members here, but the Kalista ultimate means they're going to get the full engage onto that Ashe. Missing has no mobility.
And what is really big is that Missing actually ends up flashing there, because at that point, I think JDG had already won the play. Missing trying to get more, ends up backfiring, because Ashe in particular, when Faker has his flash available, is a sitting duck for an Azir shuffle.
Absolutely is. Missing maybe now caught out again, just as you call it, Chronicler. But Kanavi in the meantime just trying to isolate Zeus. He needs to be careful though, because the rest of T1 is now coming in. Missing running for the hills, but he surely will go down. Faker grabbing the kill. 369 being forced out of the pit. Locked up. Cloud Rift taking him out to safety. T1 finding the kill onto Missing, but not a lot else. Priority in their favor. They're going to get mid first. They're going to get push. 1 minute and 30 to the Baron.
And the main goal here is going to be to try and get control of the Baron, force JDG to face check, and JDG not having control, a lot of their poke from the Taliyah, from the Lethality Varus, isn't going to be nearly as easy to hit, and it takes away a large part of power for this JDG composition.
And we know how many times these games come down to item spikes and they come down to summoner spells. Kanavi not having his flash in that next fight could be massive. Missing his heal, probably not as big of a deal, but that Wukong not being able to immediately find backline access could cost them dearly, especially as each and every member of T1 has their flash up and available.
So much tension here in this game to see if they can break it open. JDG dispersed into the 1-3-1 here. Ruler in your ruler position, trying to hold that wave. Should be calm as T1 get a little bit deeper vision.
And it feels like such an important breakpoint, because this is the first game that hasn't been very much in favor of one of the teams. Winning this gets you 1 game away from making it to the World's Finals. This is the most close game we've had so far. T1 do have Dragon advantage, but JDG have an incredible team fight come themselves as well.
And if you look at some of the star players here, Ruler got a lot of the early money. This Varus is on 3 items with transformed Muramana. This Varus poke is unreal right now. 3-item power spike with the Lucidity boots as well. So much cooldown reduction, so much poke damage available here. He's the one who tries to take over mid lane Prush. They're even going to use Knight's ultimate to try and get some extra damage on tower here. It looks like they don't want to step up to it.
Have to be careful. Maybe not expecting 4 members of T1 to be there. Zeus walking up to the mid lane as well. The poke from Ruler can be devastating. T1 can't spend too long trading blows in the mid lane against this Varus, or too long setting up and taking objectives. Topside control, topside vision control in favor of T1. A bit of vision in the pit means JDG don't have to be too scared, but they might be fishing for the angle. Arrow going on to the jungler. Flick back is there, looking to burst Owner, looking to taste him out of the equation. The pullback is there for Guma. He will keep Carry alive. Fate's call. But it's the fate of T1 to lose this Baron. Zeus playing on the edge here. Step forward. Darkened Blade, Q2 coming out. Just a bit of poke though. JDG looking to take control of the area, but they don't quite have all the vision that they need to walk in fearlessly.
Zeus is on the watch. They can take him down.
Zeus spotted 369 early ultimate to get the Fury up. Knight going over the wall. The flick back flashed away, but Zeus is certainly dead. The rest of T1 now trying to move into the jungle to compensate, but missing, zoning them off as best he can. Zeus, the blast cone, not enough. Back into the midst of the team, and he will get taken down. Ruler now on a rampage.
And that may be the angle that they're looking for.
Dragon, though, are they going to try and trade Baron for Dragon Soul? They've got Kalista.
Looks
They're going to try
like
and rend it. Gumayusi's going to try and rend this Dragon. They're going to try and get Cloud Soul in exchange for the Baron buff.
And the immediate win gonna be there for JDG. We know how deadly this team is when they get their hands on a Baron. T1 starts off with missing, finding the arrow onto Owner, ends up going down, and it snowballs from there. The vision control pivotal there, because if Zeus goes unmatched and JDG start that up, it might have been another play entirely. The JDG able to pull out, at least on the short term.
JDG have had some of the most devastating Baron power plays of any team at the tournament. Let's see what they can get done with it, because they did pay a decent price here in the form of a permanent Dragon Soul to the side of T1.
Have to be careful, have to respect that soul. But for the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, it is JDG who are favored. Not quite enough members in the mid lane to bully this tower down, but the empowered cannon minions will be more than enough. And again, eyes on Ruler! Guma forced to flash. Clean arrows from missing this game. Owner has to be careful here. Flick back, not quite going to connect. Owner able to walk this one out. A tier 2 tower in the sights of JDG. They should be able to get this easily. A similar story for 369 on the bottom side. T1 just need to weather the storm.
And the heal is good in lane, but once you get out, it is very tough not to have the cleanse.
Zeus on the flank.
Zeus on the side. TP coming in. Faker looking to make the flank against Ruler. Owner goes in! And again, the combos are clean. The hostile takeover is damn well hostile. T1 looking to leave no survivors alive. 369 admits the entire team will get absolutely nothing. T1 in the clutch are too damn clean.
Baker predicts Ruler's flash. He gets there first. He catches him with the ultimate. It is a clean ace.
The T1 gonna go up to match point. And it's Faker that sets it up. Owner that knocks it down.
Just when you think that JDG are in total control, it wasn't even about the Cloud Soul. It was a single moment from T1 that gave them this game, that set them up for a match point. Missing, he won't be enough. T1 gonna break the base. T1 gonna move on to match point. A clean fight out of nowhere secures them their second game.
These players on T1, they've accomplished so much, and yet, of course, everyone knows their main goal, an international championship, has been the one thing that has eluded them. They've talked about in interviews, this might be the last year that they stay together, with so many of them being career T1 players. To be one step away from reaching another finals is huge.
An incredible game from T1, and what a confidence-inspiring moment to turn it back just when it might have been lost. And T1 now moving on to match point after the break. But first, let's have a look at some of the behind-the-scenes footage of our daily teases, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload, flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load, it's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the damage, not the little flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive.
What's your play?
Trying as quickly as they can to lock down some of these level 2 now going in. Kanavi, good damage down on Naguma. Ruler flashing on safety, ticking and burning, but he will stay standing, missing! Gets taken down! Carrier! A godly play! Might go for the 50-50, but it's absolutely Psycho flashes over the arrow! Faker goes in! My God! What an engage from T1! TP coming in, Faker looking to make the play against Ruler! Owner goes in! And again, the combos are clean! The hostile takeover is damn well hostile! T1 and the clutch are too damn clean!
Unbelievable. It is Faker and T1 on match point after what was a very dicey game. And Azael, we've just been nerding out ever since that last play happened, right?
As soon as this play happened, all I could think of was the 2017 play we showed at the beginning of the day. Ruler flashing and ulting on Varus, catching Faker, ending the World Finals. This is the shoe on the other foot, and we should just run them back to back. This is a 2017 World Finals match point for Samsung. Ruler flash ults, catches Faker, they kill him, they end the game off of it. Fast forward, we can move into the next one even, and it's gonna be 2023 today to push them one game away. Match point now for T1 to move to the World Finals. It's Faker catching Ruler. The shoe is on the other foot. This is history between these two legends.
What did we see in the teaser? Ruler saying, our road is inevitable. Faker saying, remember, Ruler, all roads lead to me.
And I think also we talked about JDG's team fighting, right? And how well they layer CC. Owner on these secondary follow-up engages with the Rel, or primary engages with the Rel, with the rest of the team following up, has been really, really on point, and you saw it in that team fight as well.
And it wasn't easy because the Wukong was actually quite strong.
Yeah, I think the Wukong was doing an awful lot of work out trying to, one, control the early stages of the game, but when you look at those team fights, I mean, Owner, incredible, flashing over the Ashe arrow, getting in towards the Azir ult. It was like Faker, multiple times the Azir ults were making the difference. I think it was absolutely incredible to see just how strong T1 were taking what JDG are famous for and matching them at that.
Yeah, it was hard for JDG to play it out, and you said it already, Owner every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Owner finds the perfect engage in the river to take down Knight and Missing.
Yeah, this was absolutely unbelievable. We have a telestrator through it, so we're just going to roll right into it. But this was amazing. The split-second decision-making here from Owner is really what you have to watch. So eyes on Owner here in the middle of the fight. We're going to roll this out. As JDG, we were all screaming, T1 need to back off. JDG are chipping Owner down. Owner's going to die here. Knight finds this really good angle for the ulti, sections him off. Owner's getting really low. All of T1 is bottled up back here, and you're thinking, all right, this is JDG's Dragon. T1 cannot overstay. But then right this moment here, arrow gets fired out, and Owner does not panic. The man flashes over it in a world semifinals. Are you kidding me? Flashes over it, and watch the engage. Plus the follow-up here. Faker wraps around. Everyone comes in from T1. This was mind-blowing stuff.
This is my Roman Empire.
This is insane. Look, this one's going to live rent-free in my head for so long. The engage from Owner was the stuff of legends. Faker with the follow-up and Carry with the 5-man ulti. It's just like chef's kiss, perfect team fight.
Yeah, and we talked a bit, again, at the beginning of the play, how Faker is engaging, Owner is following up. Here we see Owner flashing over the Ashe arrow to get the engage.
Crazy.
Faker and Carrier following up. And I cannot stress enough how much this player struggled in summer, especially with Faker out. Owner was bearing the brunt of all of the criticism and hate that T1 were receiving in a lot of these games because he looked so bad in some of them. To see him have the wherewithal to come out and do this kind of play is awesome.
It's crazy, just a presence of mind in that moment. We're going into game 4 with T1 on match point, and JDG have selected the blue side. I'd like to pull up the drafts that we've seen so far and just think of where this could go. And in general, though, I do think we also need to keep top of mind that for a long time in this game, JDG was actually doing really well in hard situations, in difficult executions. They weren't out of this game. It actually needed that play from T1. So what are we thinking for game 4?
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing across these drafts is, again, we were talking about, okay, is JDG going to try to contest this kind of like pushing bot lane that we've seen from T1? And here they did, and some of that was just execution based, right? Because I actually didn't mind how JDG played this out. They set up really, really well off of the level 1 for that bot lane, like we've been seeing from T1 in some of the previous games in this series. So I'm really curious for the next draft if we're still going to be seeing these lanes, because they've now lost twice on red side.
Yeah, I think the super interesting one for me as well is like what red side 5 is being used for. The Alistar, not the best of picks in this last spot. When you look towards the Alistar there, you're counterpicking yourself with the Alistar. Top lane. We highlighted so much coming into this, how that support counterpick was going to matter massively, and the Renata was huge in these scenarios. When you look at the Senna coming in to match the Ashe and the Caitlyn, these are the picks that are actually defining the blue side and working out so well.
And we've been saying at the beginning of the day, is it going to come back to bite them that JDG picked red, going under the assumption that the red side was stronger because of those last best of 5s we saw? Maybe it isn't the case, Azil. What do you think? Is T1 going to close the deal here, or are we going to game 5?
I think T1 is going to close it out. I think they are playing so incredibly well, you know, from the position that they were in. I think that they use red side a lot better, and I don't think that it's so blue side favored that blue side just automatically wins.
I think, especially with the way the Team 1 are fighting, it's very hard for JDG to come back. Team 1 are beating JDG at their own game, and they look better.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big thing, right? Is, again, because we talked about, okay, JDG are trying to match. They set up really well off the level 1 for this Varus Ashe lane. But then the way T1 won was mid to late game team fighting with Faker and Owner getting that play in mid, right, onto Ruler. So, like, I definitely think that T1 have shown that they are a multifaceted team. They are not just a team that has to play these pushing bot sides. They have a lot of really good answers, and they have the presence of mind to pull off these 5v5 fights in the mid to late game.
We have to talk about what it means for these teams, because this is a potential end of the golden road for JDG, the team most likely to ever have done it. And T1 on the other side, they are now one step away from another finals.
I love that you brought it up. They're not going to let it go so easily, JDG. I am sure, or will it be T1 to another world final?
That's a damn good question, and I have no idea, but I am hyped. This series has absolutely delivered. That game 3 was a banger. There is no other word for it.
They're playing on a razor's edge, on a knife's edge right here with some of these plays, these engages, and we are being treated to some of the best League of Legends you will ever see. Faker, so deep into his career, after all these years, can still just win a semifinals game just like that, flashing on Ruler, making the big play. And one of the big things about Champ Select coming into this game after that is that given over the Azir and Faker having such a big impact there, one of the biggest aberrations in champion pools on either of these teams is that Knight has not played it all year long. He simply does not like the champion. He has played it in previous years, but none this year at all. And that plus the Rel have been the two biggest factors.
Oh, yeah, and that was what I was wondering about, because Owner has been pivotal, right? Like his individual play on the Rel has been absolutely exceptional. Coming into the quarterfinals in particular, I still had a lot of questions about his champion pool. After the Maokai game, I feel like those are still warranted, but his Poppy and his Rel have been exceptional. The key thing here for JDG is that I'm wondering if we're going to have a trade Jarvan for Orianna, and right now, that's what it's looking like with the Kalista ban.
Certainly is. Taking the time here.
If you give over Orianna, there's no way you want to also give them the Jarvan. The combo,
you have to pick it.
The combo is just too good. Have to seal that one away. They could then get Faker his Azir again into the Orianna if they wanted to grab it first, or they could go for a support or a jungle pick here.
Dangerous position JDG put themselves in.
The Vi and the Jarvan are two of the combos that you usually play with Orianna.
And Owner looks damn clean throughout the entire tournament on the Jarvan. Part of the reason we've seen it taken away so frequently. Is it something the T1 want to prioritize here? Are they comfortable taking another side of the matchup? The Rel was ultimately the ban from JDG given how comfortable Owner had been on it, but there is the J4, unsurprisingly.
You got to pick it away. I also think that J4 with his ultimate makes going or trying to opt into really aggressive 2v2 bot lanes with immobile carries a lot riskier. His ultimate can be such a powerful tool when you're playing things like, for example, a Varus.
So they could replace the Jarvan pick here on the side of JDG with the Vi and still have that guaranteed engage, that shockwave delivery system. Gumayushi's been so good on the Varus. He's combined with Keria for so many aggressive pushing lanes with it. They have a chance to break that up, the Ashe Varus that has been their go-to combo, but Keria's got plenty in his bag. He can dig deep for other things as well.
Baiting. Kanavi locking the Belveth. So many dashes to dodge the Jarvan EQ, favored very often in the 1v1.
It also really emphasizes level 1s and level 1 invades and looking at Raptor steals. So now we're also even keeping that in mind, level 1 compositions as we go into the possibly final game here.
Additionally, we do see that Zeus will not be allowed to play Aatrox in this one, and now T1 are faced with an option. Do you want to pick something for Zeus so that he can try and pressure 369 in his position, or are they going to leave it and have the risk of his pool being pinched?
So JDG are actually in a bit of a pinch here for the Aatrox because Zeus on his Smurf has been playing Graves, which we saw a really strong counter to it already. I wonder if they're going to ban away the Graves to protect Aatrox here. Some other counter picks to it that are pretty rarely seen are like the Fiora, the Camille sometimes used as well. See what they want to protect 369 with, because Zeus has definitely been one of the big advantages that they can utilize here. They're more worried about the Ashe comparison that we were talking about with the Varus.
Yeah. And I think Zeus, obviously a player not afraid to take these more volatile matchups. Busted out the Jace, a champion where you need to snowball, you need to press your leads. Did a fantastic job doing so in the quarterfinals. See if he goes for something similarly volatile in match point scenario. Ashe banned away for now. Again, it seems like just trying to limit the potential of this bottom lane to get free bot lane prio in the early game. Renata also taken off the board.
And I wouldn't be surprised if T1 keep hidden what Keria is going to do. Because let's not forget, it was Varus support specifically that Keria put out, after which he said, please don't do this. You are not Keria. Your teammates are not T1. You should not try this at home. That is also a Zeus special into the Aatrox specifically, and would set up a terrifying wombo combo.
Yes. He's doing it! Forget the Graves, we're going all in. The Yone, so they've got Jarvan plus Yone initiation here to set up for it. So much CC on the side of T1. It's gonna make playing Bel'Veth so difficult here. I mean, Bel'Veth relies so much on being able to tank damage with the E and have more isolated fights and skirmishes. Ooh. But every member on T1 has ways to interrupt the Bel'Veth E.
And I am concerned for JDG right now because Zeri is not a strong champion in the early stages of the game. Varus is a notorious lane bully, and you've just given the freedom to Keria to counterpick your support pretty effortlessly. Lulu good, obviously, but can be outclassed by a lot of the ranged options. And Caitlyn, while not a traditional support, is one of them.
I mean, we still don't know who's playing what. Like, given that it's Gumayushi, yeah, it's going to be the Bard instead. And let's not forget, it was this Zeri pick specifically that got Ruler his first LCK win back in 2022. It was when Zeri was at the height of her powers, and this is a champion he is insanely comfortable with. Kanavi still undefeated on the Bel'Veth. This is what JDG is pulled out to try and deny T1 access to the finals.
Even though JDG are on the blue side this time around, that has won all of the games, it seems a little iffy here. They do need to scale into this game, whereas T1 have a lot of playmaking options here. Aggressive lanes locked in, both in bottom lane and in top lane, and Owner got the premier ganking jungler of the patch, Jarvan. Bel'Veth, though, can get some pretty good level 1 leads if you can go for a level 1 play, if you can steal away some Raptors. We will see.
A lot of pressure on JDG, no doubt, opting for scaling, something that has done so well for them domestically and even internationally. Not surprising, but T1's roster and the lineup that they have opted for in Champ Select is incredibly, incredibly explosive. Strong on the level 1. Bard and Varus with the Halo Blades, incredibly oppressive if you do want to fight level 1. This is going to be a tricky puzzle to try to solve from the side of JDG to bring us to a Game 5.
And to me, Kanavi is going to be the key. He is the one that needs to be the bridge for JDG towards that mid to late game, where I still think the T1 comp has a lot of power, but that is where this composition from JDG is going to shine. When Knight and Ruler are hitting 1-2 items, they can single-handedly win fights. We've seen them do it countless times, and they have no choice at this point.
Keria walking in, getting a little bit of early chip damage. Rain of arrows coming down as well, just to follow that up. Ruler should just be able to back here, not a big deal. A bit more money in the back pocket of Keria. I imagine he gets all 3 stacks there, so probably can go back, opt for a pot if he so chooses. Control ward.
Kanavi definitely a very good Bel'Veth player. Played a lot of games of it, and their eyeballs are on those Raptors we're talking about. But T1, well aware, trying to defend, should be able to do so. Keria's even made a recall. Look at the Bard coming down mid lane. Keria's kind of hovering at the mid ground here, just in case JDG were to make a hard push. But of course, with full vision, we know that the JDG bottom lane is down bottom, and so they're not going to go for the hard force on Raptors just yet.
No, the ideal world of starting enemy Raptors on Bel'Veth will be denied for now, at least. See what Kanavi can do to steal some of those away as we move later into the game. Early lane phase, have to see if JDG can get any priority here. Guma not opting for Halo Blade, so not quite as keen to go for lane prio. Instead, trying to match the scaling that Ruler is going to bring to the table with the Zeri.
Yeah, going to be the lethal tempo and call as well, so him and Keria going to be very happy to just take it easy in this lane. And we have already seen against LNG what Guma can do on this very auto-attack focused Varus. The early laning phase is going to be really big. Duno missing, going for the healer, Keria for the ignite. And both junglers expected to path towards the bot side of the map. Early level 2 is there for JDG though.
And for Owner, We know how impactful he can be in the early game. It has been a story of junglers pretty much across the entire series. But for Oner on this J4, a bit more pressure to make some of these early plays happen. Topside going well for Zeus here. Early levels for Aatrox difficult. Darken Blade cooldown is simply so long that it's hard to find good opportunities to trade back. Zeus stacking the wave here. Not a lot of dive threat, but can go for the Q3 if he wants a bit of extra poke.
So tense here. With Zeus pushing in on top side, knowing both junglers pushing away from the top lane. Zeus getting a lot of harassment done under the tower even, using his aggressive E here as he's able to push up. Meanwhile, though, bottom lane, supported by the junglers clearing down towards them. The Lulu Zeri early on, getting control of the minion wave. And being able to use that for their safety.
Yep. Might have a fight towards the early scuttle as well. We do see T1 already placed some vision down there. Faker, at least right now, will have priority, but will use that to go for a base instead. I don't know if Knight will actually let him, and we do see Missing and Ruler already trying to make their way over and ensure that Kanavi can get this early crab, and doesn't look like T1, at least for now, are winning. But Faker did get it back in, made his way back to the mid wave, but will be behind on the play.
Carrier maybe just going to throw down a bit of poke. Cosmic Binding to hit Missing. Kanavi will grab the crab. Belveth, incredibly strong early on in the game.
Yeah, pushing bottom lane allows JDG to come first as well. And he's going for the double here. We'll see about the meetup, because Oner also trying to get in position first. Can he get to the pixel brush and have control of vision? He gets the ward down in it. And he's got smite as well, so he's got it.
Yeah, priority there for Zeus as well, who's first on the roam if they do try to force the objective. So instead, Scuttle Crab traded 1-for-1. Oner now turning his attention over to his Raptors. Zeus is just keeping this pressure up on the top side of the map.
And I want you to pay attention to the amount of vision that has been set up here, allowing Zeus to really play so aggressively with this Yone and try and generate leads, which with the Graves was exactly the same way that we've seen the Aatrox be dealt with before. As long as you are aware, and they have been doing a good job of tracking Kanavi, Zeus should be able to push to his heart's content.
Right, continuing to poke in the mid lane, but you're right. Control and support for Zeus in so many of these clutch scenarios, regardless of what champion he is playing, has been a hero and a standout for T1 this tournament. As Carrier, for now, just denying Missing's back, has just enough mana for the Whimsy to take him out to safety.
And JDG and 369 have to be very careful this game, because if Zeus gets a lead this game, the Yone has a very easy time of getting set up by a Bard ultimate.
Missing, denied again. There's no kill angle here.
If Carrier can land a Bard ultimate later, set him up for an easy Yone over the top, they can group
Carrier might be the one in trouble. Journey comes out. Ruler going through.
Playing with him.
He can go over the wall.
Yeah, big thing here is that the wave state obviously is kind of rough. We'll see if Ruler is able to actually shove it in, but with the wave just now coming in, I don't think he will be able to without missing. Might have to give up some CS here. One thing that is really big though, and I've seen a lot of Zeri games come out, as I think Zeus actually went for the...
he did. He went for the Fate Seal. He completely whiffed. Looked like a nice side step from 369. No flash burn means pretty favorable trade.
But no one on T1 is 100% secure in locking down this area, right? There's no Nautilus, there's no Vi, and that is something that Ruler in the past, particularly with the shielding that he's going to get from Knight, from Missing, has been able to utilize insanely well. It was, of course, a different era of Zeri. Don't quite have as much agency as you did back then, as Carrier going for a play, but will get spotted on the ward.
Kanavi coming in. Oner waiting in the darkness. Don't want to commit to the play there.
They gotta know.
They're late on the bot lane roam. Yes, Carrier gets out of lane, but for now, Guma forced to just catch that CS. Baker waiting as long as he can, trying to hold on to the shifting sands. Turning their attention to the bottom lane. Guma only level 5. Carrier.
The short tunnel.
Yeah, if you've ever played Bard, that's a classic. That's the little stubby guy right there. Not going to do much. That's why you normal cast and don't smart cast the Bard portal.
It's the dragon nub. You just get the little...
Do note, there are no teleports for either top laner here, so if we do get a fight for this dragon, or at least for the scuttle, it will be exclusively between 4 versus 4.
Oner going in, decent bit of poke damage. Just the EQ as well as the Iron Spike Whip. No level 6 again.
Minus 6.
Carrier flash to the wall, locking up Knight. It's a clean play. Flag drag, flash forward. Committing on a Knight. The shockwave now coming in. Faker turning it right back. First blood. Everybody getting now. That's one hell of a magical journey. They'll get the kill back onto Oner, but now they're in enemy territory. Cosmic Binding is good, but here comes Kanavi. Locked up, nowhere for Faker to go, and JDG fire back, but Zeus on the top side going all in.
And
still.
Ruler is rich. Both of those kills going into the Zeri is exactly what JDG want. Get this Zeri super fed. You have the Lulu and the Orianna. Double supportive scaling here for the pentakill machine.
And it's specifically the stall from JDG that ends up being the big difference maker there. Guma doesn't initially join the fight when Keria goes in. And look at the heal and shockwave combo. Even with the flash, it's not enough. And it means that Guma doesn't actually hit his ult. JDG with the full health bars are able to cut off the escape. And Ruler getting fed on Zeri this early. I've seen countless times, and it does not end well for his opponents.
Yeah, that's about the worst possible thing that could happen if you're a T1 fan right now.
Oh, yeah.
Ruler's area getting ahead, definitely a big concern there. Able to go back and buy the Noon. Quiver Zeus now locked up. Fate Seal gonna take him out to safety. 369 not able to get in front of it and stop the dash.
I like the call from JDG, you know, the full rotation up to the top side of the map, trying to play off of those 2 kills that they got so they can rush down Rift Herald for the Bel'Veth, use those Bel'Veth Voidlings for pushing along with the pop, and continue to snowball him.
It also takes away a lot of the power that Zeus was having in this isolated 1v1. Now Kanavi on the Bel'Veth got an early Herald. That's a best case scenario for JDG, and they're looking for more.
Zeus no ulti, very vulnerable if they do want to commit for the all-in, but Owner and Keria in the area. Right here beside him, level 6. Around the corner for Keria, but still needs a bit more. Faker over the wall, though, has been locked in by the Infernal Chains above and below, coming up for the Bel'Veth. Faker in trouble, not going to be able to get out of this one. The kill coming through for Kanavi.
Yeah, that's JDG territory. Faker walks right in, and they welcome him with open arms. Teleport down to the bottom side to even catch the minion wave down here for Knight. So JDG are able to take basically everything there. The only thing they had to give up was 1 turret plate to Guma.
You can see the continued play. JDG so badly want to use the early power of the Bel'Veth when the Herald goes down to try and get as much gold into the Zeri as humanly possible.
It's an incredibly heads-up play, not giving Ruler a laning phase. Instead, just focusing on finding all this gold in these favored lane scenarios. He doesn't have to go against the Varus, pulling further and further ahead. Standing on a ward currently. He's going to have the Q3. Doesn't look like he is going to go for it on the top side. He will. Canceling that one. Q3 can come out. He's only got a few more seconds of soul inbound, but Ruler will be able to just parkour his way out to safety.
Good jump there from Ruler. If Zeus hits that Q, he probably tries to follow up with the ult and then Keria there as well. But he jumps out. No damage dealt, no problem for them. Easy reset afterwards, and very comfortable early lead here for JDG. Not only is it the magnitude of the early lead with the gold here, but it's the concentration of it in the exact perfect spot.
Yes. Just continuously canceling these backs. Actually pretty disruptive to the side of JDG.
Yeah.
We're going to push one more wave. Stridebreaker now completed for Kanavi. He's very powerful. Owner still trailing behind. Doesn't have the luxury of the extra assist or kill. But Owner will start up the Drake. Focus on the Dragons has paid dividends for T1 in the entire bracket stage, excuse me.
And that is actually courtesy of Zeus, right? If Ruler and Missing are able to get their back in early, I think Ruler gets back, picks up his Stormrazor, and then T1 might not be able to get the Dragon. We'll be getting that though. Still think JDG is going to be very happy with how this early game has played out. Very early Stormrazor and call finish on Ruler. I think he was sitting at like a, what is it, 700 gold lead already this early on in the game on a pick that obviously scales insanely well. And early Drake is going to go to T1, but because it's so late, doesn't feel like Dragon stacking is going to be as easy as it was in the previous games.
Yeah, and JDG, their eyes are just set on Ruler's inventory. They're like, we get a couple items on the Zeri, and then we will be able to take over. So the price of giving up a couple of early Dragons, they're not as worried about because they have confidence they can win those later Dragon fights and even stop any stacking that T1 start early.
And while in the previous game, T1 had some phenomenal team fight execution, and do need that to lock down this Zeri. It's not something you want to have to rely on, these flawless engages. You want to be able to play things a bit more standard, a bit more by the book, and that's only going to get harder and harder as Ruler gets more items under his belt. Because we talk about the threat of JDG. They absorb your engage, they re-engage. That's Zeri in a nutshell. You go in on her, you don't kill her, she pushes ult, she kills your entire team.
And a really big thing for T1, I think, is trying to get someone in side lane ahead. And that's why so much attention has been paid towards Zeus. Because if he is unmatched inside, it gives you a pressure point to try and draw apart JDG. Because in the mid to late game, no one will be able to match this Yone in the 1v1. But if he doesn't actually get a meaningful lead, and JDG are able to maintain control of the game, get early objectives, then T1 is going to be stuck trying to 5v5, trying to actually contest for some of these dragons, some of these barons, and it'll make it a relatively straightforward task for JDG. Again, particularly with 9 on Orianna, which has been insane throughout this entire series, really the entire tournament, and then Ruler on a Lulu powered up Zeri.
Yeah, it's just a perfectly constructed comp here for the way that JDG like to play around their super carries. Meanwhile, T1 overloading topside as we get a teleport back to the tower from 369. Keria thinking about it. That's going to be all that they do up here.
Now, Zeus obviously pretty favored in the 1v1. Easy for him to kind of dictate when they do and do not trade, but hasn't been able to break that matchup open quite yet. Maybe it'll get easier once he completes that first item. Luden's now completed for Faker. The crown for Knight, again, aware that he needs to survive on side lane, potentially against someone as lethal as the Yone.
And yeah, facing Yone in the side lane is just a nightmare, even with Crown. It does take away, I think, particularly from the engage potential of someone like Owner, as Zeus, he needs to play this aggressive. And you see, again, we've talked about this earlier as well, but it still remains true. There is so much attempted vision here from T1 just to try and ensure that this Yone can get to a decent state in the game. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Herald is going to be up in about 35 seconds, and I would expect both teams to heavily try and play towards that. For JDG, offers you an opportunity to get rid of Ruler even further ahead and break open that mid lane turret in particular. For T1, maybe that's the break that Zeus has been looking for.
Looking for that angle as Keria, again, just continues to be a nuisance here. Magical Journey takes him out to safety. Gumishi just going to catch the wave in mid lane, so you can get priority here first. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the Drake, yes. 10 seconds left on the second Herald. JDG get prio here. Expect they're favored on the objective, and you can see the one strong point for T1 in this pretty rough early game is still Zeus on the top side, on the Yone. Going to continue to track what he can get done with his lead.
Constantly moving in, getting some turret plate money for himself, getting that pressure down for T1.
The vision.
But here it comes. Rift Herald's been started. T1 are here. Teleports are ready for both Faker and Knight.
TB coming to the mid lane from Knight. TB coming into the pit from Faker. Unleashed just in time. Ruler slowed down just a bit. Objective getting lower and lower. Who's going to take it? Kanavi is going to grab it. Ulti coming out with the shockwave on the backside to lock up Gumayushi. Owner goes in, but he's not able to get much done. Kanavi dipping and diving. Zeus finally going to catch the jungler, but Ruler for now is still completely untouched. Kanavi is living. The lightning crash comes out, and it is time for T1 to get the hell out of dodge. Zeus has burned all of his resources, but continuing to step up. Will walk away, but JDG, again, they get the Herald. They keep their jungler alive. It's a perfect exchange.
And Kanavi does not die in those moments. Missing, backing him up. They get the Herald again for the Bel'Veth, and they're able to get the better hand of T1.
Let's see if they can actually start snowballing with it, knock down some of these turrets, because Dragon coming up at only 14 seconds, and T1 are trying to reset in time for it.
Take a look at some of the individual gold. Lead on the top side, 1K to Yone. Ruler getting further and further ahead, that much closer to the quick blades.
Now, T1 do have teleport advantage if Zeus can either get some space away from 369 or even go back to base. Zeus could teleport down to the dragon fight and kind of sacrifice the push on top in exchange. Also, another thing to think about always when you're playing against the Bard, Kanavi here does have Rift Herald, but Bard can just ult the towers to immune them and immune the charge and nullify most of the effect.
Yep, 5 seconds till that ult is available for Keria. Boris ult already available. Kanavi going through the portal! He didn't mean to click that! Oh, that's gonna cost him! Still standing for now! Will live!
That's a magical journey indeed.
Yeah, but not the good kind of magic. And even though Kanavi is able to stay alive, that is a lot of health gone for the jungler, and T1 immediately going to try and capitalize.
Navi's starting to heal up, has the red buff ticking.
They can't contest.
But there's no room for JDG to contest this one. The Herald going to be immediately dropped mid. Carrier still has the ulti to deny the charge, but JDG barreling in. A lot of members here might be able to break the tower anyway. Still, they're going to break it. 369 caught up. Oh! Gumayushi going to go in for the counter engage. The flash out. Carrier flashing forward. Will not connect on the stun. Faker on the flank. Herald's still there. Void Remora still there. Zeus finds the knockup. He finds two, but there's no follow-up. He gets out the Lulu wall. Kanavi now stepping in. Knight there. Shockwave comes back. The counter punch from JDG is too damn much, but T1 are still standing. T1 are still firing back. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh, these fights are just on the edge. Knight with the shockwave to find them, but the counter kill again under tower. This time around, Kanavi's not surviving under tower twice.
And this is reminiscent of game number 3. Neither of these teams are giving up anything for free, and after the charge is denied, it's Zeus going in aggressively, but this is an Orianna that actually does have the crown, and Missing has his defensive cooldowns as well. Is able to wildgrowth himself, and then the shockwave, it looks like the fight is turned for JDG, but it's not enough for Zeus.
Zeus running, has no fate sealed. Still a big threat in the 1v1 with the rest of the team now on the way. Looks like Hullbreaker will be the second item choice for Zeus, so focusing on that side lane.
Kanavi's had some wild clicks so far in this game. The magical journey and then also the crystal there going in.
That was very close to being like the worst click of the tournament. But he lives somehow.
It's fine. He's okay.
It's fine. We learned cats have 9 lives. Belveth has 3. You only get a couple of those before she eventually has to go down.
All right, well, we do have the quick blades for Zeri, for Ruler here. Level 11 Zeri Ruler. Now that is a bit scary for T1. They have to give preference on the map right now to wherever Ruler is moving with JDG. The chase down potential of this champion, if you make a mistake, is going to be too much.
Way too much. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Zeris just barely get out and then turn a team fight. And it is also fitting that it's Knight and Ruler that I think are going to have to do heavy lifting. 369, just because of the counter pick, hasn't really been able to have the biggest impact. And it was Knight and Ruler together that were able to deny that crucial 5th game from KT with an absolutely heroic play, which didn't involve Zeri, but did involve Knight's Orianna. And it feels like T1 should be good. When it comes to specifically the side lane, they are clearly trying to leverage Zeus as much as they can. But is JDG actually going to let them?
And even in some of these team fights here, Zeus in a position to create a lot more pressure than 369's Aatrox. This is a defensive Aatrox. This is the Gore Drinker Sterix, tankier version of it, not the lethality that we have been seeing. Whereas Zeus here will have big damage output. We saw the grouping of the ultimate on display in the last one.
Yeah, as long as he can stack up that Q, should be able to find backline access when combined with the Soul Unbound, the Fate Seal, the ultimate, and E respectively. Faker continuing to walk up on the top side. And now Carrier caught out, no magical journey available. Ruler walks in, just gets a freebie.
Knight serves up Ruler some extra gold on a silver platter.
And now JDG just walking in, looking to take tier 2. Boom is here, but what is he gonna get done? Now trying to lock them up, has flash out to safety, owner buying a bit more space for Guma, but they're being forced to retreat. TP already used, Zeus waiting over the wall, trying to find the jungler. It feels personal how many times this man has managed to survive, but the fate is sealed of Kanavi. T1 managed to punish in the mid lane. Carrier traded for Kanavi in the grand scheme of things.
Faker says, I invest my TP, I take my kill, as they are able to collapse onto Kanavi there, and I think that is big. Could have been an opportunity for JDD
Kings on Dragon,
to try and get
Baron.
more. Yeah, what is T1 going to do? They do have a
They have a Yone and a Varus. They have a Yone and a Varus. They eat this objective alive.
Rage Blade's done.
JDG have zero vision. They have zero way into the pit. They have zero tools to get on top of them quickly. T1 are determined to take the objective. It's getting lower and lower. There's a portal in the back of the pit. It's a goddamn good heist. T1 get in. They get the Baron, and they get the hell out.
And we hadn't seen a lot of these, but the T1 Baron is back, baby. 21 minutes in, Kanavi goes down, and T1 might also be able to use this to set themselves up for an Ocean Soul point. A Hullbreaker Ocean Soul Yone. is a nightmare.
You can best believe Kanavi's going to hear it after this one. He better have some good plays around Dragon coming up.
And that's the thing, as much as we talk about not being able to give JDG an inch because they're so proficient in the late game, the same is true of T1 around Baron. If there's any team that will go for this objective at a moment's notice, it is this T1 lineup. But JDG know they have priority access to the pit. Zeus waiting over the wall. Again, it is all eyes on Ruler. He has to be the difference maker here. A good shockwave, the Zeri follow-up could be enough for JDG to take the fight, but for now they're focused on the objective. Owner zoning them away. 2.5K, it's getting lower and lower. They will burn it down. They get what they came for. T1, do they want to stay for the fight? Knockup coming through. Owner caught up. Flag and Drag will take him out to safety. Kanavi burning on the back side. Owner still standing. Ruler with the lightning crash now trying to go in, but goes gold, and Carrier buys a bit more space for the rest of the team. Arrows coming in from the bars. Ruler incredibly low, but maybe, just maybe, he can turn it back, but Guma's still standing tall. He can't walk into range. T1 starting to feel like an inevitability. Ruler, Zeri, not enough.
T1 are running JDG in circles in these team fights. What?
Taves flashing forward, just trying to deny, just trying to zone them away. Blood in their eyes. They want everything. They'll break the tier 1.
And Zeus is just like, I'm flashing, I'm canceling backs, I'm finding a target, but that is soul points. That is a Red Bull player on power play of 3.5K, and that is T1 setting themselves up for a possible final.
Not a single T1 member dropping there. You have to look at both sides of this team fight. It sections off into so many different sick plays. First of all, though, is the Dragon. Guma Yushi combo arrow with Owner to be able to secure it. Guma at Worlds has been able to steal objectives, and he's able to secure them with his team. Faker goes in for the ultimate, which gets Knight's stasis here, and then Knight has to flash Zeus's ultimate that was over the top. Then Zeus just continues back up to the top side of the team fight where Owner lived.
The lineup is perfect there. They've locked up Ruler. That's all that they need. Zeus now stepping in. Zeus desperate to get the Q3, but he cannot find the angle. Ruler now retreating. T1, will they go for more? Flashing from Owner. Kanavi now in trouble. Wild Gun coming out. T1 find the angle. Barreling down the top side with the Baron, ready to break the backs of JDG. The magical journey for T1 coming through, and perhaps the golden road coming to an end.
And it was Carrier that actually was able to hit his ultimate on Ruler in that fight. That's why Ruler couldn't do anything. The most fed member of JDG in that fight around the Dragon wasn't there.
The Baron now just times out. Kanavi's the only one that remains dead, but T1 with lightning quick speed takes so much from JDG. Faker now 5 kills to his name on the Azir, collecting heads. Ruler jumps through the wall, and T1 are not gonna let that one slide. Carrier nails him, Zeus with the follow-up, and T1 swarm on them. Guma Yushi hits his ulti there onto Kanavi. They chase him down. Because Ruler had been chased out with so little health, they pick up the kill on the jungler again.
And it's not done for JDG. They've come back from worse games. But just the level of dominance that T1 was able to show ever since that Dragon fight, the gold lead now skyrocketed towards them. I think Zeus is going to be unkillable inside the moment that they get this Ocean Soul, and Kanavi needs to make sure that that doesn't go their way.
If JDG win this game, it's going to be off the back of a miraculous Zeri team fight.
Knight locked up.
Knight is locked.
The crown will not stop that. And he's only a Knight. Faker knocking him down, unstoppable.
Carry a Bard. He's got the hand of Midas. Everyone he touches turns to gold in the favor of T1.
T1 continuing to press forward. JDG backs against the wall. They've come so far, so close to the golden road. But here in the late game, it's all eyes on Ruler. It's eyes on the execution. T1 not giving them a single moment to breathe, a moment to relax. Ruler clearing the wave as best he can. Guma getting stronger and stronger. The attack speed bar is starting to hit like a truck, shredding through the tower slowly but surely. Faker on the flank.
And the big thing is, Ruler's flash cooldown, which I think is going to be an absolutely pivotal summoner, will not be up for when the Dragon spawns. There is a window here for T1 where they can all in on this Dragon, try and make sure that the Zeri won't be able to get away as consistently from the engage from Zeus. Guma Yushi also finishing wits end. Build like this on it doesn't skill nearly as well as some of the more AP or crit focused builds, but right now you are dishing out so much damage.
T1 They have been faced with the LPL gauntlet. They took down BLG in the Swiss stage. They took down LNG in the quarterfinals. Looking at JDG here, can they do it?
Weibo waiting for them in the finals. Kanavi taking the buff. Tension on each and every play that JDG are going to try to go for at this stage of the game. They cannot afford any more slip-ups, any more mistakes to be caught out. And it's so hard now because Keria can just fish with Bard ults. T1 have the advantage. A massive gold lead, 3 Drakes backing them up, 4 seconds to the Baron, 6 to the Ocean Soul. JDG have to be careful.
Zeus coming up the river here.
JDG have to be perfect.
He's going to start up the Dragon himself.
Kanavi getting chunked away. Zeus can start this one, draw the attention of JDG. They're forced to respond. They can't afford to give up the Soul. Guma clearing the mid wave. T1 a bit split. Eyes on Ruler. Eyes on the shockwave of Knight. Kanavi stepping in, flash to the side from Faker. Ooh. At the cost of very little. Owner walking forward, but Faker now dominating! Kanavi! A massive mistake! Keria now going in, the Ruler's untouched! Goes golden and now Ruler! Looking to take over the fight, Ruler still standing, but Guma's still standing, Guma firing back! Ruler goes down! Guma's just better! Zeus now stepping in. Fate sealed. Or rather, Soul Unbound now taking it back. The Ocean Soul for T1. They get everything they want.
It's the death cap! It's the death cap for Faker, the damage! Unexpected! They're gonna get Soul! They're gonna get Baron!
Run from it! Dread it! T1 are inevitable! Faker will come for the final spot. T1 will get the Baron. They will get the split push. They've got JDG on the ropes.
JDG, they've got maybe one last fight in them. And then a few more after that if they want to claw their way back into this game, but it all falls apart. A single mistake, a single moment where Kanavi messes up, costs JDG so much.
He tries to get the W knock-up onto Faker. Faker flashes it to the side and then chops him down, and that is the signal for T1. They go all in, Keria onto Ruler, Ruler flashing then onto Gumayushi, but Guma pops him.
And it's the player on T1 that had the worst international debut in 2022, but it's him that's been trying to keep and hold down the fort and wins it there.
Coming into this tournament, he said, me and Keria are the best bot lane. He is looking to prove it as he breaks the back of each and every LPL AD carry.
Gumayushi also said, when questioned, how will you stop Ruler? I won't. I will crush him. And he just did.
And now, crucially, Ruler doesn't have his flash available. Knight doesn't have his flash available. Just shy of death cap. No real power there for the Orianna. Such a defensive build. I don't know if they're going to have the damage, particularly with Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul Zeus on the side lane. Can't be stopped. He can be slowed, but he cannot be stopped without more members there. 369 will not be enough. JDG know that that's a losing prospect on the top side, so instead they will focus on the bottom side, but this inhibitor will be a continuous weak point. 369 finding the lockup. Zeus snapping back on the Soul Unbound. Will just break the inhibitor. He knows what he's here for. It is slow. It is controlled. It is diligence. The hype moment over for a moment as Kanavi weaves in and out of the exchange, looking for a bit of redemption for himself. T1, explosive fight after explosive fight has put them in a position to close this out cleanly, clinically. Death by 1,000 cuts for JDG.
So much riding on these last minutes. JDG trying to defend their golden road as it crumbles before them. T1, the onslaught will not stop. Third inhibitor goes down.
T1 pushing in.
They're not done.
They've got the Baron still. 36 seconds. 5K Red Bull Baron power play backing them up. Zeus finding an initial knockup, just a bit of poke. Single misstep from JDG and T1 can instantly fully commit to the fight. It's the shockwave. Kanavi getting lower and lower, falling apart under the pressure. JDG's hope dwindling. They've taken down BLG. They've taken down LNG. It is not LPL versus LCK. It is T1 versus the LPL. And they like those odds as they move to finals.
Faker, over 10 years into his career, will head to another World Finals. At the head of this squad that has had so much success, but still chasing the cup.
the highs and lows of this roster over the last 2 years. The hype in spring after they won and one of the best splits of all time, and not able to deliver again at MSI, again at Worlds, again this year. And now they get another opportunity.
And for Faker to beat Ruler here, to go on to the finals in front of a home crowd, to return to Seoul, to return to the final stage after a tumultuous year, a tumultuous summer, where they looked lost at times, where Faker wasn't even there for a decent chunk of it, is an incredible, incredible achievement. We were ready for 4 LPL teams in the semifinals, but T1 denied the odds then, and they continue to do so. Their opponents, JDG, a solemn bow as their golden road is denied.
So crazy to hear from the interviews from some of these T1 players about the possibility of the roster not sticking together as well. But what a way to go out if they do. A finals placement again here at Worlds. Another chance.
And it showcases again why the Golden Road is such an elusive goal. Because the meta mid-tournament has shifted so much, and it's why so many teams have fallen short, because the amount of depth you need to have is almost impossible to ask from any team.
You need to have the depth, and you need to show up each and every day. If you slip up one day in the bracket stage, your entire year ends. And that was what it was. And you know, hearts out to the side of JDG, to Kanavi, who will be kicking himself for the rest of his life about the mistakes that he made in that game. That is horrifying, but also incredible. That is the high and low of this sport. And today, T1 get to live on that high. Faker gets to live on that high. They are moments, series, 5 games away from lifting the Summoners Cup. And it's incredible to see how no matter how many times they're doubted or counted out, they just keep coming back.
And how T1, as you said, have shifted the meta themselves. Moved it towards these bottom lane picks. Zeus here even pulling out his Yone. Such a huge influence from the top side. And look at that, the passion. Casterjun, the GOAT.
Casterjun, absolutely the GOAT.
Unmatched, truly.
Yeah. I mean, you
can feel it in the stadium. All of Korea behind T1. It's crazy. It's vibrating in here.
Yeah, and we're gearing up for an interview in a few moments, but in the meantime, I mean, just appreciating this moment that, again, we were so close to 4 LPL teams. T1 defied expectations.
Baker said, not in my house.
Not in my house. LNG, the favorites in that series. T1 struck them down pretty effortlessly, showing us a new meta, built on the backs of some earlier performances in the tournament. And then in this game against JDG, even in the mid to late game fights, we saw them show up clutch to bring it home for Korea and for T1 fans everywhere.
It's a culmination as well of the development that this roster has seen over the last 2 years. One of their biggest criticisms, and I don't think it's fair to just point fingers at draft. I think that there is so much more that goes into a game of League of Legends, but it's undeniable that T1 have not been able in crucial games consistently to find the angles, and whether they are able to actually make it happen until the end, that remains to be seen. But at least up until this point, they are very aware that meta read is everything, and it feels like it's also one of the big advantages they had today. This Yone coming out, even though we've seen Zeus play it before, I think was absolutely pivotal.
And I think the other person that you saw in the previous highlight that I just want to continue to draw more attention to, not as if he's not going to be basked in so much praise, but is Guma.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this is a guy who started his career talking a lot of smack and not being able to back it up. Now he's regained that confidence to talk trash heading into a series and to back it up. We saw it against Gala, the 1v1 in bot lane of Felius versus Varus. We saw it in that fight as well, taking out Zeri. Varus, a powerful champion, certainly, but just playing it to perfection in those final moments.
It was perfect. Ruler literally flashed into his face. He stood his ground and popped him. Yeah. Massive, massive stuff for this T1 team. The smiles on their faces. And you know they truly appreciate it because they have been so close and not been able to complete. Yeah, here we go.
And that's enough from us. Let's send it over to the winner's interview.
Guys, we're here joined by Zeus, owner on the side of T1 after taking down JDG in the semifinals match. Congratulations.
자, 제우스 선수 T1의 2년 연속 월드 결승 진출을 축하드립니다. 일단 소감을 들어보도록
You made it back to World's finals one more time. How do you feel?
어떤 그런 아픔들을 만회할 수 있는
Last year, you know, I experienced a very heartbreaking loss, and I think I can make it up for it this year. So I'm really happy.
오너 선수도 오늘 정말 쉽지 않은 상대.
What about you, Owner? You know,
승리를 거두셨는데요. 소감을 들어보고 싶습니다.
JDG is not an easy opponent. How do you feel about this win today?
소문이 나 있어서 긴장도 많이.
Everyone, you know, talked about how strong they are. So I was a little bit nervous going into the series as well. I'm so happy that we were able to actually pull off the performance that we were looking forward to, and I'm happy with our performance in general. So I'm just so glad at the moment.
다시 만났습니다.
Zeus, you used to play together with Kanavi Ruler for the Asian Games. What did you focus the most?
좋은 모습을 많이 보여준 선수들이라서.
They were having a great performance so far, so I was really afraid going up against them today.
잘 모르겠습니다.
But I don't know. I just did my best, and I'm so happy that we won.
그리고 오너 선수 오늘 시리즈 내내 정말 이니시각이
Owner, today you were the one opening team fights every single time.
앞으로 또 하고 싶은 플레이나 목표 같은 것들이
Is there any goal you have in mind right now?
뭔가 좀 뭐 렐이나 이런 약간.
I think so far I played a very supported pick, such as Rel. You know, I kind of got sick of it. So maybe at finals, I might be able to play something different, something better. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the right moment, but I want to say Rel is also a really good pick.
한번 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 제우스 선수 이제 결승에서
Zeus, now you are going up against Weibo Gaming, waiting for you at finals. What are you looking forward to the most going up against the Shy on the top lane?
더샤이 선수랑 유니폼 교환을 했을 때.
We actually had a jersey exchange together, so I told him, let's all survive until the very end so that we can meet at a greater stage. But at that time, not many people thought us or Weibo Gaming to be this strong. So it feels, you know, amazing that we made it so far. We made it to finals together, and I want to say, I think the Shy is an excellent player, so it's going to be a challenge for me. That is the mindset that I want to keep in mind.
이제 T1은 6번째 월드 결승 무대를 밟게 됐습니다. 오너 제우스 선수.
This finals will be T1 6 Worlds Finals.
각오 한 말씀씩 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
What is your mindset heading into the finals this year? Just like Zeus mentioned, I am so glad that we got another chance this year. We will not let our guards down because I think Weibo is also a very strong team. I hope we can pull up the same performance that we did today in order to win it all.
우승까지 어떤 각오를 다질 예정이신가요?
What about you, Zeus?
저 일단 작년 이맘때쯤에는 진짜.
Last year, around this time, after finals, Worlds Finals, I left so much regrets.
꼼꼼하게 잘 준비하겠습니다.
This time, I want to make sure that I will no regrets behind. That was Zeus Owner from T1. And I'm going to pass it back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wonderful. I love kind of the final question, and I also love the reactions from both Zeus and Owner. It's also something that we see in, Pastor June.
I mean, you cannot question how much it means to him. You saw the celebrations when T1 took down LNG. You can see how moved Castor Jun is, how much he puts his heart and soul into this game. You can see it on his face when he's doing the opening. You can see it on his face when he's doing the intros. And seeing him move to tears makes me emotional.
Yeah, we all know how it feels, right?
We do. It's the love for the game. It's the love for the region. A man who has dedicated himself to the LCK. And it's a special moment for him and all the LCK fans today.
And the fans were chanting his name even when he was signing off. It's wonderful.
It's me.
And me too. But it is about T1, and I think it kind of probably is also because he has put his faith in this T1 that has been very close for so long, and now they make it to another World Final. And what I wanted to get at is that Guma also in the documentary that T1 shot said, we almost underestimated DRX last year. It was such a shock to the system that that wasn't our title to win. And he said, in a way that has primed us for what is to come. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake twice.
Well, every single T1 member that you talk to, especially, like, obviously Faker has a breadth of experience, but all of the really young players on this team, right, who have kind of only experienced, okay, we got to finals, we still have not gotten that elusive international title. You hear them talk about last year. You hear them talk about this MSI, and they're like, we have so many regrets. This is the time that we're going to turn around. And to have such, again, I cannot stress how rough this team looked with Faker sidelined with an injury. To come back, go enter this tournament, dictate the meta, basically make this entire tournament theirs with these bot lanes, with the drafts they're coming out with. And then, yeah, to have them now on home soil, facing off against Weibo Gaming. It's just such a great story.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I think it's also the improvement that we've seen from this team, right? I think it's very easy to look at them and go, hey, look, you know, they are solving the meta. They're the ones that are bringing out the bot lane. But this was T1 saying, hey, we're not an early game team. We can take these team fights if you allow us to. We can fight the mid to late game. We can outplay a ton of these people and take the picks, take the sideline matchups that everyone is saying that we can't do. This was a statement series from T1, and especially as you're kind of alluding to, Emily, as they've like grown over the course of playoffs where everyone doubted them, now coming into this, it feels like finally they are getting what is the recognition they deserve and what could potentially be the last time we see this team together.
I mean, it's incredible. In life and in league, you just never know how many opportunities you're going to have at a moment like this. If T1 are able to win the World Championship, if they're able to do that, it's truly incredible. It ends that run potentially on such a high note. And Faker hasn't won the World Championship since 2016.
Oh my God.
For him to get back and win after 7 years would be
incredible.
Unrivaled.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we were talking to Iris. She was saying, like, for the LPL team, Iris. Yeah, but we were talking to Iris, who's one of the hosts on the Chinese side, and she was saying it's incredible that, like, after 10 years of the LPL making it to finals, we're still facing this guy. We get to the 2013, we are facing up against Faker.
You're never getting rid of them. Every time I see that smug mid laner's face, Faker.
And now to potentially, like, be adding a 4th title to this man's trophy belt, like, that is an absurd number. People dream to gain 1, and this man is potentially looking at his 4th.
You don't get GOAT status more than that, right? If it plays out, we do have to crown our Oppo player of the series, and it is Keria. I think it's so cool that in this meta, the supports have really been given a stage to shine, and you got to take it. I'm not saying Missing was never to be seen in this series, but Keria has been smurfing.
Yeah, I think Missing played pretty well, but Keria, as much as we're talking about the go to the game as Faker, Keria is the current best player in the world. I think in this meta, no one can match him. I said it before the series. I still feel it now. I feel it's going to be true in the World Finals as well. And I can already say I already think T1's going to win Worlds. I think it's all about Keria. In this meta, no one is as versatile. No one's as big of a playmaker. You can't ban him out. You can't stop him in lane. You can't stop him in team fights. He can do it all.
Yeah, and the big thing, in addition to all of these highlight plays we're seeing from T1, is we talked about, Rob, you talked about how they showed both sides, right? They showed that they can play this insane pushing bot 2v2, but they also did show that in mid to late, they can layer CC, they can do these team fights, and Keria is such a massive part of that. Even if he isn't the primary engager, he's still following up like that amazing Renata ult we saw coming off of the Rel and Faker engage.
Yes, and so happy with that win, as you would be when you've put in so much work. And Keria is also standing by with Lore in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Shock. There will be no golden road for JDG as T1 advances for the 6th final again. And Keria, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. 축하드립니다. I'm so happy to have you here because there's a lot to ask, especially about the rematch against JDG. You guys faced off against them at MSI. It didn't go that well. But what was the learnings? How did you think it would be different this time, especially because you've been playing with Ruler at Asian Games?
우선은 정말 승리 축하드리고요. 이렇게 인터뷰해 보실 수 있어서 너무 행복한데요. 정말 여쭤보고 싶은 게 많았습니다. 사실은 이제 MSI에서 한번 만나본 JDG를 다시 만나게 되었는데 그 당시에는 좀 아쉬운 결과가 있었잖아요. 어떤 점을 좀 배워서 이번에 적용해서 달랐는지, 그리고 특히 룰러 선수와 아시안 게임 때 함께 하셨는데 이런 부분을 어떻게 이번에 잘 적용해서 승리 가져올 수 있었나요?
일단 MSI 때는 좀 메타가 좀 이제 딜러 지키는 메타여가지고 저희가 좀 부족한 부분이 많았고, 좀 후반을 갔을 때 뭔가 자신이 없어서 초중반에 급한 모습이 많았던 것 같고, 그리고 지금 메타 같은 경우는 워낙 자유분방한 메타여가지고 저희가 워낙 잘하던 거였어서 지금 잘하고 있는 것 같고, 그리고 아시안 게임에서 룰러 선수한테 배웠던 거는 잘 뭔가 봤던 거는 이제 룰러 선수가 이제 원딜 중심적으로 키워주면은 무조건 값어치를 할 수 있는 선수라고 생각하고, 그리고 그걸 또 주도적으로 잘 활용하는 선수라고 생각하고 있습니다.
So at MSI, the meta was all about protecting your damage carries and damage dealers. So we were actually not really that confident in the late game. So we were rushing a lot in the early game. But right now, World's meta is just flexible, you know, and that is what T1 is really good at. We flourish the most in such meta. So I think the meta also fits us right now very well. And during Asian games, I think I was able to see from Ruler that he is really good at, you know, late game carry. So as long as you protect him and set him up in the right spot, he will always carry the late game.
And I think it reminds me of T1 in spring, especially with the bot lane picks that you guys have been playing. And Gumayoshi was saying last week that you guys are in the driver's seat. You're dictating the meta. What is the difficulty of staying on top and not let any other team catch up on you guys?
그리고 이제 요즘 들어서 T1이 보여주는 그런 바텀 픽을 보면 스프링 T1이 많이 떠오르는 그런 모습이 있습니다. 구마요시 선수도 인터뷰에서 우리가 메타를 선도하겠다라고 말씀하셨는데, 이렇게 최상위권에 있으면서도 항상 남들보다 한 발자국 더 앞서 있기 위해서는 어떤 부분이 필요한가요?
일단 워낙 지금 메타가 좀 진행하다 보면 거의 정해져 있다고 생각하는데, 근데 그 정해져 있는 거에서 솔직히 저는 만약에 그 카이사 자야 막 그런 원딜 밸류 메타로 갔으면 저는 절대 우승을 도전 못했을 거라 생각해서, 이제 어떻게 하면 그것들을 파괴할 수 있을까 생각하면서 이제 많은 픽들을 이제 제 개인 연습 시간보다 좀 많이 그쪽으로 투자하면서 좀 많이 메타를 더 저희가 잘할 수 있는 메타로 찾아가려고 노력했고, 지금 그게 좋은 과정으로 이어가고 있는 것 같습니다.
You know, I think as long as the game like time goes, we always have a one set meta. For example, this Worlds, we all thought that it was going to be Xayah Kaisa on the bottom lane, but I think if we also stick to that meta, I don't think we were able to contest for the trophy. You know, it was because I think we were focusing on how to break down that meta, how to counter that meta. So instead of like practicing for my own performance, I spent a lot of time just thinking about and experimenting what would be the right pick to kind of break through the current meta, and I think it worked really well, and I think we're on the right path.
And focusing on to next week, I know how heartbroken you were, Keria, losing World's Finals last year. Any learnings from that experience that you're going to carry to make it right this time and grab the title?
사실 또 작년 월드 결승에서 캐리아 선수도 굉장히 가슴 아픈 그런 패배를 한번 경험하셨는데, 이런 경험을 토대로 이번에는 어떤 점을 좀 다르게 또 결승 준비하셔서 우승하실 수 있을 것 같으신가요?
일단 지금까지 롤드컵 나가면서 많이 배웠던 걸 지금 이번 롤드컵에 굉장히 많이 사용하고 있고, 이제 그래서 이제 컨디션 관리도 되게 잘하고 있고 일정하게. 그리고 사실 작년 4강 끝나고는 좀 뭔가 들뜬 마음이 굉장히 컸던 것 같은데, 지금 같은 경우는 벌써 뭔가 경기를 했다는 느낌도 안 들고, 벌써 지금 뭔가 결승이 남아있다는 거에 좀 벌써 준비를 하고 싶어서 빨리 돌아가서 그렇게 들뜬 마음 없이 잘 준비하고 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Right now, I am applying everything I learned from all of my Worlds experience, and I think it's paying off. And also last year, to be honest, after winning semifinals, we were really excited. I was really excited, but this time, right now, I don't really feel like I've won semifinals right now. Now that I feel is like I just want to get back to my practice room and start prepping for finals.
Another side aspect of finals, following up on some videos that we've seen from you at Norebang, singing new jeans, doing the moves. How excited are you actually about meeting the band next week?
결승에 관련해서 하나 더 여쭙자면, 이제 또 캐리아 선수가 노래방에서 정말 열정적으로 뉴진스 노래 부르는 그런 클립도 많은 분들이 보셨는데, 이렇게 결승 오프닝 무대에서 뉴진스를 또 만나뵐 수 있을 텐데 얼마나 기대되시나요?
일단 뉴진스가 콘서트를 하면 꼭 갈 생각이었는데, 이렇게 콘서트가 아니라 제 손으로 이렇게 눈앞에서 볼 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁘고, 그리고 아마도 제가 듣기로는 미디어 데이에서도 볼 수 있는 걸로 아는데, 그때 관계자분들 제가 뉴진스 그 굿즈 후드 집업 있거든요. 그래서 관계자분들한테 이제 사인 받을 수 있냐 물어봤더니 뭐 해준다고 해가지고 난 사인을 받고 그 옷에 사인 받고 싶습니다.
Well, I mean, I was already ready to like buy ticket for New Jeans concert, but now that I made it myself to a chance to see them just live performing in front of me, it's amazing. And I heard that I will be actually able to see them at a finals press media conference as well. So I already have their merch, a hoodie. I already asked my staff if I can make it to the finals, can I get their autographs on my hoodie and the merch? And they were like, yeah, it's possible. So I'm so excited to get my hoodie signed by New Jeans.
Adorable. Expecting to see some dance move with you and the band Korea. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Congrats on making it to finals once again. Jisun, thank you so much. And Shucks, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura and Jisun. Cariel, he has his priorities straight. T1 is the supporting act of New Jeans, apparently, at the World Finals.
I mean,
I love it.
Yeah.
Get that man on stage with him dancing.
I think the other thing he said is this echo of what we heard on stage, this echo of what we've heard from all of these players, where it's like, you know, last year when I won, I was really excited. They did think that title was theirs. This year, he's like, I just want to get back and practice.
Yeah, making sure that they don't underestimate Weibo. But let's spare a moment for another golden road that has been stopped in its tracks. JDG looked like the team to be best equipped to do it, but they fall here at the semifinals of Worlds.
It's really heartbreaking for this team, you know, because that is what people will remember, is that they weren't able to do it at Worlds, right? This is the story for so many LPL teams, that they're able to win MSI. They're not able to get it done at Worlds, but I do think this was a team that was really, really close to being able to do it. T1 played incredibly well, adapted the meta, I think, better than anyone else, and is playing at just such an incredibly high level right now that JDG just kind of ran into them at the wrong time. But, you know, you have to respect how far they came along the Golden Road.
And I mean, heartbreak comes that man on your screen right there. Like, he played his heart out today. The Talia that he had in game 3 was absolutely phenomenal. Nearly turning that game around completely. He had insane Orianna ults. Like, it's going to be heartbreaking because I know the narrative is going to get pushed that it's, oh, well, Knight choked again when he should have been able to take it. But this man
Kanavi will
had
unfortunately
an insane...
have to
exactly, yeah,
take the brunt of the flame. And it is what we set up a couple of days ago, right? It's everyone knows that these are 5 unbelievable players, but you have to keep it going every single day of that entire year in order to get to Golden Road, and that is the hardest thing to do, I think, across any esport, across most sports. It is so difficult. And in the same vein, staying on top for a player like Faker for so long, who hoisted the Summoners Cup in 2013 and now gets another chance, I love League Esports. I love it so much.
Man, look at the finals! What win? Hell, what?
How did they get here?
I'd just like to say, none of the teams that I had in the top 3 coming into the tournament are in the finals.
No,
I had Gen G, I had JDG, and I had LNG. That was my top 3. I was wrong. Down to admit it. But the fact that not one of those 3 are in the finals is mind-blowing to me.
It's crazy.
I mean, you're seeing the T1 owns LPL on your screen, though. It's been very true, right? And even if you look at just this tournament alone, like taking down BLG 2-0, then they move on to LNG, now they take down JDG. It feels like literally they could take down the final 4th seed from the LPL and ruin the entire streak.
And they were the only team left when there was 4 LPL teams in the tournament. They could take all of them down. And at the beginning of the day, in the quiz, it was 11-7 in series in BO5s at Worlds, LCK to LPL. It is now 12-7. 7 of those wins belong to T1, as many as all of the LPL teams combined have ever gotten against LCK.
It's also pretty interesting because the year EDG won, they were the lone LPL team surrounded by LCK teams. So now, T1, the lone LCK team surrounded by
so
LPL
are we
teams.
DRX or EDG?
Yeah, who knows?
Exactly.
I mean,
or Weibo.
It's crazy though when you think about it, because T1 is in the finals again versus an underdog 4th seed that nobody expected to make the
Surely they'll win this time.
Maybe. I mean, I think it's easy for us to, because we're also in Korea, obviously, to go very deep into that T1 storyline, and just because of kind of the last dance situation surrounding it. But I will be excited to see Weibo play, and I know that we, with T1, how they've been playing, think they're going to be much stronger, but the Shy is back in that final, you know, I believe they have something in the tank.
Absolutely. And as much as Faker, his story needs to be celebrated, Xiaohu has been one of the most legendary mid laners in all of League history. This is the first time he's ever made it to the World Finals. If he were to take down Faker, take them down here, that would be his first World Championship, and that is the cherry on top of one of the best careers we've seen from anyone the game has ever had.
And could potentially be the first ever Chinese mid laner
Yeah.
to do so,
Yeah.
which would be an incredible moniker. And it feels like almost correct that it goes to Xiaohu in a way. I mean, when he has so many MSI titles, when it could be finally him shedding that opportunity to become the, not the Emperor of Spring, but finally that first person on the Chinese mid laners to win, to win Worlds, it would be an incredible story.
Well, and the big thing is he was a big part in getting the Weibo team here,
Yep.
but he has not performed well at this Worlds tournament. Like, he is underperformed compared to my expectations, certainly, coming in. Whereas Faker...
Wow.
Came in,
Now he has high standards.
transforms. I have very high standards.
You did all right
apparently.
today.
No, Faker has been on the rise, right? In terms of, like, he came off of injury. We were like, okay, how is he going to look? They go to finals. They lose to Gen G, but then going through this entire tournament, he's been so solid for them in the mid lane. And then additionally, that insane playmaking that we saw from him on the Azir to turn that game 3 around was massive.
It was. I don't think we're quite ready yet because we want to make sure the video is good.
I mean, we keep talking. I mean, Faker to me, I agree, Emily. Like, I think it's a great point because we talk about him so much in the like historical context and what he means for the game. But as an individual, he has really shone, and owner as well. Everyone was really talking down on them, and he stepped up so huge today alongside Gary. It was incredible.
It's crazy. What'll be the featured matchup, I wonder? We can talk
All of
about it.
them.
We can think about
Yes.
it.
What's the featured matchup?
Yes. Okay, well, that'll do it here from us in Busan. We will be back next Sunday from the Gocheok Sky Dome in Seoul with the grand finals of Worlds 2023. Weibo Gaming versus T1. Will T1 crown themselves with a 4th Worlds title, or can Weibo finish the underdog story? We'll see you there. Stay safe.
Bye.
Once you play God, once you play God, they gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
Doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to contest this.
Zeus going for the solo bolo, and he just gets the kill! The bias going in, but it might just be too little too late. Nice. JSCP to the back of the fight. Zeus ticking, burning with the shutdown. It's 369. But now they're just fish caught in the barrel, waiting on the slaughter of the curtain call. Owner coming in, the pullback on the missing, trying not to stick around for too long. One taken down already. Knight now going in, trying to turn it back. Goomba says not today. Soul's Owner getting lower and lower. 369 for Zeus off to the side, but Owner getting burned down. Owner level 2, he flashes in. They get first blood and straight it back. Knight running for his life now. 2 kills to the side of T1. Missing getting lower and lower, but he just got too much range, too many souls, doing too much damage. Baker goes in, but he gets absolutely nothing.
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it.